It is officially time. 2 teams at the end of the Smite Pro League promotional tournament and 1 best of 5 to decide who goes into the Smite Pro League and which of the two teams ends up going home. It's the Niflheim Wargs on one side, the Gilded Gladiators on the other. And both of these 2 teams have had to go through a long week of Smite games. Both teams suffering defeat at one point. It was the Wargs yesterday who lost for the first time this week, 3-1 to the Eldritch Hounds, who moved on to the Smite Pro League themselves. And the Gilded Gladiators, who dropped to those very same Hounds just a couple days ago, 2-0. But fought their way back through the lower bracket. They went 3 against the Wardens, 2 against the Scorpions this morning, and now face their toughest task yet in the Niflheim Wargs. Best of 5s, they changed the game, and trailing after a long bracket. It took a while to fill out all of these matches. 1 best of 5 remains, and it's the Wargs and the Gladiators at the end.
And there's a lot riding on this one. I mean, mentals
there is.
Got to be absolutely locked in. The stress couldn't be higher. You know, these players have been going at it for quite some time now, and this is what they've been working for, right? So I'm hoping we get to see some good Smite.
I agree. And the Wargs, I think you talk about mental. It's on them to reset after yesterday. I talked to Neil just a bit before he headed home from the studio yesterday. And the gist of what he had said was, you know, that the Hounds played better, but he didn't think the Wargs played terribly yesterday. There were moments that he was still happy about, felt pretty mentally fine going into the day here today, and confident in the Wargs and their ability to get things done. On the flip side, you look at the Gladiators and what they were able to get done. And I think they've got a fun story as well here, Trelly. And the question was, how does playing a set earlier on in the day affect you a bit later on? I think luckily for the Gladiators, it was a pretty quick 2-0.
Yep.
So you get a little warmed up, and you don't have to drain yourself over a long, grueling 3-game set. Could actually turn into an advantage.
Yeah, I would argue getting to start the day off with a nice competitive game as well helps out. You know, you come in with that same mindset. It's sort of like in any sporting event, you got to get warm, right? You have a warm-up.
Right.
They already had theirs. In this case, the Wargs are coming in a bit cold. Maybe that comes to play as well. But it's one of those situations where I think both of these teams are going to have to play their best version of Smite. You know, there's no slouches in this tournament, and certainly not here when there's only 1 spot left to fight over.
I mean, that looks pretty cold, though. Maybe cold is the name of the game for the Wargs. You got to come in icy cold.
Yeah, maybe they like it chilly.
If it's any warmer, we're in some serious trouble. It's a team that felt like they were destined for the Smite Pro League, and to be honest, we all did as casters as well. But the Gilded Gladiators, they got momentum rolling into the grand finals of the lower bracket. I'm sticking with grand finals. Sounds a bit better. 1 spot in the SPL just around the corner. 2 supports standing by with JMac for the pregame.
Yeah, I've got Inbound and Gamma, the sports for these 2 teams, now standing by for our pregame interview. Gentlemen, let's have a little bit of fun to start things out. Now, Inbound, you had a bit of a break in Season 9. Got dropped off the scares about midway through. Gamma, you got to play a full season out. But even despite the fact that you got to play your full season, Gamma, you have a worse win-loss record up against Inbound. Actually, 4-6 up against Inbound. Now have to play against him for the final spot. Now, Inbound in the hallway said this is going to be a quick 3-0. You think he was talking a quick 3-0 for him or a quick 3-0 for you?
Well, I'm predicting, I know Richard Kierme is no pushover, so I'm calling 3-1 for us.
3-1 for
Bobby, though, will be no trouble.
Oh, Bobby, no trouble. Now, Bobby, you got something to rebuttal against that?
We're going to win 3-0.
Easy 3-0 for Bobby there now. Now, one thing that's often brought up by Mifflin, I'll kind of ask the same question to both of you and let you guys have the floor on it. Is beating your opponent in this situation more important to you than making it to the SPL, or is making it to the SPL the most important part of this one? I'll start with you, Bobby.
I mean, it's making it to the SPL is the best part. That we're facing such a fitting opponent, guys that have been in the SPL, they're very good players. That's just going to be like the second part of it. Whoever we were playing against, that was just always going to be the second part of it. Making the SPL is the goal, and that's what we're playing for.
So making it to the SPL. Now, for you, Gamma, is it make it to the SPL, or is it beating Bobby maybe more important for you?
Well, I think, beating him does mean getting to the SPL, but
Right.
Regardless of who it was, I think just making it to the SPL was the end goal, was what we were looking for, so definitely that.
All right, now before we kind of wrap things up, I'm going to leave the floor open to you guys. Gamma, do you have anything that you want to say to Bobby before we go into our final matchup?
I'm not trying to let Bobby get his 4th rookie season out of the way, so.
Now, Bobby, you got anything you want to say back to Gamma for that one?
I mean, they had the pushover side of the bracket. As soon as they played a decent team, they got absolutely smothered. So we'll give them another one.
Well, thank you so much, gentlemen. If you want to give a knuckle tap, a handshake, anything like that before a game, there we go. Thank you so much for stopping by. We'll throw it back over to the desk. Keep it going.
They wanted a handshake and a knuckle touch. But we got there. We got the fist bump going into the game. Dual lane's going to be fun to watch in this one, Trelly. You look at the Wargs and Gamma plus Stu, how talented those two are in lane with one another. Look at the Gladiators inbound, Dude Man Bro. And I think Dude Man has cleaned it up a bit in the last handful of games. It was not the most impressive start to this event, but I think as the Gladiators have found their footing, so has Dude Man Bro. Obviously, some lighthearted banter in the pregame interview. I think on map, though, it could be a aggressive matchup to watch over on that side of the map.
No doubt, and I think every single lane is going to have to perform. And going into this tournament, I expected lane dominance from Snoopy. That much I expected. In this case, I remember Miff highlighted how much he thought Kirmi was going to be able to show up. The one thing that shocked me is how dominant Scary D has been playing throughout the entirety of this tournament. He's been very wishy-washy towards the end of Season 10. I didn't know if he was going to be able to play up to that standard. And in this matchup, if you took away the last couple matches that the Gladiators have played, I would have said Aqua rolls, no question. But seeing as Scary D has been playing such a different brand of Smite, and he's been looking so clean, I think it's a much closer matchup now. That soul lane could be where some sparks fly as well.
Giant coffee at the end of the player booth over there. I don't
know
if
a lot of caffeine.
That's right. That's going to get the players all dialed in. And so I look at this Niflheim Wargs team, and they were very confident in making it through to the SPL. I still think so. If we just zoom out here, they lost 3-1 yesterday to the Hounds. I don't know if that shakes my prediction, right? I think the Gladiators actually playing a certain brand of Smite right now that makes this matchup a bit more interesting to me. However, I think the way that up until the set yesterday, I think the Hounds playing like the best team in this tournament, but I think the Wargs up to that point looked very strong. Maybe what Inbound said, Trelly, is that the first team that the Wargs played that was a good opponent, they kind of crumbled. This is going to be the next telling matchup for this Wargs team, if they crumble or if all the praise that we've been heaping on this team is worthwhile.
And that's the thing. We gave them well-deserved praise as
yes,
well. It was not just, hey, we think these guys are good.
No, it was a good team.
They have proven that they're good. The issue is currently, how do they work as a unit? We've seen when that's been tested. Even up against the Scorpions, it was a little dodgy. Sanford Soccer comes up with a massive ultimate, changes the tides of that fight, and honestly, the whole matchup since then, they were able to roll. So I'm thinking maybe they're still ironing out some of the new team jitters. This is not a place to have those, though,
No.
Especially when everything that you've worked for is on the line here in this best of 5.
Hounds looked incredible against the Wargs yesterday. Any team in this tournament would have been hard-pressed to find a win up against them.
Yep.
What do you think some of the keys are here in this matchup? We talked about duo lane a bit. Clearly, jungle is going to be important.
Of course.
Always is. Most important role in the game. Mifflin will be happy that...
jungle-centric meta, as
that's
we say.
Right. He'd be happy I shouted that one out. And it makes sense for these two teams who are centered around very serious win conditions out of their jungle. Sanford Soccer for the Wargs, Kirmi for the Gilded Gladiators. I think it's about keeping emotion in check for Kirmi.
Of course.
And maintaining aggressive but calculated play for Sanford Soccer. And if those two things happen, the brawl between Sam and Kirmi will be fun to watch. Let's kick it off. Picks and bans for Game 1 of this best of 5. Winner, you got a whole year in Season 10 of the Smite Pro League. Loser, unfortunately, you got to go home, and you got to choose what you want to do as a team. And the individual players will be hoping that there's maybe opportunities to move around later on in the year. The only guaranteed way into the Smite Pro League for both of these two squads, 3 wins in a best of 5. It starts right here in game number 1. Kamazot's first ban by the Wargs, taking that away from Scary D, and you see the smile on Scary's face on the other side of the player cam. Makes some sense. Scary has just been absolutely running things on the Kama. And the Wargs maybe sensing either they A, didn't have enough time to adapt, or B, just don't want to deal with it, are going to end up banning it away.
I mean, I love the Kama ban. Shows they've done their homework. I expected Hades, which means if they're not banning Hades in that spot, you'd think, okay, the Gladiators are going to ban it. I was going to say, you'd think that's a first pick there for the Wargs, and they're not going to get
well,
the
Aqua's
chance.
been just as good,
Yep.
if not maybe a bit better on the Hades than Scary D. But Aqua's had to make these miraculous plays, right? So that's why maybe that stands out a bit more to me. But him and Scary have just been battling it out for best Hades in this event.
Yeah, it seems like it's a very contested pick. That's why the Gladiators banned it in that spot. They wanted to hold on to the option, and in this case, they're not going to let it slide. So the Gladiators are going to grab the Vamana. I mean, this is a pick that we've seen a lot. We've seen some success, but it's very matchup dependent still. I don't think it's a pick you can first pick and just get insane value, because now that the Wargs know it's available and it's on the field, I find it hard to believe they're going to go to immobile gods that just get run down by Vamana.
Sure, so it's matchup dependent, you think, in the escapability area. You think now if the Wargs want to counterpick, mobility is the name of the game.
Yes. I don't think they're going to slide towards, for example, Erupt Crimson went to the Nuwa. It was just getting ran down by the Vamana in that matchup versus the Hounds. I don't see a Nuwa getting locked in here. I'm thinking, he's been looking real nice on the Tiamat, the Merlin. Those are still the two highest picked mid laners in the tournament thus far. One of them needs to be locked in here. And Sampra Soccer on the Hunbats. He's also been having a great performance.
Merlin, one of Crimson's best picks, has been for the last couple of years while he's played in the Smite Challenger circuit. And the Wargs will need a big one if it ends up going up against the Tiamat, which it looks like it will. 50% win rate on the Tiamat. Honestly, seems fitting. It feels like Tiamat and Merlin have just been trading wins off with one another. 22 games played across this event. Wait on both of these mid laners now. And admittedly, Trelly, Snoopy Tiamat was something new to our Godpool conversation in our last set. Played it in game 2. Looked really good on it. And worked out just fine for the Gladiators. So now it's something that really does have to be looked out for. So another game of the Merlin v Tiamat. The Gladiators, Kierme, going to still need a jungle pick here. The Wargs will not let him get the Mercury. And Stewart still needing an AD carry pick on the flip side. Will not be able to play the CERN. What's still threatening here? What are the Wargs worried about?
I mean, they've shaken up a lot of what we've seen from the Gladiators so far. We've seen full damage solo laners from Scary D more often than not. Snoopy, I've really liked the Neath play, going towards more of these physical mid laners, even going to the set. And now he's on Tiamat. Kierme's waiting very long. We saw the Fenrir gameplay before. There's a couple different picks he could still go to, but I think front to back, this is a very different Gladiators play style than what we just witnessed last set. It's gonna play differently. Doesn't mean it's bad. It's just different. They're gonna have to change up their mindset entirely.
Snoopy looks locked in. Or bored, one of the two. Maybe realizing this is going to be an easy 3-0 set for the Gladiators and can go celebrate with the squad. No, he's not taking anything lightly. The Naja, the pick for the ban rather, for the Wargs. Kierme will not be able to play the setup heavy god, as Mercury also takes a seat. Still need support as well for the Gladiators, and that's an interesting conversation with Inbound, where now he gets picked away. And we've seen inbound-centric bans from other teams. So it's not going to be Maui, because that's what the Wargs have grabbed for themselves. Won't be the Hercules either. The Gladiators have banned that out. Does Bobby feel comfortable with the Emoja?
We will use this
Yes,
power
he does.
wisely.
And that'll be their pick for game number 1.
Yeah, makes sense. There's a few different supports you could go to there, but if you're getting Emoja in the second wave of bans, and Inbound has played it a fair bit, used to be a bit of a joke, the fact that it wasn't finding too many wins and it wasn't the best
It's gotten better.
looking Emoji, but it has gotten much better. And I think still some confidence to be had there for the Gladiators. Again, still a different look. Not to say that they can't play it. I'm sure they've played all of these gods on their own time and their own scrims, but this is not the Gladiators we have seen as of recent. Could just be because they've been put against the wall picks and bans wise. It really does seem like the Wargs have done their homework, as you would expect. Some of the most veteranship in this whole tournament on this team in the Wargs. There's a reason they were all highly predicted to take first in this tournament.
Yep.
Now they're in the losers bracket. And it seems so far they've gotten just about everything they could want. I mean, putting Crimson onto a safe, very strong mage, getting Sam on one of his premier junglers, and then taking the Maui for Gamma, something he's looked real solid on.
Wonder what Scary is excited about. Is it the Odin Jingwei pick that Scary is A-okay with seeing on the other side of things? Could make
Interesting.
life difficult for Vamana. Now Jingwei, Charlie, it's interesting because Jingwei had not seen the meta for a little while towards the end of Season 9. In this tournament, yeah, this is going to be the 5th time we've seen Jingwei played, won half of those. It's not been just as random now. This is the first time we're seeing it. Jingwei has been the option for a couple of our AD carries.
It has. It's just the safety, I guess. You know that there's going to be a lot of contention going over to that left lane. This Odin pick, though, is what interests me. If you're trying to camp solo lane, Vamana does not care about Odin. He's just going to walk through the walls in his ult. I guess the idea is you force that ult aggressively. Maybe Scary D uses it to try and go for a fight, and then once it's down, then the Odin gets value out of that cage. But with that, we're going to have to see an aggressive jungler here from Kirmi in that last spot. Choquette's about as aggressive as they come. Starts off very early, great CC. I think has a decent matchup into Hunbats if you can find that pressure early. Later on, though, a lot of single target damage, whereas Hunbats can hit this team-wide Fear No Evil that just pulls beads from sometimes 3-4 members if he gets it well enough in the middle of a team fight. So different styles of play, but that will open up the door to trying to camp over in solo lane, which is a possibility here for the Gladiators.
Choquette, 100% win rate in the 3 games that we've seen this god get played. Smite Pro League promotional tournament. It's going to be your last look at these two teams going into game number 1. I don't think I've gotten any better at reading body language. Seems, externally at least, these teams feeling just A-okay.
Stewart took the flannel off, something to note.
That's right. You need more arm mobility for hitting the big multi-kills, you know?
That's fair. Hit those auto attacks, yeah.
That's right. But the rest of the team seems pretty locked in. Saw the Gladiators a moment ago. They were all taking a deep breath. And I think you have to, because the weight of this set, heavier than just about anything these guys have played in a few months. Stu was in World's Finals.
Yep.
It's probably about as close as it gets in this matchup. When you consider the difference of what your life will look like for the next year, whether you're a full-time professional Smite player or you got to consider what you want to do at the SEC level, salary, playing here in studio versus not, there's so much at stake. Luckily, it's game number 1, and you got 2 games of cushion before you're getting knocked out of this one if you end up losing a few straight. And so it's about making a statement, I think, in game 1. And I want to look at keys to victory really quickly if we can here, Trelly. Wargs maybe needing to limit the early game that we know the Gilded Gladiators are so good at, and the Gladiators on the flip side need to make a statement in the early. What are you looking at for both of these teams' opportunities for victory?
I mean, I think you highlighted it on the desk a little bit ago about how Sam for Soccer can have standout performances, and on this pick in particular, the Hunbats, if he's left alone in the early game, not put pressure onto, doesn't really have to find early ganks, late game he's gonna pop off. He's gonna find those ultimates. So I'm thinking the Gladiators in particular, I'm gonna need Kirmi to get active early. Whether that's find Sam or just find duo lane solo and pick a spot, the invades, those sort of things, I would love to see from the Glads, because late game, if they're not ahead, they have known to stumble when it comes time for those sieges.
Trelly, let's wait no longer. It's game number 1 of a best of 5 with Smite Pro League on the other side. Wargs Gladiators with J-Mac and Miff.
This may be one of the biggest sets of the year for these players, because it means a chance at a salary, a chance at a job to play in the Smite Pro League, or having to be relegated down towards potentially just SCC for the remainder of Season 10 of the Smite Pro League. It's J-Mac, Mifflin, and Doug to bring the action for game number 1. And so many tenured names on really both of these squads here, Miff. You look over at the side of the Wargs, everybody on that side was just playing in the Smite Pro League a couple of months ago, right before Worlds was kicking off. Look to the other side for the Gladiators. A couple of new faces trying to pop back up in here. You see Dude Man Bro, going to be that new one along with Crimson. Used to be teammates, now enemies on the battleground.
Lots of storylines to follow and a high-impact set, to be sure. I think the desk does a good job of setting this one up. The Gilded Gladiators standard win condition resides within the first 10 to 15 minutes. The Niflheim Wargs, on the other hand, have generally extended their matches, have generally found their home at that 25 to 30-minute mark. But with that said, both drafts scale relatively well into the late game. I'll give you parity out of mid, supports, top-end class there as well, standard hunters across the board. I think the question marks, jungle performance in the early. Who's going to get off to a hot start? Is it Sam for Soccer? Is it Kiermy? If Kiermy pulls a lead, we've seen him go towards the tank Surcat that scales so well as an initiator. Sam for Soccer with a lead, or even from behind, we've seen him make miracle plays all week so far. Otherwise, though, and a major storyline for these two teams have been Aqua and Scary D's individual performances. Aqua with the mitigations build on the Vamana pick has been absolutely dominant, has now shifted his style to more so facilitator with Odin. And Scary D with his full damage Kamazots now on a completely different style. Vamana just got to create space for his team. Seems like the Wargs and the Gladiators just holding a little bit, holding some of those strategies that they developed throughout the week for later in the set.
And whether it was in jest or not from Scary D, just kind of talked with him in a post-game interview not even a couple days ago. I was asking him, what's up with these full damage style of builds, these assassin solos? He said he just didn't want to do the mitigations build. Thought it was lame. Maybe. That was just a little bit of fun in that regard, but maybe also just didn't need to bring it out at any point. Now that some of those big picks that he has really been performing on this weekend has been taken away, see a little bit of difference from him with this Vamana. Almost falls for First Blood over in that battle for the totem. Aquarius did put him pretty low, but not going to fall just yet. And Aquarius on a pick that we've seen banned a few times this weekend. Hasn't seen any actual picks just yet. With some dual lane battling going through. This is a dual lane that we were discussing even just kind of during our pre-show talks, a couple weeks back, that these are probably two of the best dual lanes we'd see from this event.
Yeah, I've been, in particular, really impressed by Inbound's performance throughout this event. Has cleaned up a lot of his play in his break from the SPL, and now trying to make his way back into it. Gamma was one of the silver linings for the Valkyries throughout their entire year. Maybe not the best performance as a team, but I think he can be proud of what he's accomplished and how much he's grown as a player. But now, in this 2v2 behemoth lane, it's hyper-aggressive ADCs that should be able to set the pace. Stu likely will move in towards crit, I imagine, in the build, especially with Jingwei and how well she scales with it, explosive bolts. Dude Man Bro on the Ishtar, we'd seen Vaporish Coast absolutely dominating on this pick. I'd argue one of the only players this event to make Hunters look good, and he did it with Ishtar. Has a whole lot of damage output, very slippery. It's decent initiation with the ultimate. But as far as the 2v2 goes, it's hard to say with that lane. I think it's likely stalemate until supports rotate out.
We've been watching really the development of this kind of dual lane meta. For the mids, we've seen pretty much these two mid laners most of the way through. We might have to hold that thought. Invade by Kiermy. Goes through, but this is to try and use a lot to steal this one away. But Kiermy will do so in the 2v1. Able to steal that out. Take some experience away from Aquarius, put him behind just a little bit. You even see Scary D's able to benefit by getting just some extra farm in the lane for the time being. But going back to the duo, we've been watching the development of this duo meta. It went from nobody's wanting to play these hunters, everybody's going for the magical hunters. But now with all the magical hunters banned away, we've been kind of seeing at least Jingwei amongst the physical hunters kind of emerge from this meta.
Yeah, Jingwei, I think maybe for her safety, for her ability to shift up that build between tank shred and crit, it's the diversified gameplay plan of Jingwei that I think really gets the value here. Sam for Soccer on the rotation in. Not 5 just yet. It won't hit 5. No ultimate. Should be okay for the good of Gladiators. Or maybe even some turnaround potential. Stun off the mark from Inbound. Should fizzle the rest of that engagement. But a good rotation from Sam for Soccer nonetheless to put pressure on the purple and control that neutral farm.
I was wondering for a moment if maybe stealing that buff would have put Sam at 5, but
it might have.
It did take the entire of the shield buff to get him there, so maybe would have either just been there or just off the mark, which could have sparked up a big fight, but will be a purple, at least successfully saved for the Gilded Gladiator side of the map. Shield buff picked up on the opposite end there for the Niflheim Wargs. And I think I'm going to keep a lot of attention maybe towards this soul lane. We've been talking about kind of the hero moments for a lot of these guys. Aquarius on the unkillable Cucullin style of games earlier on in the weekend with insane performances there. Scary D on the opposite end, instead of going this super tanky build, as you mentioned earlier, these full glass cannon assassins really playing as that secondary solo agent alongside Kierme.
Yeah, I wonder. It is a departure from the standard from Scary D. Will likely be sitting in this lane for a good while. Barring Gold Fury fights, don't imagine we see either of these solo laners really leave anytime soon. It's about stacking up those builds and becoming unkillable, or for Aqua, stacking up to level 20 so that Sundering Axe gets finished and you can actually generate some threat as far as damage is concerned. Look at the wards from the Niflheim Warg on the right-hand side. Complete vision dominance. And Scary D, where you at?
Low on mana. Does he even have enough, or does he need it to get through? The cage is dropped down by Aquarius. The damage has got to be there. A dash by Scary D gets him just far enough out, but Sam jumps in. One more auto will do it, and Sam will walk out. First blood to the Niflheim Wargs jungle.
Man, Scary, just not enough mana there to get the ultimate off. Would have survived that situation, or even if Kierme makes the rotation, could have likely turned that around. But speaking of Kierme, he's in no man's land himself.
So, waiting, at least for the island to fade away from Gamma. And that's a big ultimate expended to come up empty-handed for the Niflheim Wargs dual lane. Now blink in by Kierme, throws Gamma right back towards Snoopy. Gamma taunted away, will immediately get himself out with that solar swing, and it's a purple buff invade now by the Gilded Gladiators off the tail end of that one. Luckily for Gamma, only had to expend the shell to get out of there. Could have been very dangerous for him.
I wonder if there's a miscommunication there between Gamma and Erupt Crimson. That lockdown on Kierme was clean. The leap, the dash, both down, stuck against the wall. And the pull, maybe off the mark from Gamma, but wouldn't have done much anyway. Just really the damage. If Crimson's there, maybe you're shutting down this circuit a little bit more. Prevent that purple buff invade attempt. Prevent all that farm being stripped away. Regardless, it's a safe play from Erupt Crimson, who is likely keeping his eyes on that 4 to 5 item power spike. I think that's the primary difference between the Book of Thoth start and the Tablet of Destiny start. 2 items in, I really do prefer Book of Thoth. 5, 6 items in, Tablet of Destiny really starts to scale.
Yeah, we do see that maybe kind of clashing of mentalities between the mids. Snoopy going for his Book of Thoth first out, where Crimson is going for that Tablet of Destinies first instead. Will now work towards his Book of Thoth, I imagine, immediately afterwards. So it could be some time before we really see both these mid laners get super involved in the action. Maybe around one of these Fury pulls, or potentially maybe even Pyromancer whenever it does spawn in onto the map. Scary D, even despite almost dying, or I should say actually dying at his own tier 1 tower line, still playing up and aggressive. Seems that no matter what his build is, he's going to be going aggressive up on the enemy.
Snoop?
And Crimson, lucky for him, that Snoopy ran out of abilities to spam up against him. Crimson will be able to walk away, and so will Snoopy at nearly full HP on the Tiamat.
Yeah, that was a good little skirmish for Snoopy, trying to leverage some of that early game. Catch Crimson slipping. The damage output from Tiamat, nothing to scoff at, especially now that you got that Book of Thoth finished up. Kierme makes his rotation. What can you do?
Well, Aquarius loses the shield, drops the ultimate. Kierme has already used all of his mobility to get in, and unfortunate for the Gladiators, they're both stuck inside of the cage. For Aquarius to be able to walk out of danger this time around. Got a little dicey there for a moment, but the shield absorbing most of that Circuit ultimate, and then the cage to lock him in. Aqua will be able to get back to the safety of his tower.
Yeah, Breastplate of Valor first slotted, double dipping in defense, not only against his lane opponent, but also the jungler. Means it's really hard for Kierme to make these rotations. Circuit, sure, plenty of damage and true damage from the ultimate. Can put on the pressure, but Odin, with CDR, with those HP shields so constantly, going to be really difficult to shut him down. But where you fail in a kill, you succeed in taking away some farm. Blue buff invaded once more. The Gilded Gladiators stacking it up in the early.
And maybe one of the discussion points that's been so hot with the Gladiators team so far this week, MF, has just been how good they've been on map, getting this macro farm, going for these objectives, building these essential leads out of nothing. 1, maybe 2 kills, and they're looking 2, 3, 4,000 gold up. But as of now, it's only the first blood bounty separating these two teams, and that being on the side of the Niflheim Wargs. So dead even in the farm department between these two teams. Though that farm maybe spread across different avenues there. Gamma a little bit behind inbound, but Sam for Soccer just slightly ahead of Kierme.
Yeah, Sam getting that first blood bounty, I think, the progenitor of that lead for him. Otherwise, I don't think he's going to have too many more opportunities to rotate back to Scary D's lane. Once he finishes up that cloak, likely prophetic cloak, in second slot, you're a little too tanky and too survivable on the Vamana. So if Sam for Soccer wants value from rotations to solo, he's on a timer. Seems he realizes that as well. peeks his head around the corner, but Scary D makes his way to safety, sacrifices the neutral farm, but good decision. Would have cost him his life.
So Sam instead, let's go ahead and drop the cooldown buff and now maybe make a rotation somewhere else across the map. Did pick up hi-rez, so now 30% CDR online for Sam. Means those Fear No Evils come back quite often for these fights. So where does Sam actually start putting his attention towards? If it feels like maybe the soul lane isn't going to be too much time left for him, do you think that Sam maybe tries to get some picks onto maybe Snoopy in the mid, try and get some beads away from there? Or do you think maybe dual lane's probably a better option for him?
Hunbots is an opportunistic ganker. You wait for beads to go down for the most part. So wherever they aren't, Sam for Soccer will be. Ideal targets, of course, got to be the carries. Doesn't necessarily matter if it's Snoopy or Dude Man Bro, so long as it's one of the two. Easier of the two, it's got to be DMB on the Ishtar. Just not having a standard leap like Tiamat does out of mid means that you don't have to play as wary around having your Fear No Evil completely avoided. You're at least going to burn a relic with a rotation.
Crimson, quick beads, gets him away from Kirmi for the time being, but it's a double dive on the mid laner. Aegis is there, but it does not buy enough time, and the Aegis from Snoopy will keep him alive for now, but that is everything but beads gone for Snoopy. Fear No Evil locks him down, and Sam will get the return fire kill. Now 2 for the Niflheim Wargs jungle, but 1 kill for Snoopy.
But relic disparity in the trade. Snoopy only uses the Aegis. Beads and Aegis lost for Erupt Crimson, so Kirmi will be rotating back through. What can the Wargs do with the desync timers, though? 20 seconds left on Snoopy. Gold free pooled, and Bobby's got eyes on it.
Inbound does have ult. Gamma going to be slowed down. Fury will be able to catch up to him, but it is 4 versus just
Slowing
the
him
1.
down.
Can alone Yamoja steal this one away? River's Rebuke and every
doing a
cooldown
lot.
Bobby has expended has gone through. He finds a kill on a Gamma all the while, and that gives Kirmi and the rest of the team time to rotate in. Aquarius
Good
goes through,
cage.
drops the cage on top of 3. DMB is able to get out of that cage, but now Scary D has shown up. Crimson turns the fight for a 1-for-1. Both of the supports are down, but Aquarius and Sam are still going aggressive for the backline.
Here comes
DMB is
Snoop.
1 hit down, and Sam will find him. Stu, a pick of his own, but Snoopy's late rotation back in will now net him 1. Scary D, no mana, only HP to bat up against the 2 carries of the Wargs, but it's Snoopy in danger as Aqua is running him down leap for leap. Snoopy will live through.
Man, Snoop, lucky placement on that Divine Ruin proc. Actually bounces the Lightning to finish off a kill onto Sam for Soccer. But you gotta give credit over to the support. The Gilded Gladiators Yamoja has done so much in that fight. Multi-man stun, slowing everybody. 4-man cage, the River's Rebuke, buys infinite time for his team to rotate through. Aqua, though, with his faster rotation, really stops that ball rolling. The Gilded Gladiators, I thought, had run away with the entire engagement, but this Odin put a stopper on it completely. Scary D, a bit later, finally does make his way through, but doesn't come up with anything to his name. Instead, has to reset himself back to neutral. A back-and-forth battle over the last 12 minutes, largely over neutrals, has resulted in 1 small lead. The Niflheim Wargs, experiencing gold here or there, feeling very good, namely in the jungle. And if you're a Smite fan and you've been watching the last couple of years, Sam for Soccer with a lead on Hunbots, it's a scary combo.
It's definitely not a jungler I'd want to run into in the middle of a game like this one. Pyromancer, a much easier target for the Wargs, no contest from the Gladiators. That one will go down swiftly. And the Wargs will have picked up their first objective of the game. The Gold Fury still stood, even despite all the brawling that took place in the pit just earlier on. Now with the Runic Bomb on Sam, unlikely that we'll see any real pushes towards a tower just yet, as Tier 1 in mid actually fell to the minions just a moment ago. So now the Niflheim Wargs have control around potentially an objective, and maybe even get a team fight started.
It is Sam for Soccer with a Runic Bomb in pocket, so if it's a gold-free pool, you really want Sam for Soccer nearby. Would make it so much easier to secure that objective and change up the mental arithmetic the Gilded Gladiators have got to do if they want to look for a steal. Vision and Pit, I think, very important right now. Kirmi has ward on the Gold Fury proper, so won't be snuck away, not by the Niflheim Wargs. Continued presence, though, telegraphs their ideology, what they want to do. The Wargs have played fast on the objectives. It was the first to pull on the gold, then a successful kill on the Pyro. Reset over towards the gold with your resources coming up.
Where is it Scary? He's going to fight over the totem there. That one should go over to Scary D. Maybe not if he decides to dash out, but he's used his dash.
He's freaking
and
me
has
out.
gone back in, has ultimate, so he should be fine here. Doesn't have to worry about any kind of cage necessarily. He can walk right through that one. But now, back over to the Gold Fury. Ward coverage still in favor of the Gladiators in the pit, but there is at least some vision going both ways there. Finally de-ward that one out. And it's the Wargs who have set a position around the Fury. They left Crimson alone, though. Crimson seems to be just fine in his bout against Kirmi.
That's really good poke from Kirmi to start off this fight. Anything that makes Crimson within kill threshold for the damage dealers, the Gilded Gladiators, simplifies so much. Scary D eats the cage on his own. That's high value for the Gilded Gladiators once more. Aqua, you got to find a bit more there, and Scary, I mean, he's got ultimate coming up shortly, stacks up some defense. He's starting to get to that unkillable range, and with the sustain of Yamoja, should be at fighting strength very shortly.
The cage was broken up very quickly as well to allow Security to walk right out of that one. So the Gladiators have kept the Wargs from potentially pulling this Fury through the efforts of Aquarius only finding the one target, but also, as mentioned earlier, the poke that Kirmi put onto Erupt Crimson to keep this Merlin so far back. But the Gladiators will group right back around the Fury. There's got to be an answer from the Wargs. Gamma's got ultimate. He'll pull one back. Dude Man Bro used his ultimate. Aqua in the back line. Still no cage up. River's Rebuke is the last thing that Bobby gets to do before he falls down. The Wargs have stolen away the Fury. Aquarius once more to the back line. But it's just to scare the Gladiators away after an objective steal.
Gotta play wary of that Fear No Evil. Completely separates the fight and leaves Inbound alone in the back line of the Niflheim Wargs. The Gilded Gladiators, they have to pull the ripcord there. It was a full eject. We cannot defend our support. We cannot contest the objective no longer, and not with Sanford Soccer involved. So the Wargs, on a defensive play, not only find the kill, but also the objective. Potentially some more here. DMB can't defend on his own. So a tier 1 tower to boot. What has worked so well for the Gilded Gladiators up until this point in the tournament was early objective play, macro play, and team fights. So far, the Niflheim Wargs, they've had an answer at every turn.
Yeah, the Wargs put up around 4,000 gold in the lead over the Gladiators off what felt like just a single turnaround at that Fury just earlier on. There's a couple kills around the Gold Fury fight about 5-6 minutes ago. That one kind of petered out. Nothing really came of it. Then a Pyromancer and now Fury once more. Gamma does land the hook onto Inbound, but not going to be any real follow-up from there. A couple of abilities thrown from Crimson at long range, but just with Snoopy lying around, not somebody that he wants to have to square off against just yet. And we've seen this a few times so far this weekend, Miff, where once the job is done of the Hunter over in left lane, you take that tier 1, you rotate them out, throw them over into the right lane for a little while.
Could be. Won't have time to just farm up in a lane, though, with the Pyromancer pulled. Kirmi's got eyes on it and spots Aqua on the TP in. Can't do much with just the knowledge of the Pyromancer falling down. Without your teammates nearby, Kirmi resets himself once more. And it's another free objective for the Wargs. Does buy time elsewhere on the map with a heavy commitment to the right-hand side. DMB left alone. Should be able to match what Stu's done already in the duo lane. Take that tier 1 tower, put some global gold in the pockets of the Gilded Gladiators. 3,000 gold, you're starting to get a little concerned. You're not quite at that 5,000 marker where things start to feel really bad with a tier 1, tier 2 item on just about everybody on the other side. Gladiators have fight back potential. I think it's about getting onto priority targets. So far, I think the KDs do the majority of the talking. The priority, evident. 4, 1, and 6 for Sanford Soccer. 100% kill participation. Runic Bomb and power spiking quickly. Already has the Crusher finished up. Looks like Heartseeker next up for the veteran jungler. If Kirmi can just get on him in the back line, just do some of the damage, do what he did to Erupt Crimson before that Gold Fury fight, I think that has got to be one of the best ways to start it up. The Niflheim Wargs have made it clear. Fight around Fear No Evil. We haven't seen a Fear No Evil whiff yet. We haven't seen a low-value Fear No Evil either. The Gilded Gladiators can just put some pressure on Sam, force some errors. I think it really does help you out in the team fight.
So far, we talk about kill participation. No, Kirmi has been there for every one of his team's kills so far. Hasn't landed one in the kill column just yet, but assists nonetheless. At least to help out Inbound and Snoopy. Try and keep even in their roles respectively. You can see it's parity between the mid laners and the supports as it goes through. I think you're right to maybe highlight Kirmi to try and really act as that solo agent to the back line.
It's the only way he can survive it.
Try and keep Sam at bay. He's gone for a much tankier build. That's seems to be what's been going on with a lot of Cirquettes. We haven't really seen a true glass cannon Cirquette so far this event.
It's that Stone of Binding, giving over a little bit of additional damage while simultaneously affording you the additional survivability. It's the true damage that's inherent to the kit of Surcat that made her work as a tank in seasons of past as well. Kirmi trying to pull one from the old playbook. And now going down the Maze Tree, should have enough damage with that item finished to threaten some of the other squishy targets. Actually do it all on his own. Until then, does need a couple of allies nearby if he wants to secure some of these kills. The pace is slowed down again. The Niflheim Wargs, though, it just feels like they're the ones choosing when the fights happen every single time. With Primal Fury back on the map, the Wargs have the opportunity to ask a difficult question. Are you willing to defend on the left-hand side? The Gilded Gladiators, they'd be happy to slow down the game and just farm up a bit more.
Gamma will eat a combo from Kirmi and Snoopy and taunt into a full Primordial Onslaught afterwards. But Gamma will be just fine. He'll be able to regen a little bit just from his natural HP 5. The setup around the Primal, you can see all the ward coverage on the backside of the pit. On the Warg side of the map where they're making sure that nobody can sneak up around them. But there is one lone ward that hasn't been spotted out yet. The Gladiators put back there, and that at least gave them a telling that maybe the Wargs were wanting to get started up for the Fury. That's why we saw a few bodies from the Gladiators start to rotate over. The Wargs are really hinting at wanting to start this Primal Fury up. Kirmi is here. He's been the main one to spot this out.
Look at the difference between these relics on supports. Inbound picks up the Phantom Shell, direct answer to Aqua on the Odin, as well as the Cloak of the Ascetic. So CDRs, when fighting around the support on the Gilded Gladiators, is going to be very difficult to track for the Wargs. Whereas on the other side, it's a standard Hasten Shell for Gamma, giving over additional movement speed once the HP shield is removed, as well as a Frenzy that could really speed up your sieges, could really speed up the objective.
Gamma tries to pull Inbound out of position. Inbound doesn't have any Omi left to his name. Aquarius goes right to the backline. A quick Phantom Shell from Inbound gets him and DMB out of the cage, and the Fury picked back up. Scary D is nowhere left in this fight. He has not even popped his head out to try and come over here. Instead, he is split pushing while the Fury goes down the other side. Kirmi goes away, and the Niflheim Wargs will grab the Primal Fury. And all the while, Scary D will continue his split push on the right side. Maybe if he can take a tier 2 tower, it might make this worth, but otherwise, Niflheim Wargs have come up pretty big with this one.
They have Gold Massive in their favor, and the passive of Jingwei will keep that tier 2 alive. Stu, it prevents Scary D from getting anything for his team there. With Scary not making the rotation, though, that tells me the Gilded Gladiator is okay with letting the Gold Fury go down. He had teleport available. Not a great teleport target. Would have only got him to the tier 2 and mid, but had he done it a little bit sooner, probably gets involved in that fight regardless. Instead, spends his time farming up, wants to stack up some of this defense as quickly as possible. Berserker Shield already a massive power spike. But if you keep allowing the Wargs to do exactly this, take everything on the map, the lead is going to be insurmountable by the time you get to an unavoidable fight. Fire Giant, potentially on the eyes of the Wargs. 5 stacked and pulled.
Got 2 Runic Bombs as well, if they need to use those for secure. Otherwise,
Can't let it get low.
could save them for the push. Fire started. Crits online for Stu.
They need to get in.
And the Gilded Gladiators are so far away from this Fire Giant.
Let it
Kirby's
go.
actually going away from it. The Gladiators, either they know this is happening and they've just given it up, or they don't think that the Wargs were willing to actually pull the fire. But one way or the other, Niflheim Wargs do get fire. It's around all 5, and not a single Runic Bomb need to be used. And now they can use those for the sieges afterwards.
Just showing presence around fire, you at least take away one of those Runic Bombs. It generate enough threat that Sanford Soccer feels like it's a coin toss, or Aqua feels the same way. And it makes your siege defense that much easier. Instead, the Gilded Gladiators will completely commit themselves likely on the Phoenix. Tier 2's potential soft defense there. But I gotta think the fight in neutral territory would have been better for them. It's not as if the Niflheim Wargs have got a weak siege. They haven't. It's a strong siege. A standard hunter already hitting for 160 each auto attack onto a tower. You've got Merlin, who controls so much space in these enclosed areas around Phoenixes, around tier 2s. Sanford Soccer's game simplifies. Fear No Evil has already been so disruptive, but when you're 5 stacked on a bird, it only becomes a bit easier to actually find some of those priorities as well. The only one that feels at all weaker on siege might be Aqua, but even then, having an Odin that could just soak up damage in the Phoenix without even utilizing his own HP bar. I'm just talking about the second ability, that HP shield. So good. The Gilded Gladiators, I'm not certain how strong their defense is either. I mean, Tiamat being a standard mage, you'll keep the minion waves out. Ishtar has long-range poke, but gone are the days of Odysseus bow, so it's not that AoE damage that she was known for so well during the Season 9 World Championship run. Maybe the Gilded Gladiators try and stagger the push, catch people slipping in the jungle. As of now, the Fire Giant power play has been slow. They haven't been pressed for time just yet. The Wargs need to step up first, and so far haven't grouped up. Staggered backs. Nearly an entire minute wasted already.
This might be if one of the first times this tournament we've seen Hunters actually prioritize towards more than just a Demon Blade for crit. It's actually a Deathbringer. 5th item for Stu, even sold his starter item. Pick up a little bit extra if he wishes to. Even DMB starting to pick up towards a little bit of extra crit in his hands. Now we're starting to see, again, another shift of the ADC meta. We go from Mage ADCs rule the day. Everybody's now banning the Mage ADCs. We see these Hunters pop up who are just going full tank shred style. Now even a little bit of crit starting to be sprinkled in, and we already know how hard that Stu can hit up against one of the towers. With all this extra crit in hand, Squishy's got to be a little bit more wary of the damage these Hunters can do.
You do. Stu going to play a very defensive style, I think. If the Gilded Gladiators are trying to shut down the siege, starting with the Hunter the best place, so Stu likely more so thinking about his own safety than it is about applying his damage to the back line. Instead, I think Erupt Crimson going to be doing the majority of the PvP here for his team. Only 1 minute left on the Fire Giant power play. Finally now starting to group up on a tier 2 tower. The Gilded Gladiators haven't had to do anything to stop the push just yet, but now the fight has come to them.
Whereas finds 3 in the cage to the back line. Scary D goes up to Colossal form, but he is being melted by the Hunter. He's being melted by everybody. Sam for Soccer is the one who finds the last swing, but all the damage from Stu in the backline, the crits reigning true, and the tier 2 tower to fall immediately afterwards. Aqua separating that fight handedly.
It's Fear No Evil that last hit Scary D, who found out very quickly he's not as tanky as he had thought. Kirmi with the ultimate connects with Sam, but only buys a little bit of space.
Phoenix under fire, but so is Gamma and Stewart's health
It's a
bar.
chase.
Kirmi dives in, Snoopy does 2 weeks. Sam will punish them both. Snoopy falls down, and Kirmi only barely able to dash back out. The Niflheim Wargs continue their push up to take the Phoenix. They've done everything that they need to. With Fire Giant wearing off, it's a full retreat for the Wargs.
The Wargs essentially only play with the last minute of their Fire Giant, but do so much. Tier 2 falls. Phoenix as well. A questionable reinitiation from the Gilded Gladiators. Snoopy on the leap forward with Kirmi. Immediately turned and burned. The Wargs have got the damage for this Tiamat. Kirmi, on the other hand, very tanky still. Able to survive that small skirmish. And we still haven't seen truly what the Gilded Gladiators are trying to do just yet. I mean, Scary D takes way too much damage off rip. Just gets shredded by Stu, who doesn't miss a single auto attack on the Soul Laner, the Gilded Gladiators.
Again?
From there, has to disengage. I don't think they can defend fire. Previously, maybe they could have. This Fire Giant with desynced respawn, Snoopy just now coming back onto the map. You got to let this one go.
And Gladiators will do just that. Niflheim Wargs grab their second fire, and an additional Pyromancer for some more siege push. Still 2 towers left standing on the side of the Gilded Gladiators, those being the tier 2s in both mid and solo lane. So they've got the option of where they want to maybe drop that bomb through, get that extra push, maybe save it for a Phoenix if they so choose. But as you highlighted, the Wargs with that last fire really only played with about 60 to maybe 90 seconds of it at the tail end for that tier 2 push. And all it took was really one initiation by Aqua, because everybody was just kind of standing around, twiddling their thumbs, waiting for something to happen. Felt like Aquarius may have just gotten kind of bored there for a moment and said, guys, we still have fire. We got to do something with this. And then jumps into the back line to zone 4 people away.
Yeah, massive cage from Aqua. Did force the Phantom Shell, but it was a disengage from the 4 core as Scary D was caught alone. Now Fire Giant once more. Don't imagine we see the Wargs take as slow a pace as we had seen previously. Left side waves already starting to move their way over toward the Gilded Gladiators side of the map. Scary D going to try and defend on his own. Should be able to push out 1, maybe 2 waves before the Niflheim Wargs get to the Phoenix. Unless the Wargs play with speed, and they do so far. Aqua solo agent down mid. Will take the tier 2 tower on right. It's a 4 stack from the Niflheim Wargs. Scary D's going to have to back very soon. His team needs him.
He's got a TP, comes right back to the Phoenix with the rest of his team, but it'll be a slow push for the Niflheim Wargs between these 2 birds. Aquarius was acting in solo agent for a moment, but will rejoin the rest of the squad, and maybe we see a multi-man split to the left side. Aqua and Sam now teaming up will force the hand of at least one member of the Gladiators. Aqua maybe even just going for a loop around. Will jump past Kiermi and Scary D. Caught out by Scary. The rest of the Wargs are still standing by this left Phoenix. The backlines of Fear No Evil on 2 though. DMB and Snoopy both out. Aquarius finds the cage on both as well and will jump himself right out. And the crits from Stu slamming into some of these squishier targets have forced the Gladiators back for a moment.
Looks like Aqua's just tankier than Scary D as of right now, doesn't it? It's not the truth. It's more so that the Gilded Gladiators haven't got the resources to deal with them. Still starting to stack up some of that penetration for Snoopy. DMB just finishing the Deathbringer. Might be able to start turning around these fights a bit. Someone's got to defend the left side, though. Who's going to be? It's Scary D, who still has his ultimate available, which means it would have been massive in the team fight. Shows himself on left. The Wargs walk in.
Walks up, tanking the tower, waiting for a hook onto somebody. Kiermi finds a taunt, there's a pull by Gamma onto just Snoopy. Snoopy's health bar is low, but so is Gamma's. The River's Rebuke might be enough to take him out.
Almost
No, he
got
needs
him.
one more shot from anything to take it, but Gamma has found a way out.
But
Stu
Stu?
low, gets a little bit of help, and
He's out.
to the air he will go. It is Sam, Crimson, and Aqua now running the show to the back line. Kiermi jumps in. Scary D still on the chase, regenerating. Have some of the couple members of the Niflheim Wargs, and Sam still nil full HP, along with Aqua pushing back.
Aqua stepping forward, has the stun primed, but nobody behind him, even if it connects, won't do much. The Niflheim Wargs may not have broken the base on the right, but they've done so again on the left. Enhanced minion waves now leaking into the base, and the Gilded Gladiators not given the opportunity to back if they want to keep this bird.
Man, bro, under half from the poke that has been thrown his way. Stewart has regen back to nearly full with Fire Giant and the lifesteal. Right side bird has a Runic Bomb dropped on top. Not a whole lot left, and Sam has found
Good
another Fear No Evil to the back. It pushes 3 away while killing 1. Right side bird, and the left one that had just recently come back to life has also fallen to the damage of the minions.
Talk about a heartbreaking turn of events for Bobby in particular. I mean, the ult placement separates the fight, keeps Snoopy alive. After all that CC, Gamma pulls him in, and nobody can follow up because Rivers Rebuke's in the way, and nearly turns around the entire fight onto Gamma. Just not enough damage. Magi's comes up within the same frame of walking into the Riptide, avoids the pull back in. Inbound does so much for his team there, just not enough damage behind him to knock down the Wargs. Silver lining for the Gilded Gladiators, though, is they keep the base alive, and as time goes on, those builds are starting to stack up. We're starting to approach 6th slot for some of these members, and the damage will follow suit. The Niflheim Wargs, they're going to want to end this as quickly as possible. This Fire Giant power play, rather, should be very telling.
Another Pyro, and only 1 bird left for these players to drop down. So it's an easy guess as to where this Runic Bomb might be used in this next engagement. With both birds recently dropped on the 2 side lanes, means there's still plenty of time for the Wargs to play around. We've seen what the defense is from the Gilded Gladiators. Inbound drops a River's Rebuke, and that could maybe turn things back around. But with such a disparity that we're seeing out of Gladiators just in the gold, I mean, you look at the items as well. Kiermi's still not finished up with his build. Only just now we're starting to see at least Snoopy catching up in his build. Same with Scary D. With DMB down a full item, I mean, how does maybe the damage output of the Gladiators compare to the Wargs in potentially one final siege?
On Squishies, DMB's doing as much as Stu. It's dominance that finishes out the build there. So penetration lacking, but crit certainly there. And with those snipe auto attacks, might be able to connect with some of these priority targets. The issue is Sam for Soccer. 8-1-2, still sitting at 100% participation, nearly the top of the damage charts, and just about every single kill the Wargs have got have been on someone who's been feared. There's only one fear in this game, and it's Fear No Evil. Sam for Soccer doing it all for his squad, wants his way back into the SPL. An emphatic performance from him so far in Game 1.
Niflheim Wargs slow to push up, even with the enhanced Fire Giant. Backdoor protections aren't an issue. They're still playing this very cautiously. Gamma and Aqua walk up. Bomb is dropped through. 1,300 damage now on the Phoenix to chunk it away to under half HP, but no continued siege after. That timer of the reduced attack speed of the Phoenix will wear away by the time the Wargs go back in. Aqua blinks to the back line. Rivers Rebuke leaves Aquarius by himself, but Aqua's not taking a lot of damage. He drops the shield, and he'll be able to walk right back out.
Aqua's doing so much damage with the Sundering Axe. Has poked out Snoopy, resustains there. Kiermy in first, found Krim.
Has gotten some good damage, and Fear No Evil will only hit Scary D in this grace, and he is melting away. Sam with yet another kill. Inbound will try and get away, but he's pulled right back in by Cam, and look at Aquarius. No one can deal with this Odin. No one can deal with Aquarius, and the Titan will melt all the same. The Niflheim Wargs in game number 1 will start this set off hot.
The Wargs look real good in game 1. Nothing goes wrong for them. Every objective they walk up to, they take home. Every single totem in the soul lane just about belonged to them as well. Buff invades, maybe. Throughout the early game, slow them down, but as far as team fights are concerned, they just did it better.
It just felt like nobody could touch Aquarius, or they tried to. They certainly were doing damage numbers. They just weren't very big damage numbers to Aquarius. And as you mentioned, Sanford Soccer, the Fear No Evils, all game long, really what kind of setting things up for this squad out there. Going into game number 2, I mean, what's got to swap around for the Gladiators? Is it maybe some God selections? Is it just maybe not allowing somebody to have a specific pick?
I mean, taking Sanford Soccer off Hunbots could be a start, but I think it's more so the performance of Kiermy that you need to look at. The Surcat was not bringing value. The tankiness didn't get there fast enough. The picks weren't happening, and that build was just too slow. Sanford Soccer chasmed him as far as performance, output, CC, damage. I mean, the jungle just led that game.
Well, the battle between these two teams to see which one promotes to the Smite Pro League. Game number 1, we'll start off with the Niflheim Wargs. We'll see if they can keep up that pace and momentum for game number 2 right after this.
The momentum and warm-up conversation can officially stop now because the Wargs take game number 1 regardless of warm-up or momentum that the Gilded Gladiators had coming into this game. And it's the exact win conditions that we thought the Wargs would need to establish in order to take wins here against the Gladiators. They slowed down the early game. In fact, Sam got off to a really nice start. A little slow on the siege, but was still able to run down the enemy base, get a win in game 1, and start themselves off here. Best of 5, remember. They got to win 3 out of 5 in order to make it back to the SPL. Trelly joins me to break down the first game. And Trelly, we talked a lot about the Gladiators, what they do so well early to mid-game. They're very good at establishing a lead and pushing that. Wargs did a great job of not only slowing that down, but finding advantages in their particular roles in their areas where they wanted to find them.
Yeah, it's easy to get lost in the stat line of Sanford Soccer, just going like 8-1-2, I believe, being a part of every single kill.
Yeah, that's me. I'm lost in it.
He did go crazy, but it just seemed like there was a lot. Even when the Gladiators had a good fight towards the end there, I saw a beautiful Rivers Rebuke from inbound, cut off the team fight. Aqua's left on an island by himself, stuck underneath Phoenix, and his health bar didn't drop below like 80%. It just seemed like the tanks were unkillable, the initiation was clear, the damage, Crimson, was popping off, as you would expect from this Merlin. There was a lot of questions and 0 answers from the Gilded Gladiators, in my opinion. It just seemed like there was not enough damage. And when you have this tanky Odin that's running down your team, and you have Sam hitting these massive ultimates, and the follow-up is always there from Stewart and Krim, your team fights are really never going to look that clean.
Wow. Snoopy jumps in and just gets smacked by Sam in that last fight. Stewart turns it on towards the end of this game as well. 2-0-6 Jingwei. Spotless in the KDA department. A nice little auto attack there on Dude Man Bro. So 2 of 3 Stu kills are at the very end of that game. You know, so this is what? A 13 total kill game, 9 of them for Sanford Soccer. That's what you talk about when you talk about good team play. Not needing this mountain of 20, 30 kills to win a game. They're able to get it done in 10, a couple of them right at the end. It's just pressure applied in the right areas. 28,000 damage for Erupt Crimson on the Merlin. And Snoopy did well on the Tiamat, but Trelly, this conversation is going to continue throughout this set.
Yep.
Merlin, Tiamat, top 2 mages out of mid. Can Snoopy keep pace with Krim on either of the 2 picks? Krim on Merlin or Tiamat and Snoopy on the other. Or do the Gilded Gladiators need to consider banning one or both and letting Snoopy play the god pool that he's established throughout this event and forcing Krim onto something else?
I would love to have the stats of every time we've seen a tanky, unkillable solo laner and then a mid laner who does not have tablet. Now, I'm not saying it's directly Snoopy's
fault. Is this
fault.
big tank talking to me right now?
When I see Crimson, he's frying. I
Yeah,
mean,
that's true.
Scary D's got like 3 deaths at the end of that game. And then Aquarius goes undying. Snoopy doesn't have tablet. I guess he thought he couldn't build it in this case. Doesn't do like significantly less damage, but it just seems like at this point, it's not really the ADC's job to shred through these tanks anymore. The mid laner's got to help out. That's just what I'm noticing.
Sure.
Again, I would like to have the stats. That's what I'm seeing. So I don't think it's a Merlin versus Tiamat conversation. Crimson always plays top tier. His positioning is always on point, and he always deals he hits his spells. You know, that's
Right.
really not going to change.
Sometimes just a feeling thing, you know? Like the plain white tees, they did not need to see Delilah to know that she was looking so pretty tonight despite being 1,000 miles away. You just know how it feels right to watch.
Of course. Yeah, everyone knows
Trelly
that.
and I haven't just talked about this exhaustingly for 20 minutes. Don't worry. This is the first time that he's hearing about this. You're right. It's Book of Thoth, Divine Ruin, Soul Gem, Soul Reaver, Ob Shards. I mean, so there's good shred towards the end of that build for Snoopy. Ends up at 2 and 3, though. It's interesting because Snoopy, we talked about this a bit during the set yesterday. Maybe it was 2 days ago, where it felt like Snoopy was just jumping in. He's going in. He's on this Tiamat, and he's loving running it down. And I love that style of play, but got to be calculated and well placed. So you look at a game 1 loss now for the Gilded Gladiators, Trelly. So it feels like the Wargs had real good draft strategy in those first 3 bans, eliminating a lot of maybe what the Gladiators were hoping to play. Ban out the Kamazots, the Ola run, the Soul. That was big win conditions for the Gladiators throughout this weekend. Got to be plenty of options, though, for this early game pressure, regardless of those first 3 bans.
Yeah, maybe subbing Kabam in. That could be the call here. That seems to be what they're trying to do.
Say Kabam?
Yeah, they're just trying to sub Kabam in.
Oh, I totally misunderstood what you said. And I was like, I don't.
No, in this case,
I guess
think,
a runic bomb is good. Sure.
Right. No, trying to deal with.
Kabam is good at Smite.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So maybe like get him to sub in there.
Dude is smart.
He is, and that's why he's here right now. But
That is a sad shot.
it's just
Snoopy does not. It's a game 1 loss. Production, you dogs.
he's just thinking, what could I have built to do
Right.
more damage to Aquarius?
What could I have done differently? Finally, these dudes are out of this room. No, Snoopy loves this squad and playing with his team.
Oh man.
Body language unchanged. Inbound, you good, bro? Yeah, man, I guess I'm fine. You sure? You're looking a little bit down. Yeah, I guess things are okay. I'm going to take a drink of water. No, I'm going to chat with you about something totally different. Yeah, okay, man. Sure, I'm going to think about this game. All right, I don't I'm going down a rabbit hole right now. All right, recentering myself. So game 2 adjustments for yes. All right, smile. I'm feeling good about
There we
myself
go.
now. Because it actually is a decent conversation where the Gladiators have won a few straight sets. They come into this game. You don't really get anything going in game number 1. And so, I think the Gladiators now have to realize, okay, we got to slow down the Wargs or speed up the early game a bit, but slow down what could start to be Wargs momentum if you're looking at an entire set. A best of 5 can quickly get out of control if the Wargs win this game number 2. This is an area where the Wargs, in such a commanding position, Wargs could just W key here in game 2 and
Yep.
catch the Gladiators off guard, and that's when these sets kind of break. I think you got to put Kiermy and Scary D in a position to really succeed here if you're the Gilded Gladiators.
100%.
Bad impressions aside, we'll get into picks and bans for
I think
game
that
number
was
2.
solid.
It was almost, it was certainly what they were saying.
I saw his lips were mouthing all of those words as you said them. And Gladiators taking first pick.
I appreciate the bailout there, Charlie.
I just, we talked about it in the first picks and bans. Hades was a topic of conversation, had to be banded away by the Gladiators because they didn't have that option. Camazotz or Hades? In my mind, 2 picks that the Gladiators are trying to get for. Will the Wargs let them through? Wouldn't be surprised if the next 2 bans were just Camazotz, Hades, and that's it.
Right.
But I think trying to let Scary D get off to a great start is step number 1. Step number 2, shutting down Stanford Soccer, and those bans are pretty much what you'd expect.
Yeah, that one Thor game from Sam was enough to want it off the table. Kiermy, very good at that pick as well. However, the threat of Sam on Thor this weekend, maybe just a bit too high. Camazotz, definitely banned out. Hades, still potentially. I wonder what the Gladiators want to leave open here, which is why I was wondering about Tiamat versus Merlin. Right, is this an area... Okay, we're going to leave them both open again. So we're still putting trust in Snoopy to either play one of the 2 or we've got an answer for one of the 2 that Crimson ends up wanting to play. Soul the selection, and Trelly, a 64% win rate for Soul across 11 games so far this weekend. Hovering right around 60% pick ban. High priority. And now the first selection for the Gladiators.
It's going to give the Maui over back to the Wargs. Something that Gammas like to go to, something that Inbounds like to go to. We just saw Inbound on the Yamoja. It was fine. In this case, I think I want something more aggressive. Yamoja can play aggressive. She has that ability, but you actually have to watch your abilities very well. You can only go in with your ultimate, that sort of thing. I wouldn't mind something like the Hercules of Prior or even the Bacchus, something that he can just W key on, try and set up for the squad. That's a strong 1-2 punch there from the Wargs, the Maui, and the Ishtar. This is something different, and this is what I wanted to see from Kiermy. An earlier jungle pick. Didn't matter what it was. I just want him to feel confident and say, give me this god. Because if they're last picking Kiermy's god, sure, that could just be their draft plan. But I want him to speak up and be like, yo, give me a playmaker. I'm ready.
Ooh.
I love the top 3 here.
Remember Hebo. Played by Sam in game 4 against the Hounds. I believe that was game number 4. Looked good at times. Remember, it was game... No, it was game 4. I got it right. Game 4 against the Hounds. Went 2-3-4. There's some good crushing wave moments, but had to go Beads Aegis in that game. Was unable to go Blink on the Hebo.
Didn't love that.
No, and I want to see what the rest of the draft looks like for the Gladiators. Set for what I'm going to assume is, or who I'm assuming is Snoopy out of the mid lane, Trelly.
Yep.
You get your 3 carries already locked in now if you're the Gilded Gladiators. Is there a threat in picking these picks this early? Is that giving the Wargs an opportunity to plan damage, to plan initiation around what they already see?
I mean, they can try. At this point, I think you're right. They've showed their hands, but it's not a very easy composition to fight into. You know, there's not glaring counters in my mind except for, you know, focus on Beats Burn, which is something that the Wargs already do. And it looks like the Hercules for Aqua.
That'd be solo.
He's had a lot of great pulls on this pick. It's something that can focus on that Beads Burn set in Susano. No CC immunity in that kit. You're gonna have to Beads, which can be deadly. I'm curious what they do decide to throw Crimson on, because you're up against this set, and it has the tendency to just dive mages, right? If you're in that mid lane, you get poked out. Set really can just run through, and just, you know, it doesn't really matter if you're playing safe underneath your tower. Probably wants to hold on to, you know, one of those picks, but the Merlin's still open. Only the Tiamat has been taken away so far. Could be something the Wargs try to go to here, because the Glads, they've got their mages already. Unless, of course, Scary D pulls out something that we haven't seen from him before, I imagine that's going to be the majority of their magic damage.
Hercules for Aquarius, Trelly, has been dominating throughout the course of the week. We've also seen it just look really good for many solo laners. Guan Yu Terra, that had some sustain. Already a bit exists for Set. And good team fight around that as well. So you need some lockdown, as you mentioned. Typhoon from Susano, that'll be added alongside a bit of CC from Terra and Guan Yu. Are you happy with the 2 that have been added on with the first 3 of the Gladiators? We knew what their carries were going to be. Now we get more of their initiation, more of their front line. Do you think it's paid off?
It's definitely solid. I mean, these are good picks, and the draft looks good, but from what has been working for the Gilded Gladiators, I don't know. I've been really liking the full damage solo laners out of Scary D. Of course, Hades and Camazotz have been taken away, but you're telling me you couldn't have flexed in like a Kleena? You know, like these picks still do exist. If you want to play that style of solo, I would imagine there are still different picks that you can go towards to have Scary D have that same impact. In this case, yeah, Guan Yu's great, Terra's great, a lot of healing, a lot of engage, a lot of setup. It's just not the style that's been working so well for the Gladiators as of recent. It seems like they're having to pivot to play against the Warg style instead of playing their own brand of Smite. And in this case, you got Sam for Soccer on Hebo, you got Gamma on the Maui, Stewart on the Ishtar, and Aqua on the Herc. They seem to be getting everything they want. I mean, this is second pick Wargs that are still dominating this draft in my mind.
Yep. Because you talked earlier about how you like the identity of the Susano.
Yep.
But maybe feel like you pivot away from that a bit towards the end of this draft for the Gladiators. Could just depend on how good of a start Kierme and Snoopy get off to. That double ADC is threatening, or double assassin rather is threatening. Warg still just searching for, we assume,
divinity. Fall
to be their mid. And I suppose it still could be. Hebo, Tsukiyomi, we've seen both play, both jungle, both have played mid. Do you feel like one fits better with player or role positioning in mind?
Yeah, in this case, I'm thinking they switch it up. I'm thinking the Hebo goes mid just because Sam for Soccer plays Asuki a fair bit.
Yep.
I haven't seen Krim play too many assassins in mids as of recent, but maybe it's something he's just been hanging on to. For my money, you're up against a set. The Hebo is definitely the better option. You've got the slow immunity. You can just run underneath tower and kind of just chill there. Whereas Tsukiyomi, he can get caught out real easy up against the set if you're in mid just trying to clear. So I'm thinking Sam takes the Suki and gives the Hebo over to Crimson. But as you've said, Sam's played both plenty of times. It could just be a who's feeling what in the moment situation.
Fair enough. Keys to the game. I always like doing these before we go in. Wargs, they get Hebo, they get Tsukiyomi alongside an Ishtar. Now in Hercules, they've got pulls on top of it. What does this Wargs team need to do, game pacing-wise? Are you leaning into the team fight? Are you needing to get active early? How's the objective burn look for this team? What is this comp built around?
I mean, you're still playing for getting relics down, in particular Aegis this time around, because you've got Hebo, you've got Tsukuyomi, right?
Yep.
Great burst, great delete keys. You just have to force those relics. I wouldn't be surprised if Susanoo is trying to get, bullied in the early from the Wargs, that is, trying to find Kirimi, saying, hey, you're probably starting Blink. If so, we've got 2 great ultimates to try and deal with Susanoo. It's just all about living through the early game against a set and a Susanoo dive. If you can, then I think your late game looks real solid, and the Wargs have been playing a very calculated brand of Smite. They know their drafts, and they know how to play towards their strengths.
Yep.
So I imagine that's what they're going for.
Then we talked a bit about the Gladiators draft and how at the beginning it felt like they were really leaning into their identity. And then Terra Guan Yu towards the end, yes, it adds sustain. But you're maybe trying to counter some of what the Wargs are bringing to the table. Do you feel like this is early game or bust for the Gilded Gladiators in Game 2, Trelly, or are there win conditions outside of that?
No, I don't think they have to win just because, set only gets better. Susanoo only gets better. I think their siege looks pretty solid with how much healing they have. As long as you're fighting and not just losing the Cursed Ankh, because Guan Yu and Terra are going to proc it so well in the set also. They still do have plenty of avenues to win later on. It's just the sieging has always been my concern with the Gladiators. If they get to a point where they're winning and they step up to a Phoenix, how's that going to look?
These two teams have struggled at times with their siege. Will it matter in Game 2? Will the Wargs take a 2-0 lead in this best of 5? On to J-Mac and Mifflin for the call.
The momentum has been set for the Niflheim Wargs. They took game number 1 fairly convincingly up against the Gilded Gladiators to start this set out. And now it's up to the Wargs to keep that momentum and keep that pace going to try and bring themselves a 2-0 advantage in the best of 5. It's J-Mac, Mifflin, and Doug joining us for game number 2. But kind of as discussed on the desk, really feels like the Gladiators started this draft out going a little bit back towards the identity they've made themselves known for so far this tournament, going for that very aggressive style of play, things like the set coming back into mid. But it still feels like maybe pulling away from it just a little bit with those last couple selections there, Miff.
I mean, it's not a full damage Kamazots, but Guan Yu is about as aggressive as it gets from the Warrior column, right? You got defense shred, great damage output with the Sundering Axe, run down with the ultimate. I don't often disagree with the desk, but I think I do like Scary D on this pick, and I like the composition top to bottom from the Gilded Gladiators. That said, the Niflheim Wargs have got their standards as well. Sanford Soccer on the Tsukuyomi has proven that Tsukuyomi is back out of the jungle, looks very strong, has a decent level 6 through 10. Levels 1 through 5, maybe not the biggest fan, but with that red shard, the claw shard, does make that a bit easier throughout the early. The main thing I'm keeping my eyes on, though, is what it really cost the Gilded Gladiators in Game 1, and it was jungle diff. Through and through, it was jungle diff. I don't think there's any other way you could cut that. So keeping your eye on Kirimi and making sure that he's able to keep pace with Sanford Soccer, making sure that he's getting involved on the map early on, I think the major first key to victory for the Gilded Gladiators. And he's got good targets for it. I'd love to see Kirimi stay active in mid, make sure a Crimson isn't allowed to free farm on this Hebo.
It is support bullying ADC at this point, diving by Gamma. We'll find inbound yet again this time around with just the stun. Like I said, I know these guys are playing at the top level. These guys are once off from the SPL. I always get a little anxious when I watch that quad buff. The quad camp start at the beginning, just hoping, man, I hope they don't pick up the wrong buff there. Just kind of, every single time, so I have to keep my eyes on. Obviously, nobody will go with the wrong buff this time around. And a good start by the dual lane of both these squads, really. And that's where a lot of the discussion, when coming into this squad, was kind of focused in towards inbound and DMB. Held as one of the stronger dual lanes in this competition. Same with Gamma and Stewart, both of them going to some very aggressive style picks early on.
Yeah, DMB on the Soul in particular has really been doing well for the Gilded Gladiators. Has generally played through pressure throughout the early. Gamma has done a great job, though, slowing down that pressure. The Maui doing so much.
Kirimi goes in aggressive. Skewer's good as well. Crimson
Double?
evaporates, and it's a kill for Kirimi as well. An immediate turnaround in the mid lane. That's 2 kills for the Gilded Gladiators.
That's what you need to see, a bounce-back performance from Kirimi out of the jungle and shutting down the immobile two-man core of Sanford Soccer and Erupt Crimson. I was completely horse-blinded on the Hebo. I hadn't even considered the fact that Susanoo can just displace Tsukuyomi so easily. And here's the thing about Erupt Crimson and his beads. He doesn't have them, not for the next 2 minutes. Here's the thing about Erupt Crimson and Hebo. Doesn't have any CC immunity in the kit, not until he takes over to level 5. Kirimi, head back to base, run it back, rinse, repeat. Susano has a great target in this Hebo until that ultimate is back up. I'd love to see them keep leveraging the pressure of this set Susano combo. San Francisco, on the other hand, I think I've seen enough from him out of mid. Tsukiyomi, you've got great targets elsewhere. Maybe the ability to lock down Terra in the lane or shut down the Soul. DMB generally likes to play aggressive. You can punish that.
Sam gonna get ran at by Kirmi now. As Kirmi tries to go for a blue buff invade. Scaredy standing by. We've seen Sam take these a couple of times. Situations like this, but not gonna be able to save Aqua's blue buff this time around.
Snoop?
It's gonna be a little while. Snoop even going for a red
This
buff
is
invade
dangerous.
of his own. Needs the skewer, won't be able to get it there. And luckily for him, has the sandstorm to get back over the wall. Crimson will secure his red, but not looking so great in the mana department. Nearly already this early on in the game.
Yeah, Hebo not exactly the best mana sustain in the game, but should be just fine as we start to build up some of these items. Should help out a fair deal as well. Could be Book of Thoth in first slot, just to alleviate some of those early game mana woes. Snoopy finally takes over to level 5 as well, so Power Spike for the set. Steals away the smalls on the red buff, so a slight experiencing gold advantage there as well. You're still waiting on level 5 for Sam for Soccer. Kirmi though, won't be able to do too much until he heads back to base. Might miss out on the opportunity to take a fight while Sam's a bit weaker. Has already missed out on it. Tsukiyomi now 5 as well. Piercing Moonlight, one of the best chase down tools in Smite. When it first came out, I call it the win button. If you're low HP and you haven't got an Aegis, there's no counterplay from max range. Sam for Soccer loves to play that way. Just finish off some of these kills, start off the fight with the Caltrops, run through with the Kusari Gamma. The Niflheim Wargs, though, now have to play into the Gilded Gladiators' MO. This is their bread and butter. It's how they've won every single game so far, barring the one up against the Aru Scorpions, where it was a comeback victory. Besides that, it was early game dominance and great macro that net the Gilded Gladiators an advantage into the team fight phase, and already you're starting to see that gold start to stack up, and it came quick.
1,500. Yeah, our first double kill that happened in mid lane, and from that point on, it's been an upward trend for the Gilded Gladiators, even keeping the dual lane at bay. But Erupt Crimson, not much he can do. Use the ultimate a little too early. Kirmi holds on to that Typhoon, will let it rip right through the back, and once again, Erupt Crimson falls down.
We've seen Crim susceptible to games like this before. Remember the Hell match? Starts off 0-7. It was
Oh,
a
man.
rough start, gets
Do I
bullied.
remember?
Here's the thing about Crim. I've played against him a lot in my own pro career, and I've watched a lot of his games as a caster. He does not shy away. Crim, it almost seems as if he takes it as a sign of personal weakness when he doesn't W key into the enemy, when he isn't taking fights, when he lets minion waves into his tower. Very aggressive player, very prideful player is Erupt Crimson. If Kirmi stays on top of the ball, could really slow down this Hebo's farm.
Attempted steal away of the blue buff by Kirmi, but Aqua was able to pull those camps just a little too far back. We'll actually use it clearing the back line. But once again, Erupt Crimson
Good
being
stun.
dove on, but a stun by Sam, and a piercing Moonlight to
Got
the
him.
back line. Will finally pick, and a kill, and then a landfall after to grab Snoopy. Hook is good, but Snoopy used the beads quickly to get back out. Crimson lives on narrow margins, but thanks to the help of his team, able to live through.
Sam for Soccer comes up massive. If that stun is even a second later, Crimson's pushing up daisies. Certified Battleground of the Gods moment there. Just tough for Kirmi. Gets caught out, can't quite escape. Fortunately for Snoop, still had the bead, so the pullback, not a death sentence from Gamma. Keep up that pace, though. You can't get frustrated. You can't get dejected in situations like that. Kirmi, so close to finding the kill. Should likely be able to rotate through, try to do the exact same thing again. Small interactions separate that from being a big win from the Gilded Gladiators. If the knockout from Hebo doesn't put Snoopy in the tower, Set's allowed to stick around a lot more aggressively as well.
Ultimate by Aqua will be pulled back into the Typhoon. Will Aqua sustain up? No, he will not. The heal is not there in time. And the damage is once again just too much out of Kirmi and Scary D. Now it's Crimson under fire yet
Yikes.
again. Use the ultimate, but there are 3 people to chase him out. Rooted in place and dashed out by inbound. Carnage across the map from the Gilded Gladiators.
You cannot be solo farming mid camps 2 levels down as Hebo against Set. That's the analysis, and that's the truth of it. Easy for Snoopy to walk up, take that battle, win the DPS race, especially with the help of inbound.
Fancy little flip by Stewart. Gets him away from the Supernova
Lot of
damage.
damage.
But Supernova's not the only thing that Dude Man Bro has in the kit. Everything else alongside Inbound. Puts another kill off. This is a kill in all
Kiermy?
fronts, and Sam running away. Doesn't stun Kiermy out, but Kiermy doesn't have the damage just yet. Typhoon is still on cooldown. It's a no kill for Kiermy, but it is unrelenting from the Gladiators on all 3 fronts of the map.
A bounce back performance to be sure, but how do you transition these kills into more? It's got to be the Gold Fury. We'd seen them fumble here previously. Pulling in front of a Maui, not easy, but he's alone. Gamma, what do you do on your own?
Goes for the pull, only grabs one. Gold Fury, barring a miracle, goes over to the kill to Gladiators.
Were you worried? I was worried.
I'll put it like this. There is no such thing as a safe objective in this game anymore. With how many times we have seen Rising Dawn for 15 to 20 damage steal objectives at this point, I don't count anything safe or anything guaranteed in Smite anymore.
No, and Gamma so close to the objective. The ultimate timing from Kiermy, I think a little late there as well. But at the end of the day, the Gilded Gladiators do take it for themselves and push themselves into that critical point, that 5,000-ish number, 4,000 as of now. Talk about it all the time. 3K is the alarm bell, 5K, DEFCON 5. Gilded Gladiators very close to it. Once the Pyromancer spawns up, could be another place to leverage some of that aggression. 3 minutes until the Gold Tree is back as well. But what else can you do on the map? Tier 1 towers, it's a little bit more gold in your pocket. And it's already gone on the left. Traditionally, when DMB takes tower this early, it's a lane swap with Scary D, but Scary's essentially done it himself as well. Tier 1 tower on the right-hand side. Gonna fall off pretty quickly. Aqua still reeling from the ganks from Kiermy early on. An inverse of game 1. It's Kiermy now leading Sam for Soccer around the map by the nose, just making his stamp known on every single one of these lanes. Biggest place we've seen from Sam was a counter gank onto Kiermy in the enemy tier 1 tower, on his own tier 1 tower, I should say. Need to see him get active elsewhere. Has some decent targets. It's not easy to lock down Snoop, but it's easier now that Snoop is playing so aggressively, so far up in the lane. The Tsukiyomi, he's got to find something somewhere.
I know this might be a bit early in the game to ask, because actually DMB does go over to the right lane. Crimson, no ult as he's been pushed away by Kiermy. Aqua just trying to defend what little of his tower he has left. But
Sam's here.
Sam and Gamma have shown up. Stun doesn't find anybody. Will find the pull on top of Inbound. Inbound is fine just for the moment. As long as he's got walls or a monolith up. Should not be yanked back by the damage of Gamma or the ultimate. But
Good
Dude
deal.
Man Bro turns it back around, and Snoopy is on the way. Keep your eyes on the set. And the health bar of Sam for Soccer. Piercing Moonlight's not enough mitigation to keep him alive. But Aqua
Double stun.
pushes one under the tower. It's a stun from Inbound to hold things in place. Gamma pulls
Pull
free
free.
back in right to the boulder. It is a turnaround fight. And Dude Man Bro has 1 HP left. And Aqua will erase that last little bit of existence. Aquarius, another push onto Inbound. The dash is there, but the movement
Good
from
walls.
Gamma and Aqua to chase this one out is a stun on one. Inbound should live through, but what a play by the 2 frontliners.
A battle of the front line
What?
on the right-hand side is Scary D. Gets a bit overactive on the left. Stu finally gets a bounce back. Shuts down the Soul Laner. That is a massive, massive swing for the Niflheim Wargs. That cannot be understated. Look at that experience chart just dip. Kiermy, unfortunately, not able to get involved on the right. Does at least take down Crimson in mid, but at 0-4, Crimson's starting to go towards a little bit more defense as well. Those shutdown kills, those kills into the Hebo looking a little bit less valuable as time goes on. And then the 3-man pull from Gamma, just picturesque there. Perfect play from the support to turn what was a catastrophic scenario into an opportunity. That's the veteranship. That's what the Niflheim Wargs bring. Both these teams have been around the scene for a very long time. We're going to look at the mental fortitude of both. Gold Fury spawning soon. The Gilded Gladiators still in the driver's seat. I'd like to see him pull it fast.
I'll take notes, support players and Maui enthusiasts. That is an ideal play that
Tell me
Gamma
hitting the
made to
pool's
turn
good?
these things around. What's that?
You tell me hitting the pool's good?
Hitting the pull, I think it's pretty good, especially when you're hitting 3 people with it. Pull them all into tower line. And I mean, talk about the fact that Aqua still had the boulder backup available for him for that fight too. Able to get 2 picks off of that one, which was initially a turnaround up against the Niflheim Wargs. They're the ones who lost their teammate first in the fight.
Just
Able to bring it back.
Just clean play, top to bottom. Look at the stack up from the Gilded Gladiators on the left side. All 5 of them around the Primal Fury. vision control as well. The Niflheim Wargs have to play cautious. It's not easy to walk into the pit, especially when you know it's been pulled. And Gamma decides it's not worth his time. Very similar to what we'd seen in game 1, just inverse once more. The Gilded Gladiators, defensive position, all the knowledge on their side, take a free objective, but maybe a bit more. I'm keeping my eyes on Snoopy. He's allowed to spend his time farming up on map or just rotating through looking for ganks, as he has got a significant lead up against the Rupp Crimson. Thinks about maybe looking towards Stu, especially with Scary D playing so far up as well, but instead, it's a reset. Stu, a veteran now in his own right. He'll smell a gank out when it's coming his way, especially one as obvious as that. Plays very safe and forces the retreat.
Now, we make this joke multiple times with a character like Hebo, where he's got 3 or 4 ultimates, depending on how you see it. With Stone of Binding in pocket, really does feel like that extra ability now does seem like a 4th ultimate to him. All you gotta do is hit him with the slow, and now you've got Prot Shred on an ability that was initially there just for movement speed.
Some survivability as well. It's not just the slow, you could use the knock-up. Plenty of ways to proc it. But Atlas the Yellow River, the second ability for Hebo.
That's just good.
It's slept on. It is a massive speed boost, not just for yourself, but it's also a slow for the enemy, and your allies get faster with slow immunity. Lots of value to be had here, especially up against things like Skewer, or the slow from Soul, or even Guan Yu's ultimate. Make it much easier for a Rupp Crimson to play a more facilitator role with the Hebo. I never thought I'd say it, but he's one of the main proponents of the disengage for this team.
I'm with you. I'm in the column of 4 ultimates God.
How's that fair?
That's just crazy.
We gave him 4?
We gave him 4. That's not including this passive. Boulder over the wall. A little early from Aquarius. So not only will it be a second Fury for the Gilded Gladiators, but now a Pyromancer to boot. Give him a little bit of extra push back. And what did climb down in XP towards Niflheim Wargs is slowly going back up now for the Gilded Gladiators, especially with Scary D. Taking away that tier 1 tower on the right side and keeping Aqua pushed all the way up to the tier 2 tower. But something that we didn't really see out of Scary D in game number 1, still haven't seen it yet in game 2, Myth, is the fact that he's not really prioritizing upgrading this teleport like almost every other soul laner that we see.
No, Scary wants to get tanky, and he wants to get tanky fast. Maybe a bit selfish, but hasn't needed to rotate too often. It's almost as if Scary D trades lanes when he knows the fight's going to happen on the other side. So if there's going to be a battle around the Gold Fury, Scary D heads over there, and DMB takes over the right-hand side. If he wants to, we've even seen him play in mid a fair deal. His mobility comes from positioning on map as opposed to relics. And that has allowed him to finish up a bit more of his build. Don't be deceived just by his weird allocation of items. It is still parity between Aqua and Scary. That second item, sorry, not quite finished up. Aqua, on the other hand, already has the Shield of Regrowth, Golden Blade as well, so a little bit more damage and movement speed from the Hercules. That ability to reposition, so powerful, and he's going to need it with Kirmi on him.
Aqua does throw the boulder again to immune the stun, but Kirmi is here. Heal is down, and this should be a kill.
He's a tank, right?
On to Aqua. You would think so. There's the heal to give him some extra movement speed. Typhoon comes through, inbound shows up, and Aqua goes down. Just too many bodies on the right side of the map for Aquarius to deal with. Hook from Gamma lands on the 1 immediately. Will pull away from it, and thanks to the help of the Caltrops by Sam, should cut off the path to keep the action going on the right side.
I love the idea from Kirmi there. Says, I'm going to hold on to my ultimate for as long as possible. It doesn't seem exactly necessary to get this kill. But the second Aqua channels the heal again, gets that additional movement speed. Kirmi does not want to leave it to risk, and makes the correct decision to use the Typhoon. Does lose out on some of that team fight utility. Should be back up by the time the Gold Fury's up. You got to think the Gilded Gladiators, we head in there quickly. Already. Starting to maneuver as 4 across the map. Scary D again. Not going to need that teleport. He's already here. Niflheim Wargs stepping up.
So the Gold Fury.
It's just Gamma.
Gamma, half HP on the Fury. Scary D trying to zone through. Aqua shows up, but it's too little and too late once more. The Gilded Gladiators have found yet another objective. Gold Fury this time around. That's going to net them about a 6,000 gold and 3k XP lead, but it really feels like the majority of that lead is just in Snoopy and Kirmi. 3 levels up in mid, 1.5 in the jungle. But if you look to the other side of the map, the side that's been largely ignored for a while, Myth, Stewart's been able to pull up 2 levels ahead over DMB.
Look where Stewart's been keeping the wave. You might hate it. You hate when your streamers do it. This is peak performance. He's kept this wave on his own tier 2 the entire game. DMB been really struggling to find farm, which is why we see Snoopy make that rotation. I think it's a more fair comparison between DMB and Crimson. DMB's been playing mid, has had to slow down his farm. There's level parity there. And then Snoop's taking over the role of duo lane, 17-17 up against Stu. Now, tier 1 tower, the only one still standing in mid, under a bit of threat here.
Gamma lands back down under the tier 1. It's a 9-man stack up. Snoopy pulled by the hook.
It's a gross
right
combo.
under the tower. Sets up some good damage for Crimson. Aqua will push back up against inbound. That'll be a slight retreat for the Gladiators, but now that Scary D is shown back up, and Aqua's W-keying down the enemy lane. DMB,
Look at the back.
in danger.
Big
Scary
pull.
D, it's going to be triple up onto Stu and the rest of the Niflheim Wargs. The cavalry charge
No
again,
damage.
but there's just not enough back through. The landfall doesn't grab anybody, but Aqua does. 2 yanked back and 2 knocked down. Sam, credit to one of those kills. Another hook lands on a DMB this time, and Aqua full HP on the hurt.
Hold.
Finds the pickup, finds the push. Stewart grabs the kill, and the Wargs have turned such a devastating start of a fight into gold for their team.
The Gilded Gladiators just do not have the damage output just yet, and the Niflheim Wargs rallying behind their initiators turn around the entire battle. Once more, Gamma starts the fight with a pull into knock-up combo from Crimson. I didn't even think about that. You land the first ability for Maui, Crimson knows where his knockup's going to send you, and it's towards him every single time. That CC chain so powerful. Immediately afterwards, Stu throws out his ultimate, completely separates the fight. Caltrops behind, you can't even retreat without taking damage. And the Niflheim Wargs turn this game on its head. What looked like a cut and dry, clean battle for the Gilded Gladiators, now a bit more up in the air with Fire Giant on all 5 of the Wargs. It's them in the driver's seat for the first time in 19 minutes.
Nearly 3,500 gold swing in an instant for the Niflheim Wargs. Same with XP falling down really quickly as well. A lot of those gaps that we had saw earlier are starting to close up now. Still only that one level between Sam and Kirmi, even Erupt Crimson slowly closing up that gap between him and Snoopy at this point. That combo between Gamma and then Aquarius as well, finding multiple pickup and pushes in that team fight just alone, a double to start out and a single one to take out DMB at the end. It shows that this Hercules might be one of the biggest threats on this team.
But we know still that Aqua is not exactly the tankiest person. You could still shut him down. You still have the damage output to do it. It's the mobility that's making it difficult. Not only just him, he's fast, Golden Blade, regrowth as well. But it's also how he's been maneuvering around the Atlas of the Yellow River. He is zooming in these engagements. Well, we had seen the Gilded Gladiators for a moment consider turning on Aqua, and then he hit him with a nothing personnel kit, and he was already behind their entire team. So lockdown, I think, got to be on the mind from the Gilded Gladiators. If it's a pull in from Kirmi, things get a little bit easier. If it's a stun from inbound, things get a little bit easier. But the entire time you're looking at Aqua, it's not as if the rest of the Niflheim Wargs are suddenly off the map. They've got plenty of damage output to make it even more difficult to start looking at them. I wonder, where's your answer? Where do you find it? Shutting down Stu? It's a good way in. Crimson's starting to stack up some damage himself with Soul Gem and the Enchanted Spear. I think the Gilded Gladiators now, it's a disengage game. It's a counter-engage game. Utilize Typhoon to stop the aggression in the Niflheim Wargs. Earthen Fury a little bit more so for sustain. Because you've lost every single bit of your lead, and it happens so quickly. Maybe now, on Phoenix defense, you're feeling even worse about the set. I'm starting to doomer myself over here for the Gilded Gladiators. DMB is going to have to do a whole lot of work once these Phoenixes are under threat. And the poke combo, the pull into knockup, Gamma Crimson combo, that gets even scarier when you can remove someone from a bird.
Now I'm going to pull back a curtain for a moment because earlier on when the gank happened to Aquarius, I was going to ask you, with the lead and the pacing that the Gladiators set, I was going to say, is it maybe too early to start evaluating their siege potential on this squad? How well that they could do trying to push enemy lines, because that's been kind of the shakiest point of this Gladiators team, has been their sieges up against their opponents. Well, now we're looking at siege defense for the Gladiators up against the Wargs. We saw a 3-man split go to the right side, take a tier 2 for a tier 2. With only a minute left, probably won't see it at least on this Fire Giant from the Wargs to try and push in. for the Gladiators as these defenses start going through. DMB kind of being the only one with some decent range out there, maybe Snoopy on the set as well. I mean, how does that even look if we do get to the 5-on-5 around these birds?
The best defense is a good offense with a draft like this. If Typhoon is used, it's W key time. If you're not getting kills off Typhoon, I'm not sure how the Gilded Gladiators do get kills in these team fights. So, Kirmi, key part of the PvP. PvE belongs to DMB, Snoopy, Inbound, and Scary. Gotta play a bit of the waiting game. Maybe Scary with this tanky build can start working his way into the back line. Significant power spikes have been hit, though. Namely, Kirmi. I much prefer their ability to fight in neutral territory, and with Protector of the Jungle, you benefit from that passive when defending the Fire Giant. The Gilded Gladiators, best defense, good offense. You don't have to wait until it's time to defend to put in that offense. Get aggressive now. I like this call. Slam Pyro. Set up defensive vision in the Fire Giant pit. Make the Niflheim Wargs move into you.
Least D-warding in the pit. Inbound in DMB. Pyromancer. Nets a Runic Bomb now for both teams, holding on to it, the junglers respectively. Keep that for maybe the next siege, next team fight, or this next Fire Giant. Another D-warding, this time for the Niflheim Wargs, but Inbound will walk up alongside Scary D. The Fire Giant pulled,
On
but
ward.
none of the carries are even around it at this point. And all they see is Scary and Inbound doing literally no damage
Can't bait.
to the Fire Giant at this point. Got to have one of your carries, especially someone like DMB, to step in if you want to threaten them.
Need something. A Sentry Ward would be really what the doctor ordered here. The Niflheim Wargs had perfect information.
Aquarius tears all his way to the back line, and now the Gladiators have been pushed off of the fire. But watch out for Kirmi and Snoopy. They are lurking around on this left side, the top end of the pit. They will drop a ward out, give themselves a little bit more room to breathe to maybe try and go for one of these flank plays.
Crimson spots out Snoopy. So you know that flank's not exactly a valid option anymore for the Gilded Gladiators. 1v1 should still belong to Snoopy, but it's not a 1v1 anymore. DMB pulled back. Where's he going?
Does get into the Saporate, but does he have a lifeline out? The boulder is bouncing back and around, and so is Sam for Soccer with the piercing moonlight. And the landfall to cut off one path. There was no shot that Scary D's able to get back in this fight. Snoopy pulled back to the clutches of the Wargs. And what a way to start off this team fight. All five still healthy on the Wargs and the Fire Giant under their sights.
Gamma's Maui has just been unstoppable. These pulls clean, the setup great, the positioning to start off these fights perfect. And the Gilded Gladiators could not find their answer. DMB's just got to play further back. Scary D got to play further forward, got to create that space. The Niflheim Wargs, they didn't run into any slowdown there. No stop signs, nothing. They just walked into the Fire Giant pit. The Gilded Gladiators backed out, and they took it easily from there. Gladiators got to dig in their heels somewhere. It's going to be a while now. Maybe the Phoenix, the last bastion of safety for this team. Fortunately for the Gladiators, the early game had gone so well, even with the catastrophic last 10 minutes. Gold not exactly out of control, and so late in the game, experience not the biggest deal either. But your composition on the Glads still not the best on defense. Siege, okay for the Niflheim Wargs. Having a non-standard mage build from Crimson means he's not doing the most damage to objectives on his own. He's more so suited for the PvP. Might even be willing to sack himself. Has Blink, a Blink crushing wave, start to a fight. Even if you fall down, if you connect with priority targets, could turn things around. Might have to do it sooner than later. The Gilded Gladiators are so far up here.
Only three of them,
Aqua
but
wants
it's
it.
four
He's
for
fast.
the Niflheim Wargs. Aqua's zooming around as fast as he can go. Does have a blink if he wants to maybe try and go for the chase, but it seems maybe a call off from the rest of the Wargs to chase that one out. Still one tower left standing for the Gladiators to defend. That's tier 2 in mid. So for now, the Gladiators, who were starting up a push in right, they'll back away for the time being. And it might just be back to a straight up defense, but look how far up minions are pushed in left. Feels like it might be some time before we see the Wargs go to that lane.
The call from the Gilded Gladiators to group up as 3 on right may not have got them anything, and it nearly threw the game. If they're caught, they're dead. That's the game over. Titan's going down. But in dragging the attention of the Niflheim Wargs to the right side of the map, they buy themselves a minute of that Fire Giant power play already lost. Now, not even going to approach the Phoenix in mid. Instead, head over towards left. If they decide, the Wargs that is, to collect the minion wave first, it's going to be a good long while before they can threaten one of these birds. The Gilded Gladiators get to rest just for a moment. Think about how this defense is going to play out. Get some of these wards out as well. Set up a defensive line that the Niflheim Wargs will have to work through. So a minute and a half left in the power play. But Pyromancer no longer an option either. The Gilded Gladiators doing all they can to make it difficult for the Wargs.
So 2 Pyromancers for the Gladiators, 2 Runic Bombs, 2 extra ways to maybe slow down this siege of the Wargs. Remember, it does damage to enemy gods as well as a knockback if it does hit them.
300 damage.
Some extra CC. The damage, maybe not as important as the CC, but the Niflheim Wargs will walk in. Gamma finds a pull on Scary, immediately dashes away as soon as that hook timer has ended. A lot of sustain on the comp for the Gilded Gladiators. Back up to full HP. Gamma and Aqua going to take some time before they can re-sustain back up. With another minion wave in, Interrupt Crimson sitting so far back. Damage onto Scary D. He's been shoved back through, but Crimson's just now going
back.
through a double pull onto the front line. Scary D is gone. Inbound is gone. Your tanks have been removed. And the Gilded Gladiators now on full defense. It is just the damage dealers to try and deal with the Niflheim Wargs, and all 5 very healthy after that last fight.
Gamma the only one who's showing any sort of battle scars here. Takes a bit more damage. Typhoon's good, but Crimson returns all of it.
Kirmi's not. Kirmi is not healthy. And if that pull connects, that is his life. But fortunate for him, just a little too fast, which is hard to say compared to Aquarius, who just missed out. That is now 2 birds for the Niflheim Wargs and a full retreat call.
What's the answer to Gamma pulling in both your front lines every single time?
Simply don't get pulled.
I guess. Scary D's got knockup immunity. Inbound's got knockup immunity. Scary D had ultimate. There are a lot of ways that you could have avoided that, but difficult to find them in the midst of such a intense team fight on the left-hand side. If I'm the Gilded Gladiators now, I'm thinking about Fire Giant defense. You can't keep allowing the Niflheim Wargs to ask the questions. The base defense did not look good. That was not a long siege from the Wargs. The second they got to that Phoenix, it starts to go well. A Hail Mary attempt, but can you blame them?
Gamma swings away. Fire Giant threatened, but not really burning.
This is fizzling
Two-Man Bro is
fast.
pulled out. Aquarius will move in. Does have the Magi's to immune some of this. Scary D gets
dive.
knocked to the back line. Crimson goes through, does a lot to Snoopy, but Crimson is gone right away. It's another
Just
pull though
Scary.
onto Scary D. The boulder doesn't find anybody this time. Inbound is still alive and healthy. It's Scary D on the
going in.
cavalry. Will go to the back line, but he's only going to find Gamma, who's gone. That is one of the primary targets that the Gladiators need to take out because it's been Gamma making the big plays.
It is. Aqua trying to prevent some backs. Minion waves already on the Titan of the Gilded Gladiators, taking some damage here. But with Snoopy and base, should be able to defend it. 2 dead, 30 seconds left on Crimson, 40 on Gamma. 5 versus 3 opportunity. But those waves so pushed up, maybe it's just a 4 versus 3. If Snoopy's got to spend his time defending the base, will join his team quickly. The Gilded Gladiators will not get too many opportunities like this to look towards the Fire Giant. Need to play fast, force him in.
2 minion waves, though, in the throne room now.
Gotta go real
All
fast.
5 here for the Gladiators. They got to get fire,
Coin
and they've
toss
got to
it.
get out. But Aquarius is here. They've got 2 runic bombs on the Glads. This should be a secure for them, but Aquarius is buying so
Stick
much
to
time
it.
for Sam, who is just being bursted and melted in the back line.
They
Sam
reset.
is gone. Fire, reset. Aquarius, alive and healthy, finds the pickup, finds the triple push, and all the while Stu in the back line. Somebody has got to get back for the Gladiators to stop these minions, and Aquarius has bought so much time in the back
Fire's
line
still alive?
that the fire has not been done just yet. So much time through here. Finally, the runic bombs go through. The Gladiators get fire, but look at the health of the Titan, down to under half at this point.
Left and center Phoenix will be respawning shortly. Titan will have time to regenerate, and it's not so low that a backdoor is really in the cards here for the Wargs. Can't fight through all the damage output from the Gilded Gladiators unless they think they can. This grouping from the Niflheim Wargs, maneuvering the jungle, might look for a similar play we had just seen from the Gladiators. They'll show themselves here. The only Fury goes down. The Gilded Gladiators will know exactly where the Wargs stand. This Fire Giant, enhanced by the way, should just be enough to keep your base alive, keep your head above water. The Gilded Gladiators from the brink, play incredibly well in the Fire Giant pit and give themselves a second lease on this game. Niflheim Wargs very nearly closed it out in the last couple of sieges. But I think now, so long as these birds get back and healthy, the Gilded Gladiators have reset us to neutral.
Now we will have one wave of enhanced Oni fire minions to go through both. So that definitely feels like it's going to at least weigh on the Gladiators to have to deal with those waves. They're just now starting to push down the lane. It seems there's at least just enough space for the Gladiators to have to deal with those ones. Doesn't seem like anybody on the Wargs are going to want to push that one up. Left bird is back. Mid just a few seconds away. What are the Wargs doing all the way? I guess maybe expecting the Gladiators to try and push up mid. So they're waiting back by the tier 2, but Gladiators more concerned with pushing out these waves.
And they're right to be concerned with these waves. You cannot lose to PvE in a situation
killers.
like this. They are. I mean, your Titan's low. Enhanced wave on right. Not nearly as big a concern. Mid and left. Finally meeting with them. Niflheim Wargs not going to leave it up to any stray ganks on the map. Now starting to move his 5 through the right-hand side. Play through their own vision. Look at the defensive warding from the Gilded Gladiators. If that's not an indication of intent, I don't know what is. They are not stepping up past that line. This Fire Giant was to buy time, and that's all it was in their mind. Now, with both Phoenixes up and relatively healthy, they might be willing to step up to a tier 2 tower, but even then, still waiting on some of these key power spikes. Relics still need upgraded on the side of the Gilded Gladiators. Wards, especially neutral territory wards around the Fire Giant, completely belonging to the Wargs. These Gilded Gladiators will be playing at a disadvantage if they don't do something now. EFG will go a long way. The opportunity to push dwindling quickly, only a minute left. Your siege is okay on the Gladiators. DMB with the Polynomicon can make short work of a structure, especially one that's already been weakened, like in mid. But you gotta be concerned about that initiation from the Niflheim Wargs. We've seen what Gamma can do when he's chasing you down. What is he gonna do when you're moving in towards him? Those pools from Maui could just be massive. Trepidatious play here from the Gilded Gladiators. It's going to be a reset. That should spell the end of the Fire Giant power play.
Just 45 seconds until the buff falls off and the Fire Giant respawns back in. Niflheim Wargs, I am puzzled by exactly what they're doing with their positioning.
Defending.
What are they defending? I guess keeping minions out of their tower at this point, but
There's 5 EFGs on the other side.
Fire
Why play into that?
fair enough. But now Fire Giant's about to respawn back in, 20 seconds away until that point through. I imagine now we'll see the Wargs start to make their step up, but look at the ward control the Gladiators have already put out. Now getting some deeper wards up into enemy lines. Inbound and Scary D have shown themselves on the map with the ward they've placed down, and the Wargs reposition as the fire respawns.
5 sentries in pockets of the Wargs. Only 1 left for Kirmi. Means that the Wargs, given the position, should be able to reestablish vision dominance. It's about controlling space now. Fire Giant not pulled just yet, and Aqua spots it out. Takes a bit of poke, but gets the information for his team. Fire Giant's not under threat, not just yet. Don't overstep. Wait for your opportunity. The Gilded Gladiators, much better in PvP with this draft than they are just doing the objective. Snoopy looking for some poke. Doesn't quite connect. Fire Giant finally pulled. DMB can DPS it on his own, especially with inbound tanking it. We saw how long it took last time.
Snoopy trying to find some poke to the back line. Same with Scary D. He'll get pulled back by Aquarius and shoved
So
back
far.
so far away. But Scary is still alive. Now to push in by inbound. He has left DMB and the Fire Giant respectively have
on a
been
ward.
leashed. Kirmi so far back behind enemy lines. Scary D is going to have to return to base, but he is backing on an enemy ward. And you can see that Aquarius not going to let that through. Finds a push onto Snoopy. Gets a quick beat, but inbound. Stunned in place in the back line. And
Lost the
Kirmi
1v1.
lost to Erupt Crimson in the back line. Now it's inbound who is gone. The pull back onto Snoopy. Nowhere to go. Double for Sanford Soccer and enhanced fire. Likely to the Niflheim Wargs.
It took him 37 minutes, but Erupt Crimson finds his first, and it's an impact kill. Shuts down Kirmi, saddled a ward the entirety of that dance. Crimson ready for the flank, shuts him down. And now 5 strong with EFG and the lead. It's the Niflheim Wargs who just got to deal with 2 more.
weakened Phoenix in mid and dual lane. That's not going to stand up much to enhanced Fire Giant. Stewart's already melted through that bird's health. Dude Man Bro goes for the 2v1 and is losing. His Aegis is gone. Now into the Disapparate form as well. Not going to last up against Aquarius, who throws out the boulder. Crimson deals with Scary D by himself, while the rest of the team take down the Titan. A second kill for Crimson and a second win for the Niflheim Wargs.
A mentally crushing loss here. That is so tough for the Gilded Gladiators. Everything goes their way in the early game. One misstep costs you everything around the Fire Giant. You fight back into it, and finally, with a Hail Mary attempt, 2 Phoenixes down, take EFG for yourself, reestablish equilibrium, find your footing, and then once more, lose splendidly in a late game team fight. Kirmi gets 0 value at the end. Erupt Crimson shuts him down entirely. Snoopy falls prey to the multitude of pulls. That's tough. And now, back against the wall, only 1 game away from promoting to the SPL, or 1 game away from going home, depending on who you're rooting for.
If I've learned anything over the course of this weekend, and specifically this set, Mifflin, Maui's got to go.
Maui's got to go.
You cannot let Gamma get Maui again for a 3rd game in a row. He's beyond warmed up on this god now. He is making clutch plays. The triple pull into a boulder earlier on in the solo lane, that happened like 20-something minutes ago to reset the momentum. A double pull under the left Phoenix as well, and then even finding that last one on Snoopy at the end. If I'm the Gilded Gladiators, if I'm ever going against Gamma and Niflheim Wargs, I don't think I'm ever letting that pick go through again.
I don't think I want Maui getting through on anybody, if I'm being honest. Maybe Oceans, but anybody else. That god just seems real good, real hard to deal with. You got to find an answer.
Niflheim Wargs make a pullback in game number 2. They're able to find themselves the win. Can they close it out in 3, or will we see a bounce back from the Gilded Gladiators? All that and more will be answered in game number 3 right after this break.
Yes, so the baby right now. Pegboard nerds mother have you locking at the sound. All of the gal go passing when me boy I go drop them a coming. Murderous. Me are the burning fire and natural born killer. When me bust into flame, watch out some might sting ya. Saturday I am make the bad boy bigger. When they come around we all go on them. Listen to the word and the way you're caught in the middle. When the flames get higher, put up your gun fingers. Return all of the fire, it's a one man single give a sign. And pull your gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Return all of the fire, it's a one man single give a sign. And pull your gun finger trigger. We are the burning fire and natural born killer. When we bust into flame, watch out some might sting ya. Saturday I am make the bad boy bigger. When they come around we all go on them. Listen to the word and the way you're caught in the middle. When the flames get higher, put up your gun fingers. Return all of the fire, it's a one man single give a sign. And pull your gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Return all of the fire, it's a one man single give a sign. And pull your gun finger trigger. And pull your gun finger trigger. And for your gun finger trigger. It's a bad man signal, give a sign. And for your gun finger trigger. Gotta be bumping.
And the Niflheim Wargs are officially on Smite Pro League point, which means the Gilded Gladiators need to win 3 straight games to avoid going home and to promote themselves up to the SPL. But it's the Wargs with all the momentum right now, especially after the way that Game 2 goes. This is a game where Gladiators get everything they're looking for, Trelly.
Yep.
They get Kierme off to a great start. Feels like they're on easy street after the first 10, 15 minutes of this game. Wargs had other things in mind. Ends up taking another 15 or 20 minutes to get the game to an end, but the Wargs turned around what was a rough start.
I mean, yeah, the Wargs were able to come back through a series of, I would say, some throws from the Gladiators as well as good plays. I think Gamma was nuts on the Maui.
Yep.
But even after the small comeback we saw, the game did end up getting back in the Gladiators' hands one more time. And then it was still a fight around Enhanced Fire Giant that I think it was Aquarius hitting some nice pulls. Kierme goes to the back line trying to find a pick onto Crimson, and Crimson, though his one kill of the game was 100-0ing Kierme in the back line before the fight even begins on this Hebo. And it's one of those gods that you really just have to have that ult.
That's well played.
You just have to have that ult work once, and it certainly did. And you're right, Stuart. That was one of the plays I was talking about. Scary D and Dude Man Bro getting caught out when the Gladiators had this big lead. The pulls were on point.
What are you supposed to do?
It's just it was a tough loss there for the Gladiators. They had to feel like they had all the pieces, but just couldn't make it work.
Sam on the Tsukiyomi. That was it right there. You could just see Kierme for a moment out of the corner of this replay. Then the rest of the chase down was there. And you know what feels disheartening is you saw the player cams for the Gladiators after that looked a bit dejected.
Yeah.
Right now, Inbound talked in the pregame about how good the mental of this team was. A team that's able to adjust and get back to it just fine. This is now where that's tested.
Yep.
You know, I believe it. I believe that they've got good conversations going on in that team booth, and they'll hopefully get themselves squared away. But now you're on SPL point in the sense that you're going out here if the Niflheim Wargs win game number 3. And so while I'm sure the Gladiators will load into game, they'll be confident, and they'll have a game plan, got to be nerves in the back of their mind, realizing there's no more room for error in this set.
Yep.
Game 1, all right, we still got a little cushion. Game 2, even still. Now the Wargs, pressure's going to be on them as well. Now you got to just close it out. You got to close it out. You've putted to 1 inch away from the hole. You just got to tap it in at this point. Not easy to do when the Gladiators are as talented of a squad as they are. I think what's tough, Trelly, if we analyze Game 2 and look forward to Game 3, is now what do the Gladiators change? Because it felt like they had some early game in this game, just couldn't convert.
You know, one thing that the casters talked a lot about, and I think everyone who got to watch this set might be considering, is taking away that Maui, not letting Gamma get his hands on that one. Besides that, you can't look towards picks and bans too much. There's a lot of play on field that really dictated how that game ends up going. You highlighted it. Kirmi had a phenomenal performance up until that last fight. I think it was just maybe a bit of nerves, maybe just a poorly taken engagement. But what stars need to align here for the Gladiators to get their lead and run with it? Because it just seems like every chance they get, one little thing just flips the game in the other direction.
Charlie, let's find out if there's going to be a Maui in one of the first 3 ban slots for the Gilded Gladiators. You and I were joking about body language before going into Game 1. Maybe it was Miff and I who were talking about it earlier when the Gladiators were playing. And really trying to read it. Kirmi looked like a bit lighter going into Game 1. I think now you can tell this team is thinking, okay, things have gone a bit sideways from how we expected it. No Maui ban from the Gilded Gladiators. Still could be an option to first pick it. That would give it over to inbound. Sure do. I think fantastic strategy here. Near 60% win rate across an 88% pick ban rate for Maui. Picked and banned just under half the time in every game we've seen so far this week. I think that's got to be a good adaptation already, Trelly. 1 big checkbox is checked. Umoja takes a ban on the other side. And pretty standard across the rest.
Yep, I like the adaptation here. They didn't have to ban it. They knew their first pick. They could just grab that one away. I still think a big question mark for me is the Scary D pick. It seems if he's not going to go to another one of those damage assassins by now, I don't think he will because, the Kamzat's taken away, the Hades taken away. I still think you could make one work, but at this point, probably it wasn't practice, and you want to stick to what you know. Aquarius had a fantastic game on the Hercules. No reason not to run that one back.
Yeah, we talked a lot about Gamma, maybe not enough about Hercules and Aqua that game. You mentioned how they chained together quite nicely. A lot of those initiations set up with the landfall, knocked down by an excavate, by a pole, by a driving strike. Loved the Hercules for Aqua. Ishtar looked good for Stu at moments there as well. Can't complain about what the Wargs end up picking up. Notable lack of Mercury ban. If the Wargs end up wanting to get Sanford Soccer on Mercury, that's something they could do in their first 3. Has not been able to play much of it. You could say the same for Kirmi, though. Mercury has found his way into the meta over the course of the last few games. And really saw what style of carry junglers certain folks would want to play. And there's a lot of carry junglers still available, Mercury just being one of them. Remember, the Gladiators picked all 3 of their carries, 1, 2, 3, before game number 2. Already a bit of a pivot then, locking in the Maui. You can tell. In game, when you're in game 3 and you're about to get knocked out, your play slows down a bit. Even picks and bans right now. Every single pick and ban potentially being overthought by the Gilded Gladiators.
They are very much zoned in here, and as you said, it was the set, the Soul. I still think that at this point the Soul was fine, but I think that Snoopy would have liked a better performance. He played perfectly fine during the early game, but it was that late game team fight where he really got shut down. In this case, kind of grab the Naja and the Oloron. The Oloron's a pick that's been a little bit wishy-washy, win rate very low, but still the impact cannot be understated. That ultimate can bring a lot to the table. It has the ability to be that big impact ultimate. And if this Naja is able to find some key targets, the Gladiators have plenty of options. But now the Wargs know, hey, Snoopy likes to go to the physical hunter mid lane. When picks like this come through, I don't think the Neath is going to be getting through this wave of bans.
Nope. Worth mentioning, Hebo was just played by Krim, but had been played by Sam previously in this event. So Hebo doesn't tell us the entire story for the Wargs just yet. Could be jungle, could be mid. We'll get an idea where the Gladiators maybe think that's going, depending on where their final 2 bans of what could be the final game of this set go. Neilmas changed up the sweater, worth mentioning. Had been the long, cozy, fuzzy sweater, now more of a jacket.
I think it shows it's time for business.
Imagine he walks in with like Deathwalker suit status, like rolls in the studio, ready for business. That'd be a Neilma bit that he'd swear until the ends of time wasn't a bit, and then he just wants to dress for success, but deep down we know he's just memeing a bit.
Neil always sticks to his guns.
That's
and
right.
You got to respect that. Neath and Chiron being taken away. Wargs, once again, doing their homework. They know Snoopy wants to go towards those hunters. The Glads also studied up. Susano, Merc taken away. Sam, 4 bans deep. If you count the Kamazats and the Naja, there's a lot of assassins that have already been taken away at this point for the jungle.
So they're thinking it's a mid-Hebo, is what I'm reading then from the Gladiators, where they're banning out Sam still towards the end, where it could be, in theory, still a jungle Hebo if that's what Sam wants to do.
Could always be a pivot. Even they see all those bans and they go, ooh, never mind, just give Sam Hebo. Or they were seeing what they could bait out. That's the strength of having 2 Hebo players on the team. Again, Crimson didn't have the show-out performance. It was 0-5 until the last fight. Deletes Kirmi off the map, wins the fight for the team, because once you start 4-5, it's looking clean. That's all they really need this pick for. They need one big burst ultimate to win an impactful team fight, and that's what Hebo brings in spades.
Gamma has played the Atlas in the past, and it has looked good. You can't play the Maui because it's locked in for inbound. Maybe the Atlas is the answer. Great space control, tankiness, of course. Good setup and team utility.
Feel the weight of the
It's going to be the selection for the Wargs. There's like just enough disruption that really makes Atlas obnoxious. A good Atlas player can run a lane and can run away with team fights as well. Still can pair nicely with the Hercules. I don't know if you're getting 3 massive landfall, 3-man massive landfall type pulls, but you can still corral the enemy quite nicely. Do you think that Atlas and Herc can pair well with one another as a front line?
Yeah, they are very tanky. They do well, I guess Herc, not even like sneaky damage. Herc just does good damage, and of course Atlas, if built with a couple of pen items, does do a fair bit of damage. And there is a pivot here. Double mage this time around for the Gladiators. Snoopy's going to stick to Merlin. He's not going to go for a hunter, maybe because Neath was banned, or maybe it's because that Merlin comes through. And it's going to be the Odin. The Gladiators needed an answer to Hebo. They needed an answer to whatever Sam plays in the jungle. Again, could be the same thing. Or could be another mage. Doesn't matter at this point. They wanted that Odin. They wanted that amount of lockdown. They saw how tanky Aquarius was in game number 1 of this set. Looks like they're trying to replicate that with Scary D.
Oh, if Krim can't play the Merlin, I don't know, the Thoth, the Ra, some like cornerstone Krim SCC pick just to
How
make
about
his
hell?
way, and yeah, maybe less cornerstone to Krim, but think about how resilient Krim was on this Hell pick.
Yep.
Was that yesterday that we saw those games,
Yeah.
or the day before?
I believe he was like 2-7, but was still finding good damage.
Right by the end of that game,
Yep.
when the Wargs turned it around,
Took a lot of pressure.
was like 0-3, 0-4 in lane at points. Went, if I remember correctly, more healing style,
Yeah, it was
Lotus Sickle.
Thoth, Breastplate of Regrowth, Lotus Sickle, Stone
Right.
of Binding.
Right.
Very tanky.
Very tanky. But you got a Hebo, you got Big Burst out of the jungle, you got Stewart on Ishtar, who's going to end up winding up anyway towards the end of the game. If we think these games are going to drag out a bit longer, we'll get there. Bit of Hercules healing, bit of Hell healing. I imagine some burst healing with the rest of this team. Anti-heal could be important here for the Gilded Gladiators. Must win 3 straight games, the Gladiators, in order to avoid going out and allow themselves to find a spot in the Smite Pro League for Season 10. Maui, Naja, Oleron, Merlin, Odin is the composition they'll bring. They've got space control, landfall, sanctified field, cages from Odin. Seems like their team fight's figured out.
For sure, and I think that the Hell pick, despite being into an Odin, which was obvious, they knew this was a pick that they'd be going into. I think the cleanse can be really destructive for the Najah. If your cleanse is on point, you can cleanse the sash, you can cleanse the ult. It makes a lot of what Najah's trying to do very frustrating. You have to always watch out before you cast an ability. Make sure that Hell is in dark stance or is nowhere nearby before you go for that ultimate. However, it's very easy for Odin to make a rotation in and just say, hey, I've got your mages in a cage. I've got Hebo and Hell, they're trapped. Can we kill them in the cage? They've got plenty of follow-up. Oleron, Merlin, even Maui can do some of that damage. So it is possible to just try and snowball off that fact. But again, if you're counting on Kiermi to take someone up and Erupt Crimson is in the fight, it's not going to be easy.
How about establishing pressure? Is that Kiermi? Tends to be the jungle. Might continue to be the jungle for the foreseeable future. Maybe a better question then is, where do you think Kiermi has opportunities to apply that pressure in the first 10, 15 minutes of this game?
Well, you're up against a Herc in the solo lane.
Yep.
You have the option to just take him up. He's going to land in the cage, won't be able to use his heal, won't be able to run around in circles. You're just kind of stuck in that case. But it's still very difficult to confirm that kill, and Odin isn't going to bring too much damage. He's going to bring CC, and you can actually trap him in the cage, but can you finish him is the question. If you're ahead or if you got some good pen online, could be the case. So I wouldn't be surprised if Scary D gets paid a visit by Kiermi in the early game, just trying to get some lead there. But with the Najah pick, as long as you're finding consistent ults, it doesn't matter where you're going.
Niflheim Wargs, 1 win away from joining us in Season 10 of the SPL. Can they get it done? Will the Gladiators push us to 4? It is time to find out if we've got our 8th SPL team in game number 3.
It's got to start here. If you are the Gilded Gladiators, yes, you got to win 3, but you can't win the other 2 if you don't start with this game right here, the most important one now for the Gilded Gladiators to find their win up against the Niflheim Wargs, who are just, as mentioned, 1 game away from qualifying and being your 8th and final team to Year 10 of the Smite Pro League. It's J-Mac, Mifflin, and Doug, potentially for the last time this set and this event, to see if we'll be crowning our new 8th seed SPL team, or if we'll be moving on to game number 4 for the Gilded Gladiators. And what a competition they've gone over towards this time, taking the Maui away from Gamma, something we mentioned. Mifflin at the very end of the last game. Dude Man Bro on this Oleron, that sanctified field. Feels like there's so much team fight synergy with the Gladiators comp.
There is. My primary concern is wind fire wheels into what? Sanctified field, maybe. There are ways to avoid that, the CC immediately afterward. There is no standard massive burst follow-up that we've become accustomed to seeing. It's no Searing Pain, there's no Spirit of the Nine Winds, no Krakens. It's going to have to be really all up to Snoopy for the most part. Chain CC on landing, still pretty good. You can have a Maui ultimate, maybe a standard pull, a bird bomb from Scary D, or maybe just a stun from him as well. High execution to secure these kills, I think, for the Gilded Gladiators, especially into a composition that has got the sustain that the Niflheim Wargs have got. Be it from Hell, be it self-sustain from Aqua. Plenty of ways to deal with all these team fight tools. Curious. Inbound, though, already showing that he's willing to get aggressive on the Maui. It's not just Gamma that's got one. Bobby can do it, too.
We saw similar plays yesterday, Miff, where you get this Oleron, you get a Maui with them, multiple ways to try and lock him into that overflowing divinity, get all those extra orb damages out there.
Was that Paul?
But Crimson also showing on this Hell just what he is capable of. Remember yesterday, not the greatest Hell performance by, I believe it was about 5 minutes of the game, he was already a couple of kills down to his opposition, but able to punch back against the Merlin this early on.
Hell, given space and a lead, Hell with a lead's got to be the scariest thing on the planet, by the way, because it's no longer, hey, her heals are good, it's, oh, she one-shots me too. So Crimson, if he can get an easier start than he did on the previous performance on Hell, I think instantly becomes a win condition for the Wargs. Stanford Soccer on the Hebo, a pick that we've seen plenty. We know what it can do in the late game. What does it do in the early game? In a world where assassins are so strong, you gotta wonder, right? You don't have the flat pen that the standard assassins do. You really do need some of that itemization. If it's going to be Book of Thoth in first slot, that takes a good long while to stack up. And even going towards beads in first slot tells me that Stanford Soccer and the rest of the Wargs have their eyes on the team fight phase as opposed to the early game. Could give opportunities over to Kiermi on this Najah to get involved. Maybe not if he's down to 50%. and stuck inside of his tower, but maybe that blink gets you a bit more. Excuse me, it's not a blink. It's an Aegis from Kirmi. Concerned about the burst potential from the Niflheim Wargs. Both sides going a bit defensive.
So that maybe then begs the question, if you're going Aegis on your Naja jungle, when Beads and Blink feels like it's the standard go-to.
It's going to be Beads Aegis.
Feel like it's going to be just a Beads Aegis game for Kirmi this time around.
It has to be. Get picked up by Gamma late game and die. That's your option. Maybe Kirmi just says, I won't get hit by it, but Beads is so core. Not only to just how you want to approach Smite, but how Smite is balanced. You got to think sacrificing it as an assassin, which would just be so detrimental to how you're allowed to play the game.
Inbound, picked up, and thrown away so that purple can get secured by Gamma and Stewart. It's been a while since we've seen Gamma on this Atlas, but he's no stranger to the pick. As Season 9 started to kind of close out, this became one of Gamma's signature picks along with the Krabraken. Those two really come to mind as the real pivotal Gamma style of plays. Now adding this Maui into his pocket as well as this event has gone through. It's the Gilded Gladiators. What will their answer be then? I mean, if you have Kirmi going for Aegis, so he's not going to have his Blink initiation, has to depend on Sash and Ultimate to get in there just on that regard. Probably won't have Blink the entire way through. Does that maybe then kind of delegate Kirmi to maybe go a little bit tankier, similar to the Circuit play we saw earlier?
If Kirmi goes tank, they've got the damage elsewhere. Speaking of damage, Kirmi might be the recipient of it here. Narrowly makes it out. Braver than me. I'm worried about that crushing wave. Kirmi holds on to the ultimate instead. Inbound able to peel with the magical Lua. Yeah, I mean, Sash ult engage pretty strong, but then that leaves you exposed to damage on return. I think max range ult probably a bit better for him. It's not as telegraphed, makes it more difficult for Crimson to find the cleanse. Sacrificing damage to the build, though. You asked me, that's an interesting question. It really is. I don't think you can. I don't think you can go tanky here. If you do, you're just really a poke god with a ring bounce, and poke doesn't necessarily work into a hell. It's got to be a one-shot style from Kirmi as far as I'm concerned.
Let's see where his build goes beyond this Jotun's Wrath. And we have been seeing a lot of, at least Shield of Regrowth second item for Naja, the extra burst of speed once he pops that second ability. So keep eyes on Kirmi if he at least goes there, if he does go any kind of defense. Scary D, for some reason, just doesn't like finishing items, apparently. Last game, held on to finishing up his Kusari. I believe it's either him or Aqua who's doing that one. And then this game, Tier 2 Breastplate and Tier 2 Cloak immediately out the gate.
I wonder, if he's going Prophetic, he's just trying to get those stacks up as quickly as possible, and Cloak start doesn't feel great, whereas a Breastplate is pretty decent stats, especially at the Tier 2. So it is likely he finishes up the Cloak beforehand. That said, Aqua probably gets advantage in lane now. Golden Blade giving over additional clear, movement speed as well, just more power. Should allow him to rotate out if a fight should occur on the right-hand side. It's okay. It really just comes down to whether or not he gets ganked early. If Scary D does get ganked early, I mean, it'll be very difficult to survive. But that window will close up very quickly. We're about 1,000 gold out.
Aquarius will trade shield buff for Totem instead. And the Niflheim Wargs starting to fall a little bit behind in gold. We look up and we're sitting about 800 or so in the lead for the Gilded Gladiators off of no kills. Maybe just better farm split. I know that first wave over in the dual lane, there was a lot of zoning by inbound to keep Gamma and Stewart away from some of those early minions. Seems that that's where some of that lead is starting to come through. It's about a level down for Stewart compared to DMB, but Gamma on this Atlas, now with his Cloak finished up and starting to stack up. Started playing a little aggressively, even dropping some pretty deep wards in enemy jungle.
Setting up for the potential to look towards the Gold Fury. That potential, I think, nullified a bit here. The Gilded Gladiators have got the most wards I think I've seen at the 6-minute mark on the left-hand side. No way the wards can involve there without them becoming privy to it. And this strategy of massively warding left is to allow DMB to do exactly this. Pressure the tower.
Quick ult out by Sam. Sash from Kirmi did connect, but Sam was able to ult out just in time, so he doesn't eat the stun from it. So that'll be a major defensive option, offensive option for Sam, now down for about the next 80 or so seconds. these Hunters continue to battle it out over on this side of the map. Stu has been pushed under tier 1 tower, zoned away from minions consistently by DMB. It really feels like a lot of it's just all the threat of that ultimate that comes through. Kirmi goes on top of Gamma, but misses the Windfire Wheels after. Now Gamma able to go back with his team. The pull not going to be there for the knock of immunity, and now Scary D has joined in. And a lot of sustain to try and keep Gamma alive, but just not enough. Aquarius has shown up. Needs a little bit of extra damage to take down Kirmi. May just get it. Needs one more ability, but a big stun will stop Aquarius from being able to find the knock-up after. And it's just going to be a first blood for the Gilded Gladiators.
Narrow margins between these two teams. Barely survives, does Kirmi. Gamma barely falls. Great peel from inbound, keeps the team alive. Potentially. I want to say keeps them alive, but Snoopy playing with fire here. A water spout into any bit of damage from Crimson would likely cost him his life, but instead, they will be able to reset. It's the Gilded Gladiators who strike first, who had already established themselves a lead at that. Now ballooned it even a little further out of control. Experience mainly what's separating these two teams as of now. And it's the duo lane. DMB putting on a clinic over there, has been zoning Stu the entire time, and it's starting to rear its head. You got to keep that vision up, though. If the Gilded Gladiators start slacking on their wards on the left-hand side, really opens up DMB to some of these ganks, especially the positioning that he's had. It's around this point, now that the Bastions are gone, that DMB is going to shift his attention, wants more so to take out that tower so they can swap lanes with Scary. Has been his bread and butter throughout the entire event. Stu, though, has done a great job keeping that tower healthy. It's taken about no damage.
Stu has been really left to just sit under the tower line the entire time through. DMB with his first item up. Probably will head back to base now and start working towards his second. Wonder what his build path would be. It's often Berserker Shield in the second slot we've been seeing from the Yola runs as of recent, but
Magus.
Spear the Magus instead. Just going for a little bit more damage option, a little bit of extra pen in the build as well.
I'm a massive fan of Spear the Magus nowadays, and some of the changes it's received, the 10% penetration on it as opposed to the flat pen, I think has really pushed this item over the edge. DMB now just to be able to stick around in these lanes a little bit longer and be more of a threat on his own. Even could potentially start looking towards that Gold Fury if the Gilded Gladiators get some of these fights rolling. But the Niflheim Wargs, this composition instills faith more and more as the clock ticks onwards. We start to approach that 15-minute mark. They're allowed to group up more significantly. All of a sudden, that healing from Crimson and the damage output from Sam for Soccer going to start building up. This Hebo hasn't had an opportunity to flex its legs, not even a little bit. Especially going down a utility tree in the second slot. Similar build to what we had seen from Crim in the previous game. Means you're really sacrificing your early game. The Gilded Gladiators got a whole lot of onus on them to make something happen soon.
Gamma's going to walk up to 3. Jukes out the sash from Kirmi. Will pick him up and immediately use that charge to get back out. The fact that Gamma walked into the middle of 3 and took virtually no damage from them.
Sash had to hit.
It's at least some good juke boots there from Gamma to stay up, but man, Stewart is just not allowed to leave his tower line. Somebody's got to come over and maybe try and punish DMB, but Sam hasn't even looked twice to going to this side of the map until just now. I'm not sure if even Sam is enough to maybe stop this threat that DMB has been putting out.
We'll see. Might not be Sam on his own, but with Crimson as well and Snoopy nowhere to be seen, this is a good fight.
Ultimate from inbound does pick up Stupid. It's a long while before he hits the ground. Still being bounced around, but Scary D to the back line. Stewart is gone. First casualty of the fight, but maybe one onto Kirmi. Sam able to weave his way through.
Whoa.
Triple knockup after.
Stays.
But he gets caught inside the cage for sticking around just a little too long. Aquarius just a triple pull. Triple bolter.
Double tap.
This man is a menace on the Hercules. You gotta stop giving this pick over to Aqua because he has proven 2 games in a row that he is disgusting on a pick like this.
Triple pull boulder, punch into the double tap, and now he's bullying him between the towers. That fight was awful for the Wargs. I swear, it shouldn't have gone well, but Aqua does it all on his own. So quickly turns around what was an awful engagement. The Gilded Gladiators got to be kicking themselves there. I mean, Scary D's got the flank. Sets up the kill on a Stu, takes him down himself, but you can't match that level of output with just one.
My God.
This Hercules, I mean, it is miraculous at times what he's been able to accomplish, not only in the previous game, but now already has been able to repeat it here in Game 3.
Okay, so we can't give Gamma Maui.
No, that can't happen.
We can't give Aqua Hercules.
Or Vamana.
Or Vamana.
Or Tyr.
Or Kakulin.
Or Kakulin.
Man, there's a lot of things you can't give to Aqua. Or Alquang, whenever that was a popular thing he was doing.
Thank God it isn't anymore.
Yeah. Thank goodness I don't got to worry about banning that. My goodness, what can you even give over to this Niflheim Wargs team at this point? You can't kill Crimson because he's shown twice now that you take him down 0-4, 0-5. He's still going to come back by the end of it.
You can kill him. It just doesn't do anything.
Probably shouldn't. You get either they call it the scrimson is the word I've heard sometimes going around, where he's just feeding all the time in scrims but still ends up winning a game afterward.
That's just the zap passive.
Wow. I literally said the same thing to him as he walked by. I said, man, you're just Zapman 2.0 with a passive here. You go down 5 times in a game, you still somehow come back and win, nearly positive. Absolutely wild what this player's been able to do.
They'll have to continue to do so. Now with the Gilded Gladiators generating a bit of threat around the Gold Fury, burning quickly. Gamma spotted it, 50%. Let it go. Maybe the steal attempt.
Okay.
Unsuccessful. Without the rest of his team there, just got to let that one happen. And the Gilded Gladiators, even with Aqua putting on his cape there and making everything happen, still nurse their slight lead.
2,000 up for the Gladiators. Another buff steal away from Stewart, so yet another purple that Stewart won't be able to do anything with. But even despite all that, I mean, Stu losing out on those 6Ps, falling 2 levels down. The important thing that you were bringing up earlier is that his tower is relatively undamaged. Maybe 10% at most has been dealt to it at this point. Probably the most important part about that. And now in a 1v1 against Dude Man Bro, don't necessarily like the odds against the DPS output that Dude Man Bro has in one combo. So Stu will back away from the fight, but has to go back to the wave. Otherwise, he's going to fall even further behind than he already is. Scary D finds a cage just onto Sam for Soccer, who will tidal wave on out as far as he can go. Gamma trying to help out, but is it collapsing onto the hop wall? Shell goes through. Pull from inbound will only hit Gamma this time around. And now with Aqua showing up, Scary D going back in. He's the only one fighting right now. Snoopy is being dealt with by Crimson, who's had to aid in the back line. Sam still fighting through. Well, Sam is still just weaving through everything. Kieran gets hit by the boulder treatment of Aquarius. And by the way, Crimson hasn't taken any damage during this fight, even Camelo, but
alive?
Here's a second shell to keep him alive. He picks up Scary D, throws it back to the rest of the squad. You can't kill anybody on the Gladiators. The knockup just off the mark from Aquarius. Push against the wall. Slow's not enough. There's a cleanse from Crimson. All the damage in the world for these mages. Triple pull, at least from inbound. That's great. That gets Scary out, but how much time was spent trying to kill Sam during all of that?
Too much time. Sam for Soccer just walks through it. He walked through the Valley of the Shadow of Death and comes out unscathed. Sam for Soccer puts the Gilded Gladiators on tour. It's Kirmi the entire time chasing him. Got 0 value in the fight. Locked eyes with Aqua, and Aqua shoved him in a trash can. I mean, it is ridiculous the amount of output this Hercules has had. And it all started because the Wargs wanted Pyromancer. And the Gilded Gladiators, in their hubris, decided to step up, lose their lives and the Pyromancer for the effort.
Man. Double shell, too. Didn't even realize that Crimson had picked that up. Second relic for himself. But I guess,
Talk about a team player.
when you look at the other side, what do you really need to Aegis on that team?
So I'm saying there's no standard follow-up. What's the answer normally? Okay, I landed from Windfire Wheels. I'm jamming my Aegis key while I'm in the air, man. I'm just on my keyboard like this, okay? But he doesn't need to. He's not concerned about that. He's landing into dot damage from a Merlin. I'll pop my shell and walk out, or maybe I'll walk in and deal some damage at the same time, says Erupt Crimson. And the Wargs now in a much better position than previously. It was the Gilded Gladiators who had established a lead off of Gold Fury play, completely cut. And looking at the compositions, one of them scales harder in the late game, and it's the Wargs. And the late game's coming quickly. 16 minutes have gone by in the blink of an eye, and we're back to an even state. All the Wargs want is an even state, or even a small deficit. If pace continues, they'll have a lead soon.
DMB is finally starting to get some damage on this tier 1 tower, just under half, but so he doesn't care. He'll sit on the tower as long as it takes for him to farm up. Get that crit online. Looks like he's going towards kin size for his last item. Built out the full Lightblade tree. Now for the hunter of the Niflheim Wargs. But where the lead has expanded for DMB on one side of the map, if you look to the other, Biff, and Aquarius, who's pulled a pretty significant lead up against Scary D, about 2 levels separating the two solo laners now.
Doug, can we get a look at damage done so far?
Wow.
Okay, yeah, Aqua at the top, makes sense.
Well, when you hit
Go
that many
way
boulders.
further down, and I think you're going to spot the issue in some of these team fights. 2,500 from the Naja. Just
One ring.
Sash hasn't been connecting. Has anyone gone up to the air just yet this game?
I don't think
I've been
so.
watching all 17 and a half minutes of it. All human seconds counted, and not a single ultimate connected. The Naja has not been hitting home. Starting to get some of those items behind him. Has some of that penetration. Those ults will deal damage. The Sash will hurt. Got to hit it first.
Teleport in from the solo laner Scary D. TP still up for Aqua. He walked his way all the way over to this fight. And it's for the Gold Fury. Inbound finds a pull onto Aqua, but Aqua finds one onto Kirmi. He's got to use the ult maybe just to get out this time around. Turns around for the ring. But it's Aquarius who finally falls down. Stewart finds some value, but it's Gamma down. The front line has been removed for the Niflheim Wargs. The turnaround the Gladiators needed, and a much necessary Oni Fury as well to turn the tides.
The Niflheim Wargs make the critical blunder of playing on the same side of the map that DMB resides on. That sanctified field completely changes the entirety of the team fight. I had thought it was perfect for the Wargs, picturesque, as they drag Kirmi all the way into their own back line. But DMB with the hero play puts out the damage and sets up the rest of his team, not only for some kills, but the objective as well, reestablishing the lead just previously taken away from them. Niflheim Wargs, though, still get to lean on their scaling. But with the Tier 1 tower gone on left, DMB might just make the decision to head to the right. Gold Fury off the map. He's not going to be needed there for the team fight anymore. Stu likely keeps this tower, or the wave rather, at his tower. So if DMB wants farm, I don't think he can go back left.
So maybe we see once more DMB and Inbound rotate over to the right side of the map. Try and get maybe set up for this next Pyromancer or even potentially Fire Giant, especially if they know that Stewart's not going to be there. He'll have the power play of just the man advantage. Crimson going to this defensive style of build immediately once he can. Book of Thoth into the Breastplate of Regrowth and the Lotus Sickle. Aquarius in the cage, but he'll shove 2 out of the cage.
He's squishy.
The boulder will bounce around. DMB's doing a lot of damage too, and I mean a ton of damage, Scary D. Charges up the Bird Bomb, charges up the stun, but he'll be able to find the stun on Aqua. Snoopy rotates over. The pull is good. Aqua heals up just a little, but not quite enough. The Gilded Gladiators have once again knocked down the solo of the Wargs.
Kirmi's alone in this Tier 2 and surrounded on all fronts, taking damage, just getting bullied. Sash takes his first up to the air, and a TP in from Scary might just be enough.
Crimson should die here, and I say should, but there's double shell available, and only one was necessary to get him out. Crimson can now heal himself and his team back up, but that is set up for the Fire Giant. For the Gilded Gladiators, able to grab that one with no contest because of the distraction that Kirby put up for the rest of his team.
Great play and good recognition from the Gilded Gladiators. Grab themselves the largest neutral objective on the map and keep up their presence on the right. This back may be a bit overzealous, overcautious if you would. They don't have the bird's eye view we do though. So reset with their win. They can now regroup and start pushing in towards these Tier 2 towers. Pyromancer's still available, so you can grab the Runic Bomb, make it a bit easier on the siege. And I'm thinking the Gilded Gladiators got to be thinking about all the ways they can make it as easy as possible. Start winning out on some of these fights. Targets become simpler. Take someone up into the air. We've seen now that the damage output from Windfire Wheels is significant. Just a little bit of help. Scary D was almost enough DPS on follow-up to shut down that target. So if Snoopy's there, if DMB's there, it becomes even easier. Where do they start their siege? 3 Tier 2 towers still standing. Left, generally, where you want to go, but maybe not enough of a lead that you necessarily want to look towards the Phoenix already, and it's so early in the game as well. So long as the Gilded Gladiators can clear at least 2, maybe 3 Tier 2s here, fall back to the Gold Fury, I'd argue they've done enough with this Fire Giant.
Wargs with a 4-man grouping around mid-tower. Stewart's just going to go ahead and give up his tower. Nobody from the Wargs going to rotate over and defend the Tier 2 in the dual lane. And why would you when there's 4 members of the Fire Giant from the Gladiators pushing that one down? Dude Man Bro already level 20 now on this Ola run. 4 items deep into the build, just needs to upgrade that starter to put him nearly full build at this point. There's not even a defense on the tier 2 from the Wargs. That one will fall down as well. Gilded Gladiators able to take away 2 of the 3 towers still standing on the map.
2 towers, a Fury, a back, and maybe a push on right. Could be in the cards here for the Gilded Gladiators. The Niflheim Wargs, though, did a good job farming the map. Sanford Soccer, split pushing, going to make sure that wave is as far up as humanly possible. So the Gladiators have to waste even more of their time if they want to collect more. I doubt they do approach the tier 2 instead. Keep your eyes on their pockets. Sentry wards, gotta be the purchase now. Reestablish vision dominance around the fire, and for the first time playing with a significant enough lead, the Gilded Gladiators that is, where they can really get aggressive here, start throwing around their weight. Squishy targets on the side of the Wargs. Aquarius not exactly the tankiest just yet. Still hasn't upgraded that starter, 1 level away from that. Only 2 items for Gamma and 15 stacks on the Prophetic. Means Windfire Wheels on him could just be the play. We'd seen Sino do the exact same thing throughout his Worlds run. Any tank that stepped up, ate a Nausea ultimate and landed in their death. And considering beads haven't essentially been used from Crimson, and Cleanse is always available, it'd be so difficult to take him up. Sanford Soccer as well. CC muting the ultimate, as well as the beads still up. Maybe it is just Gamma as a viable target.
Well, 2-man and Inbound will trade aggro of the tier 2 tower and remove the 3rd and final one off the right side of the map. And a triple callback now for the Wargs, who are pushing up the left lane.
It's 30
And
seconds.
still 30 seconds on the Fire Giant for the Gladiators. But as soon as they see a couple more bodies show up to the Phoenix, it'll be a quick disperse from the Gladiators. But Sam never left. He stuck around that entire time to keep up the split push. Won't get very far with this one. Fire Giant's about to respawn. He's got to get to that right side of the map.
Red buff taken away. Sanford Soccer still not starting his back. Fire Giant respawning before too long here. Has got a little bit of time to play with. Don't panic just yet. I'm saying that to me. I'm freaking out already. I mean, there's so much on the line here for these two teams. The Wargs so close to stamping their ticket and a year's pass to the SPL. And with that, they decide to let the Fire Giant go down. Gilded Gladiators get it once more with 0 fight back. Potential to rotate towards mid. Crimson, smart, heads over to the left-hand side, removes the opportunity to get picked here. Now it's time to evaluate the siege. It's all that the Gilded Gladiators can do now, besides grabbing the Pyromancer on the way to the Phoenixes. And the siege is pretty decent. DMB, you know, it's not the best mage at dealing with structures. That title belongs to both Sol and Kronos. But it's not a Freya. You've got decent output from him. Snoopy, no Polynomicon, so he's not bursting the Phoenixes, but so much space control with the Merlin regardless. They feel good at his ability to PvP while the rest of the team tries to take out the structure. Base defense from the Wargs, Hell's not exactly the best in situations like this. A lot of her damage coming from her as the center means that she has to put herself very far out of position if she wants to use the Repulse, that 3rd ability. Likely relegated to playing very far back here. Spent a lot of that time in the light stance, if I had to imagine, for Crimson. Windfire Wheels, I think it'd be telling. If it connects, great start for the Gladiators. If it doesn't, be a real rough time.
Last couple of big moments for the Gladiators have been won by taking Aquarius out of the fight early, by keeping Gamma out of position. Can the Gladiators find another one? Aqua will start the fight out on Scary D, picks him up and throws him to the back line, but it's a bigger pull back with the landfall. And Crimson is gone. No more healing.
Took him up.
For the Niflheim Wargs. The cage holds 3. Gamma lands down into death. And no one on the Gladiators has gone out yet. Sanford Soccer nearly dead. Pulled back by Inbound. The crushing wave is not enough to save him. As the bluestone damage after it takes him out. DMB almost dragged into the fountain. You were looking for a punchback for the Gilded Gladiators. It only takes them 26 minutes to do so. And Mifflin, we are going to game number 4.
An incredibly fast win for the Gilded Gladiators, and one they needed to show that they are capable of withstanding the brunt force that is the enemy team. That is maybe the shakiest win I've seen from the Gladiators so far. It was not one-sided by any stretch of the imagination. It took a lot of time for Kirmi to get rolling out of the jungle. You need to expedite that process. If you keep give it over that amount of time to allow these scaling compositions to build up, they were very narrowly able to avoid that critical inflection point where Sanford Soccer and Crimson would have just started running those team fights That was maybe closer than it appears.
Again, it really felt like kind of the pick points there was find Aqua, find Gamma. If you get to those, the backline just crumble. I mean, Crimson gets caught in the cage. He's dead instantly. Sam couldn't even get to the team fight at that point and dies by the moment he gets into the fountain at that point onward. Seems like Gladiators have at least addressed where some of the problem lies against Niflheim Wargs. Kill the front line, also the Maui. Yeah, that's definitely get rid of the Maui. So maybe now the question comes, do we see a Maui at all in the next set? Maybe if you're in that second pick slot, maybe see a ban go that way because it has impacted all 3 of these games. Game number 3 is done. We'll move on to game number 4, and that'll come up right after this break.
it so bad. I got it bad for you. You give me good love. You're like a dream come true. They say it won't last. They say you're wild and free. I know you never were a one-man woman. I was hoping you would give that all up for me. I get so confused. I love it when it's only me and you. Doing all the things we know we shouldn't do. This is way too good. It can't be true. So tell me what your game is, girl. When you touch me, feel so good, I can't contain it. When you love me, I'm so high, so confident, yeah. When you say I'm the only one, I must admit it. I get suspicious, just a little suspicious. I shouldn't doubt you. I'm all up in my head when I'm without you. I start to lose my shit. I just been hurt before. Stranger's t-shirt on my bedroom floor. Excuse me for being suspicious. It's just that I get so confused. I love it when it's only me and you. Doing all the things we know we shouldn't do. This is way too good. It can't be true. So tell me what your game is, girl. When you touch me, feel so good, I can't contain it. When you love me, I'm so high, so confident, yeah. When you say I'm the only one, I must admit it. I get suspicious, just a little suspicious. I get suspicious, just a little suspicious. I get suspicious, just a little suspicious. So tell me what your game is, Cause I haven't slept for days, not slept for days, yeah. Baby, love is never painless, never painless. No, excuse me for being suspicious. When you touch me, feel so good, I can't contain it. When you love me, I'm so high, so confident, yeah. When you say I'm the only one, I must admit it. I get suspicious, just a little suspicious. I get suspicious, just a little suspicious. I get suspicious, just a little suspicious. Just a little suspicious.
We officially have a bit of drama here in our final SPL qualifier match during the SPL promotion tournament. This best of 5 will at least go 4 after the Gilded Gladiators take game number 3 off the Wargs. And the Wargs looking clean talk about building up momentum and now stifling that a bit. You could feel the emotion in the Gladiators team booth after that win, fist bumps, clapping, finally some smiles, and really getting back to the energy that the Gladiators had been rolling with over the last couple of days. So, things not as simple as a 3-0 here for the Wargs, and we'll at least go one more. Trelly, there were expectations that this could be a close match. I actually think a lot of people probably would have predicted a 3-1 between the Wargs and the Gladiators, assuming now the Wargs win game number 4 here. But, again, you can tell there's some, like, that's what we're capable of energy in the team booth for the Gladiators right now.
Yeah, I believe it was Gamma who predicted a 3-1 before the game, so could be telling. Inbound
The players themselves.
Yeah, Inbound predicted a 3-0, so that was broken 2 games ago. But at least on the right track in this case. And I loved the performance in this game of the tanks on the side of the Gilded Gladiators. It seemed to be Inbound was really feeling himself on the Maui. Scary D, very clutch ults on this Odin. I think this was a big difference maker in this matchup. And, of course, the backline. I looked up, and Dude Man Bro was like 4 levels up. And Stewart was, at this point, he's only 3 levels up. But after this fight, will be 4 levels up. And Stewart was 0-1. I mean, it's not like there was this massive deficit of continuous ganks over to the Ishtar. It was just there was not enough farm in the world to try and keep Stewart online. I think the entirety of the team, definitely, as you said, feeling themselves a little bit after this one. This is the Gilded Gladiators that they knew and that we were waiting to see, right? We had not seen this level of play from them so far this tournament because they haven't been up against, you know, a team that's pushed them this hard. And in a situation where you actually have 5 chances, they're actually able to show up big in this way. I think Kirmi, very slow start, very low damage numbers, before, I'd say like 20 minutes into that game. It was not a very short game, but the Naja was very quiet. I think it was facilitated very well by the tanks, though.
I wonder now if Maui becomes pick ban for whoever's not in the first pick slot. It was too good for Gamma in games 1 and 2. Inbound goes 1-0-7 on Maui here in game 3. Both supports are looking like they're just going to be hitting 2-3-man landfalls every single time.
Yep.
I'm thinking if you're in second pick, either you're leaving something else that's really, really strong open, you can trade out Maui for whatever that one other thing might be, or you're just taking Maui off the table because both supports clearly feeling it at this point.
Yep.
And Maui first pick might just be easy if it's left open for either side. Yes, Stu had a tough time this game. I think the duo lane, for the first time this set, felt much more comfortable for Dude Man Bro and for Inbound than it has. Could be the Maui difference. You mentioned four levels up, whatever that was for Dude Man Bro.
I saw 3 smiles. And that's not something we've seen.
Well, think back to after game 1.
Yep.
Just the pure solo Snoopy
melancholy.
sadness. Yes! Oh, what a heartwarming smile.
Look at them. They're all hyped. And this is not this is what I'm talking about. This is not the team we saw after both those games. It was very you could cut the tension with a knife. It just did not seem like they were feeling confident. In this next game, picks and bans are going to be massive because so far there has been 3 gods that have been deciding factors, I would say. The Camazotz is not to be given to Scary D. The Hades is not to be given to Scary D or Aqua. And the Maui has been bouncing back and forth. I imagine the Maui might make its way up to that list. There may be 3 gods that are end-all, be-all we do not want either team to have after this set or after this match.
Does not look concerned in the Wargs booth, that said. Obviously, you'd love to have just won 3-0.
Yep.
Move on with your Sunday, get to celebrating with your team. Now you're at least going to have to dial it back up a bit. And again, that's where the position can get a little threatening. You're up 2-0, you lose this game, you're not super worried. The Gladiators win game 4. Suddenly the Wargs are thinking, all right, surely we can't drop this, right? The Gladiators are thinking, oh man, we can really do this. Massive implications on the outcome of game number 4 here, and game number 5 if we get there. Anytime one of the 2 teams was going to get to SPL point, things were going to dial up just a bit further. Camazot's still gone, Thor still gone. It's the Gladiators in second pick. The conversation of the Maui then shifts to them. Is Maui good enough? Umoja clearly is. I have to imagine Maui is. For the Gladiators to ban it away.
Hades or Hunbats now.
That's right.
And then one of them has to get through. The Wargs aren't going to ban it. There's no way the Gladiators are going to give them both away. I get it's difficult to play here because, as you said, the set evolves, right? It's at the beginning, the bans are not the same as they are 3 rounds in, coming into Game 4. And the Wargs are trying to grab Hades or Hunbats. It looks like they're going to take away the soul, so I'm thinking the Gladiators would not want to give Sam Hades. Sam the Hunbats. That's my guess.
Scary is excited about something. He's happy with the way the bans have gone, clearly.
Yeah,
Hunbats now gets banned. Is it an Insta
What?
Maui lock? It is not.
What?
It is an Insta Freya
They're
lock.
giving Hades Maui?
They're giving Hades Maui. Is that allowed? Oh. The way you were.
That's allowed. That's what they did.
the way you worded that made it. Instead of saying, like, what? They're giving inbound Maui? They were it sounded to me like you were saying they're letting Hades play Maui, and it totally shattered my brain. It's been a long week. Yes, I see what you're saying. They're giving the Gladiators Hades and Maui.
Yeah.
That's how my brain needed to process that.
Well, that is what they did.
That is what they did, and I'm glad we clarified it for me.
I forgot about the
brain is barely
Gladiators. The
functioning at this
Gladiators'
point.
seventh man, Hades, who likes to play Maui.
Right, which is how it processed in my brain, but obviously not what you meant. Hades Maui. Strong start, Trelly, clearly by your reaction for the Gilded Gladiators.
I mean, this is after game number 1, I said, wow, it really seems like the Gladiators aren't playing their style. After game number 2, I said, wow, it feels like the Gladiators really aren't playing their style. Game number 3 started to look a little bit more like what they were wanting to play. But this is, if I asked Inbound and Scary what are the top 2 gods, maybe Cam was a little bit higher, but yeah, Hades is definitely that number 2. And after the performance Inbound and more specifically Gamma has had on this, there's no way they're giving Maui up. So I'm thinking the Glads they're ecstatic with this one.
Wow, and Atlas didn't look all that transcendent for Gamma. I thought it was a fine game, right, but clearly did not have the impact that the Mauis had. It's a 1-3-1 game, not a 0-1-7 or a 0-1-13 game like he's had on the Maui prior to this. Maybe then the Wargs thinking it's an outlier. You're giving up a lot of space control, though, if you're the Wargs, giving Hades and Maui over to the Gladiators.
There are no gods who can match
And CERN on top of that. 6 games played, 100% win rate for CERN.
Wow.
Gladiators, they're building up momentum in the draft before we've even loaded into Game 4.
Yeah, the Wargs are clearly putting a lot of presence on this Freya pick.
Yep.
And I got to speak to a few of these players after the tournament about how Freya was very highly contested and then sort of just fell off. There was no more Freya for a bit. And they said, hey, in scrims, Freya was dominating, and then randomly the Sigil build started popping up, and everyone realized, wait, Freya does 0 damage if you just go like the Sigil build with mitigations. So no one really cared about Freya anymore. But because you have Hades in the mix, Hades doesn't go Sigil. Hades goes full damage. Freya gets to free cast on really 4 units instead of just the 3. These tanks aren't as tanky to her. I'm guessing that's the Wargs' mindset here. They don't have to worry about Sigil solo laners, so Freya will be that much better.
It's a gamble.
Yeah.
It's a gamble based on what we know Hades and what we know Maui have done for the Gilded Gladiators and teams across this event for the past 4 or 5 days. Set ban, that one likely against Snoopy. Then a Hebo ban against Sam or Crimson. Take your pick over on the other side as well as Tiamat. Merlin's still there, and Snoopy just proved that he can play some Merlin. Neath may be more threatening here to the Wargs. Tiamat Merlin been traded back and forth. The Gladiators are going to get Merlin as well. 64% win rate. Feels like the Glads, they're getting almost best in class for their first 4 picks.
Yeah, I think this is exactly what they would want so far. And then they are holding that jungle pick for last, but at this point, Kiermi has had no problem just sort of flexing into whatever the team needs. He hasn't been playing like that hard carry jungler. We have seen very few pop-off games. It's been a lot of, I'm going to do good damage, I'm going to get to the backline, I'm going to set up for my team. There was that one Susano performance that I thought was very strong up until the last bit of the game. So I think he's fine with just saying, save my pick for last. Let us see what the Wargs will go to. I'm not thinking the hell seems too attractive here. The Tiamat's been taken away. The Merlin been taken away. Agni is hovered. At the beginning of this tournament, I was saying Agni was that number 3 pick. You know, the Merlin, the Tiamat, and then the Agni, just by nature of how many proc items the Agni can have and the safety the kid brings. But we haven't seen him too much, and they are going to lock that one in. Once again, the Tsukuyomi backer Sam, a lot of dive, but you got to make sure your positioning is on point with this pick.
Agni 0-5 throughout the Smite Pro League promotional tournament. One of those games was a duo lane Agni. Even still, 0-4. Has not found success yet, despite being locked in a few times. Susano, the hover, could be the lock-in for Kirmi, one of his stronger picks as well. If a Susano gets locked in, I'm just thinking everyone on the Gladiators ecstatic with what they're going to be bringing into game number 4. Again, though, our conversations around, I mean, the Wargs clearly, you know, I think if you lock in Freya there, you know you're giving up Hades and Maui after that. Maui for sure. Hades in all likelihood. So this is a calculated decision by the Wargs, by Coach Neal. Answer back with the Atlas. Hercules has been great for Aqua. Agni raises some questions. Krim, very talented mid laner. Absolutely can play that pick very well. So, Susano in a must-win game number 4 for the Gilded Gladiators and for Kirmi at that. What's the pacing of this game look like for the Gilded Gladiators?
I mean, they can just sort of run through the early game. It seems that the Wargs, again, they gave up a lot for this Freya. I think they put a lot of eggs in the no sigil basket, meaning Scary D will just die. He's going to go full damage. Freya will be able to melt. Sam has the option to camp that Hades as well. You got to get some anti-heal. I mean, if there's a wave, then Scary D never dies. You know, if there's a wave coming, he can just 2-3 the wave, full heal. Oh, you ulted me, now you're in Pillars of Agony. It's not going to work out too well. But knowing what I know about Aqua's Hercules, he is going to consistently just be bonking him around, throwing him, you know, getting relics, forcing out ultimates. This Herc is on point. It has been throughout the entirety of this tournament. Wouldn't be surprised if Sam spends a lot of time over there because you asked about pacing. Freya needs items. You got to get some itemization online before you're just hard-winning team fights. I'm thinking try and mitigate a bit of what this Hades is able to do rotation-wise, send some ganks over, and then you're playing for late game. That's the call for the Wargs.
Got to avoid, I don't know, I don't want to make any sweeping statements, but if the Gladiators were able to win this game 4, now you're tied up going into game 5, undeniable that the Gladiators just, they've got the wind in their sails at that point. And the look of this set will have totally shifted where the Wargs, you know, even going into this game 4, I think still feeling a bit more loose and like you've got some breathing room. That changes around if the Gilded Gladiators are able to take this game 4 and shove us to an SPL clinching game 5. Smite Pro League's on the line for both of these teams. The Wargs just need one more win. The Gilded Gladiators got to do it a couple times in a row. Obviously, the draft heavily hinging on the Freya for the Wargs. Does the win hinge on this Freya for the Wargs, or is there opportunity outside of it?
I would say there's a lot of pressure on Stewart.
Don't know.
It is a lot of pressure on Stewart. He's been there before. He's been in high-pressure situations, and he's very good in the clutch. I think Stewart doesn't choke very often, you know, so he'll be able to dish out his damage. The issue is, can the team rally around that Freya?
Stu just played the World's Finals, played in a Game 5 up against the Jade Dragons on the World stage. He's been in some intense moments in the last couple of months on its own. And so this is where the Wargs, their AD carry, some of the status that these players have played in the past, they need to step up. Wargs need one more win. The Gilded Gladiators need 2, but it could start right here in Game 4. Let's find out if we got us a winner or we got us a Game 5 with J-Mac in Mifflin.
The Gilded Gladiators have done the hardest part. They have stopped the momentum of the Niflheim Wargs by taking game number 3 and now pushing us to game number 4. But it's not enough just to stop the momentum, Mifflin. They have got to keep it going. If you are the Gilded Gladiators, you've got to find another win, and then you find another one after that. And that's just to qualify into the Smite Pro League. That's even talk about the journey they'll have in the Pro League beyond that point there. But it all starts now once more for game number 4. The momentum reset. The Gilded Gladiators pick themselves up a very nice composition. Couple of picks that are so key to where the Gilded Gladiators have found success. The Maui once more for inbound. And Scary D on this Hades. Something that coming into this event, we were wondering how good is the full damage solo Hades still? Scary D and many others have proven that it's still pretty good so far.
Yeah, it's Scary D and Kana that have reinstilled a sense of faith in Hades for me personally. And seeing him be able to do that, I mean, it's one of the most cathartic feelings on the planet, is Hades on that first rotation of clears. Maybe one of the fastest that you could possibly have. Kirimi on the Susano was a major win condition for the early game of the Gilded Gladiators when he played it previously. But my primary concern lies in the duo, J-Mag. DMB single-handedly carried them to a victory. I mean, the Ola run was a lane bully, was 3 levels up, and rotated through to the team fight, and absolutely dominated with Sanctified Fields. Now DMB's playing a Hunter against Freya, Stu's Freya, and Freya being one of the heaviest PvP-focused gods could just turn things around.
Oh, no. I want to talk about turning things around. It's Gamma to do it.
Oh, it's the tower.
By throwing inbound into the tower.
Oh, so
and the
fast.
Tower shot ends up getting the killing blow. Credit to Stewart, but
Freya
I'm going to
got
give
first
honest
blood.
credit to Gamma for getting that one set up. First blood for the Wargs on wave 1 to get things going.
Bobby's due for 1. At least in any event, he's due for 1. That's a tough one to do, though. DMB going to be playing at a massive deficit. And Freya is now on a 2-item power curve in the year of our Lord 2023. So once he's got hastened, best of luck retreating. Or maybe just now.
Man, DMB getting tossed around out of the whoop into the gravity well, but has dash. He'll be fine for now. Inbound rejoins his dual lane partner. Try and keep him alive from all the pressure that Gamma and Stewart's put back in.
He don't
He
stop.
goes in aggressively again, gets the pull on Stu, but it's another pickup by Gamma. Instead of throwing him towards his ally, Gamma will instead just throw DMB back towards the wave. And rightfully so. I mean, Stewart's sitting at half HP. One good combo would be the end of the line for the Hunter.
Yeah, didn't have Pulse either there. Had Pulse been up, Gamma's tossing him to Stu every single time, but there just was no damage follow-up. So go ahead and disengage there. Stu can wait now. You've got First Blood Bounty. Don't fumble the lane. AFK till 2 items. AFK till 1 item, and then you can go bully. Just wait for supports to rotate out. Don't necessarily need to do too much until that happens. Good Gladiators were able to secure that, I believe. Inbound picks it up narrowly. But even then, it's going to take some bailouts. DMB, he is in for a reckoning in this matchup. For now, you feel okay. Certain boxes about as well, and having a slight experience advantage now, having cleared the neutral and soloing a bit of the wave while inbound was on the way back from base. Probably feels okay. First back for Stu. You're not feeling so okay anymore.
No, that's typically when we see the Freyas really start to turn around that first item, Telkine's Ring. Inbound jumps over the wall. Start the purple buff. He's not going to be able to drag that one too far. Gamma can pull it away from him. The pulse shots from Stu, plus the dash from Gamma is more than enough to secure the purple buff. Dudeman will stick around this tier 1 tower. Push the minion wave into the tower. Get a little bit of poke on these bastions as well. This has been the name of the game for the Gladiators. Has been get Dude Man Bro, get him a little bit of a lead, push down these bastions, take that tier 1 as early as possible. Typically by 10 to 12 minutes in the game, that's when we see that first rotation out from not just inbound on the full, but DMB from the lane entirely.
Yeah, I'm not certain that you could do that, though. Against Freya, I'm not certain you're going to do that with the Hunter. I think DMB is going to spend his time in this lane, barring a successful game for Kirimi.
Kirimi goes in, doesn't find the pull on Stu. Ultimate only hits Gamma. It's a double ult onto the
The
Atlas,
triple
but it's just not enough! And Stu may have made the clutchest whoop of his life.
God,
Picking up 3 people when Gamma was dead to rights. Gamma, you better slip a little $5 bill to Stu for that one, because he has just saved you from absolute demise.
Yeah, all right. If anybody was worried that Stu didn't have it on the Freya, he most certainly does. Absolutely ridiculous. That is the only play that saves his ally there. If even just one evades the whoop, I think we're at least talking about a successful gank, but at the end of the day, Stu survives, Gamma survives. Stu gets a solo out some waves because Gamma's forced back. So it matches the level with DMB. That is crushing. And Kirimi now gets to think about the what-ifs for the next 40 seconds while Typhoon's on cooldown, because he's not going to be doing a whole lot until it's back up. That is massive from Stu. That's just what he brings.
That's just that's the reason why Stu is having his name chanted at Worlds, and I think the only thing that was maybe getting another chant was Totem of Ku. That's about it.
Stu and Ku.
Stu and Ku. Fortunately, no Ku. Now it's a Totem of Skulls. Still has the life of Ku within the name, but just
So
doesn't
edgy.
have that same ring to it. The rest of the world stage had going there, but Stewart now having the chance to go back to base. Telkine's ring online. It's that first major power spike, as you mentioned, for this fray. Going to make it tough for DMB to box back in. So then where does Inbound put his focus towards? Does he maybe keep his eyes on the mid lane, try and keep her up Crimson down, or do you try and go over to this right side of the map, try and punish Aquarius? That seemed to be the winning call and the winning formula last game, was every time you can get a chance, kill Aquarius. That seemed to win for the Gilded Gladiators. Do you think they do that again in this game?
I mean, you could. Aquarius has gone for the squishy start with Golden Blades, so susceptible to ganks for the next couple of minutes while he waits for his next few items. But already, adaptations from the Wargs. Aquarius not one to normally put those wards up, but has done so very early in the game, making sure that if Kirmi does decide to rotate through, he'll have a little bit of prep time. Make sure that's not quite as easy. I'm not certain that Kirmi looks towards Herc, though. I really like the Susano into Agni matchup. If you could just connect with the pool, I mean, the rest of it writes itself. Just dash after the dash, or teleport rather with the Slipstream Typhoon. Lock him in place. Doesn't have Aegis just yet, so no way for him to immune all that damage. Could deal with a knockup, but Agni doesn't even have the damage output to fight back. Not quite. So if I want to see Kirmi anywhere, it's probably on Crimson. Otherwise, Stu would be a decent target. Has the ability to apply that dot damage with the Slipstream. Chase him through the Valkyrie's discretion.
Battle on the solo lane. Sam for Soccer rotating over. Gets the beads from Scary D, and that'll be the end of the fight there. Gets Aqua set up for maybe the next potential wave to go through. Some of that safety removed from Scary on the right side of the map. Going beads first means no immediate access to teleport until maybe later if he decides to go with it, but Gladiator C2 on the right side, head towards the Gold Fury. But Gamma is here, has ultimate, will not steal this one away, but can they get a fight afterward? A couple of bombs already used by Crimson. And the disengage from the Gladiators means that they will get a clean Fury and a clean escape after.
That's the classic call. Junglers in solo, can you guys do something on left? Yes, absolutely. Gold Fury pulled out. And Sam for Soccer nowhere in range to defend. Nearly able to get in range was Erupt Crimson. Those ultimates, those bombs, maybe keeps things a bit interesting there, but the Gilded Gladiators have got the burn. Now, no secure. If it's a true coin toss, you favor the Wargs every time.
Oh, wow. Immediate swap over to the ice stand. Snoopy obliterates Crimson. But Sam has already used everything
Sam's
to get
boom.
into the fight. One more auto. No, it's blocked by Kirmi. Will teleport right back in. The shell from Camel will keep Sam alive. Close for both of those players, and unfortunately for Crimson, too much damage right away thrown back at him.
Man, the peel so far from the Wargs now has just been perfect, though. Talk about Stu's triple whoop, Gamma, exactly where he needs to be to make sure Sam for Soccer doesn't fall down. Over aggression from Sam there as well. Just tries a little too hard to secure that kill for my liking. Maybe loses out on a bit of value on map, has to head back to base instead of farming up. Kirmi already starting to get some of that itemization online as well. hi-rez, the major power spike for Susano. Hold my breath as he narrowly escapes there. The auto cancels on that first ability, double dipping on the passive from hi-rez, penetration, cooldown, getting that Typhoon available as quickly as possible. All so important. Whereas Sam for Soccer, similar idea, but a different path. It's not hi-rez in second slot. Instead, going down that mace tree. Could be Crusher there, could be Brawler's Beat Stick, depending on what he feels like his team needs. Either way, it's damage, and a whole lot of it. The delete button for the Niflheim Wargs. Gonna line up before too long. Surprised, though, by the pace Stu has set. I had really expected him to try and box out or even zone like we had seen from DMB in the previous game. Instead, it's much more subdued, just clearing the waves, controlling neutral. More so playing for his own farm rather than to deny it from his enemy.
Crimson, even despite his death, will stay just a little bit behind Snoopy as far as XP is concerned. Cleared out the right side mid Harpy camps. We'll go back to wave thanks to Gamma holding on to it for him. He'll be close to hitting that level 20 point, or not 20, 12. Close to hitting that level 12 point by taking down that wave. Man, if he would have been able to hit 20 off that, that would have been crazy, but Niflheim Wargs starting to slowly fall behind as far as gold is concerned. Gilded Gladiators, 1,800 gold up at XP. Still relatively close, only about 500-600 back and forth between the waves.
Yeah, the majority of that experience probably just on Stu over in the duo lane. He's got about a half-level lead over his opponent. Otherwise, half-level for Snoopy out of mid. That kill early on really sets himself up for a strong mid game. Crimson, desperate to stay out and on the map until he ticks over to level 12. Does not want to back before he can pick up an Aegis for himself. I wonder. It's been a quiet game from Sanford Soccer. The Tsukiyomi has opportunities on map, but maybe not the easiest. If he wants to rotate anywhere, I'd like to see him try and chase out DMB. He's been playing halfway up the lane the entire game, but I mean, look at the map. Something about Season 10 has brought out just more wards than any other season previous. It is so difficult as a jungler, especially in these high-level games, to figure out which pathways you're allowed to take. Easiest way to figure it out is where are the sentries for each of these teams. It's the only way you know there isn't a ward there from the enemy. Scamma dashes straight into a wall. I thought maybe he was dead there. He's all right, though. Nobody wanted to walk through, and Gamma survives this time.
Move off the mark by Stu. So won't find at least the CC, but now he's realized that inbound is here with DMB, but goes up into the sky, avoids the ult. Now the piercing moonlight from the Tsukiyomi. Sam has shown up just in time to put some of that pressure on DMB that you were calling for. And now it's the Niflheim Wargs. 2 kills up. Man advantage potential around fire. Kirmi is picked up by Gamma. Dash out,
There's
but
slow.
Kirmi has got to try and dash away. Does have the bubble that helps him get back into place thanks to the help of inbound, but Stu's still willing to box out around here.
I mean, Stu's damage output through the roof, and with hasten done, can just stick to you so easily. I thought maybe we'd see them try and make a play for the Fire Giant there, the Wargs that is. Instead, Crimson pressuring out that mid tower, 1 auto away. Will take it for himself. Snoopy made the rotation trying to defend his own buff, so leaves his tower undefended. All off the back of one overstep from DMB. That is the absolute horror that is laning against Freya. If she hits you once after second item, she's going to hit you 4 or 5 times immediately afterward. That hastened just gives her every bit of advantage in the box. And even then, I mean, DMB, if he lands every single auto, just does not have the damage output to keep up with them. And unless he goes crit, and it seems like he won't be, he'll never be matching the boxing potential of this Freya. Stu, he's made it through the weakest portion of the game, and he's come out unscathed, actually ahead.
Kirmi rotated over to the right side, but wasn't able to find anything onto Aquarius. Actually used his ultimate, I assume, to immune the pull from Kirmi after teleporting on over. Blink down from Kirmi. This looks like it was right into the tier 1 tower for him. So Aqua gets to live through yet another fight on the side. In fact, not even going towards the shield or the breastplate of regrowth that we're so accustomed to seeing second item. Goes into some magic defense right away. Genji's guard. And now an Oni Fury pull for the Niflheim Wargs. Snoopy and inbound, the only 2 here. Dude Man Bro on the way to try and stop this one out. To push by Aqua is rotated in, and the ultimate from inbound is enough to stop that one out. Scary D finds the ult. Only locks in Aquarius for a moment. It is the landfall damage from inbound that steals away the Fury and keeps the Gilded Gladiators on top.
Man, is this Maui pick good or something?
It's
starting to seem like it.
It got nerfed. It can't be that good.
It's pretty good. Look, Landfall only having 200 damage, a slight fumble from the Wargs there, unable to secure, but you gotta be willing to take the fight, I think, especially with inbound posturing so aggressively around the Gold Fury pit. Unfortunate fumble there from the Wargs could cost them as the Gladiators now extended their lead once more, this time just about on accident. Coincidental gold finds their way to their coffers. The Wargs, though, have got a strong scaling composition. That's not changing, and it's not changing anytime soon. You're willing to play into a deficit so long as it remains within the realm of acceptable losses, and I'd say that's around the 4 to 5 point. Get to 5,000 gold, all of a sudden, the Gilded Gladiators are going to start running away with the map. It becomes so difficult to fight back in. So stopping plays like this, paramount to a Wargs win.
Pyromancer is stopped by Gamma, merely walking forward. Crimson going to try and get some poke, start stacking up his Tablet of Destinies now for the mid lane mage. And he's got a few different tools to be able to do that pretty easily, between access to 3 bombs. Even if he misses the bomb, the stun from Noxious Fumes could even do so fairly easily. But as we approach nearly 15 minutes, it's only that 2,000 gold lead that the Gladiators have established so far. And the XP differential, most of that just comes from the mid. That one kill that Snoopy's been able to get up over his opposition is all that's making the difference for now. Even with Gamma rotating over to the solo lane, it's only going to keep Scary D at bay for a moment.
And still, we haven't had an opportunity to actually pull the Pyromancer proper. I thought the Gilded Gladiators would love the opportunity to force a fight on the right side of the map. Just anywhere this Freya isn't feels like a great time for the Gilded Gladiators to take a fight. Instead, slow, trepidatious play. Got so much burn from Snoopy, who's now hit his power spike. Foregoes Soul Gem in 3rd slot. That was one of the weaknesses I had thought of the Tablet of Destiny build, is that you generally see Divine Ruin much later, 4th, 5th items. Pyromancer does go down. Maybe some chase here. Kirmi just eviscerated.
Yeah.
That's tough. I mean, worth? Absolutely. Unless Fire Giant goes down. They're not going to pull it. They wouldn't.
No.
They absolutely don't.
Maybe.
No.
Scary D?
No, he's okay.
Sam?
He's got ult.
We're on the backside, but Sam doesn't have ult. He used that to close the gap on Kirmi. So Pyromancer for 1 for the Gilded Gladiators. It's a small win for them. They'll have a Runic Bomb. Even before Kirmi went down, he managed to pick that one up, so it doesn't go to waste on the ground. The Niflheim Wargs find their 1 pick, but were unable to stop the objective going to the enemy team. Now Stu's tower, even despite the fact that he's a level up over Dude Man Bro, has not been getting the better end of too many of these trades. His tower is at such a deficit that DMB has just been able to essentially live freely on this left side.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I haven't paid the most attention to when that tower has been taking its damage. I do not see a world where Stu isn't winning the boxing match and winning it cleanly. So curious about how DMB has been able to put out that much damage. It's not as if Stu's died either. Maybe it's just they've been desyncing their backs and DMB's been getting the better end of that. Maintains level parity too. Something about Dude Man, bro. There's something about him.
Dude Man diff.
Yeah, Dude Man diff, I guess. It's so surprising though. Freya is the PvP magical hunter. She hits harder than anybody else in the game. Absolutely shreds. And he got first blood on 2nd wave, and since then has just been nursing that lead. Hasn't quite been able to extend it. I really thought it would be a Stu runs away with the game type of play the second that he had got off to that hot start, but has since then really slowed it down. I mean, look at the XP per minute. Only about 30 more experience per minute than DMB. That's 1 extra minion every minute. You'd think it'd be higher.
In fact, it's actually Snoopy who's leading the XP per minute chart by about 50, almost over his opposition. And look at him soloing out Cants by himself. Not a care in the world for Snoopy. It feels like he has been essentially left alone this entire game, especially after that first kill that he got up against Crimson earlier on in the game. Feels like the Gladiators have just allowed Snoopy to do his own thing in mid. Haven't really seen Kirmi centering around the mid lane. It's mostly been on, well, actually, I guess 1 attempt over to the left, 1 attempt over to the right, and that's really all that we've seen out of Kirmi as far as the lanes are concerned. But maybe we see something break out with a fight. Bomb goes through. Scary D picked up by the Gravity Well. Does get a pretty big heal back.
Full HP.
From the minions and from Aqua standing by. But it's all to get set up around this Primal Fury. Scary D's still sticking around.
Yeah, Scary's already got the Polynomicon too, so his burst damage, nothing to sneeze at. He's very strong now. Maybe one of the main proponents, or components rather, to a kill onto Stu will be the fear connected immediately into the poly, and pray that the damage behind him is high enough. The Gilded Gladiators in the last Gold Free find themselves a lucky windfall of money, as Bobby, inbound, was able to steal it away with a landfall. Now, significant grouping on the left. Scary D, Soul Laners, don't lie. If they show up on the left, if they show up around the gold, that generally tends to mean that it is a legitimate attempt at the Gold Fury's life. Especially considering he's not elected to pick up teleport. If he sticks around here,
whoa,
might give up the fire, actually. Wow, what a rotation!
Gamma and Aqua sticking around the Primal Fury as all 5 of the Gladiators are here.
Oh,
they think they're just going for a Gold Fury steal.
Is Sam dead?
Is low. He is going to take a lot of damage from this fire. Unless the fire goes down, fire gets a kill on Sam. But the Gladiators have now traded a Fury for a Fire Giant. What a call by the Wargs. It cost Sam his life. But I got to imagine the Wargs are screaming worth in that regard.
That is some of the smartest chess play you'll ever see in a Smite game. Scary D has no answer, has to rotate his body over to Gold Fury, can't hover on the right-hand side then TP over because of his relic selection. So Fire Giant just left wide and available. Scary D telegraphs it so much by hovering around the gold for nearly 2 entire minutes.
Gamma finds to pick up on just one, but unfortunately for him, he was standing in a blizzard by Snoopy, who drops that down. Takes another Fire Giant away. Crimson dashes back under the tower. Kirmi not going to chase in, but Inbound going to find the chase to Aquarius, locked inside the Pillar of Agony and pulled right back into it. The CC combo is just too much. Four-man stun, and then a Piercing Moonlight to the back.
Sam's
but what
dead.
does Sam have to do after? Pops the Aegis, pops the beads,
Sam's
and
alive?
full retreat,
He's
but
dead.
not for much longer. Snoopy takes him down, and what was 4 Fire Giant is now only 2. Stu managed to find a pick on Inbound, but that was a 4 essentially for 2 straight at the end of the day.
I cannot believe the absolute pace of this game. The most ingenious, well thought out Fire Giant sneak away, followed by the most just eyes off the screen pathing that cost them every bit of their power play. The conversation of Fire Giant for Gold Fury is so simple. You won. Fire Giant, you got it. How do you win with it, though? You got to group up, play as 5, use the buff. Staggered deaths. They failed on the second part. They failed on the easy part, which is just getting together. Sam for Soccer sacrifices himself. Aqua, I'm not going to blame him. He thinks he's unkillable, and he's very nearly correct. It would take literally everything we saw, Polynomicon proc, a fully channeled Pillars of Agony, and Landfall to shut him down. Gamma's pathing through the jungle, though, I think pretty criminal there. Cost every bit of advantage the Niflheim Wargs had going to the next couple of minutes. And now it's the Gilded Gladiators once more with all the momentum. And you got to think about the mental bounce back, too. You got to take into account the mental game there. You get the Gold Fury and you think, oh, was that the Fire Giant that just killed Sam for Sock? Oh, did they just kill the Fire Giant? We wasted so much of our time. And then the immediate bounce back there. I mean, momentum completely to the Gladiators.
I'm just looking at Game 5. Not if it's going to happen, but if we do get to a Game 5, don't let this Maui through, man. Don't let it through. I don't care if you're... I don't care how good you think you are on it. Cannot give it to the enemy team at this point. The plays that both Inbound and Gamma have made have been so significant. This is a nice pick on a Scary D, but it took 4 players to do so from the Niflheim Wargs. But you got to remember, the death sets up real well. Charlie really highlights the emphasis on this conversation
That's
for
all
the
5.
Wargs. Is they gave up Hades and Maui
Base race?
for Stewart's Freya. It is a push
Oh, they're
to
back.
the right tier 1. Aqua's already back. But
Are we
there's
committed?
4 of the Gilded Gladiators. Aquarius going to get pulled in. Will not be transformed
going
in
quick.
just
They got
yet.
it.
He is still going through. Left Phoenix to the Gilded Gladiators. Aquarius is not enough to slow that one down. The coin tosses that the Wargs are making, in theory, sound great, but in execution have been falling.
J-Mac,
Mifflin?
never am I the Poindexter that's going to correct your diction, but I'm going to do it exactly right now. That's not a
Give me
coin
a
toss.
glasses
That's
tip.
a blunder. An absolute blunder. The Gilded Gladiators had shown presence of 3 on the Tier 2 tower by the time the Wargs had grouped up as 1 on the Tier 1 tower on the opposite side of the map. With the bombs in pocket, you have to play aware of how quickly a Phoenix can fall down. That was gifted to the Gilded Gladiators.
Well, pulled back, stuck in the blizzard, feared, Pillar of Agony. And it's just that easy for the Gilded Gladiators. I'm starting to think that
Fire time.
Maui Hades is not something you want to give up for Freya. Stu's still 2-0-1, but Fire Giant gonna bleed out easily to the Gilded Gladiators. No response from the Wargs this time. They grabbed the Fury just moments ago, but they're gonna lose Fire, Pyromancer, and Aquarius still down for 20. And oh, by the way, Stu and Sam, they're going for a Tier 1 push to kind of keep some of these Fire minions out.
You know, I was about to do the mental arithmetic on what the siege looks like for the Gilded Gladiators. They've already done it, though. That's the thing. They've already done it. They've taken off the most important Phoenix. Now it's just about waiting for enhanced minion waves to work their way down left, grouping up as 5, and pushing into what remains for the Niflheim Wargs. the game now, the game state for the Gladiators, so absolutely favorable. It is long shot odds for a comeback here from the Wargs. Runic Bomb in the pocket of the Gladiators, plenty of gold in the lead, experience maybe not as impactful as it could be. Aqua in particular, Aqua and Sam, very close to ticking over to level 20. If they can't get 20 before base defense, that would be pretty crushing. You want those upgraded starters. Otherwise, actually looking at the Siege of the Gilded Gladiators in a 5v5 situation, and he isn't going to hit 20. Good eyes, Doug. It's strong. The displacement of inbound, the space control of Snoopy, Kirmi, can just send a Typhoon through. Kirmi's got 2 jobs, okay? I'll break it down for you.
Job number 1.
Job number 1, start charging Typhoon.
Okay.
Job number 2, start charging the Runic Bomb.
Okay.
If he's done those 2 things, your Susano has gotten off to a roaring start. That just has to connect those 2. Afterwards, leave it up to Snoop and the rest of the boys. And they'll take you as far as you need to go. The Wargs, on the other hand, you're leaning on Crimson, and you're leaning on Stewart. Stewart's damage needs to be good here in these next couple of team fights. Easier said than done, working through all the space control and front line of the Gilded Gladiators. But that's what Aqua's for. That's what Gamma's for. Man, let them create the space for you. And he's got to play within it.
Kirmi up at the front with inbound. Scary D off to the side. Right side Phoenix. Under a little bit of fire, but waiting for the next minion wave to push up are the Gladiators. A couple of players from the Wargs not quite in position. Crimson sitting all the way to the side. Maybe aiming for a decent bomb stun to start things up. Left side, minions starting to push in towards the Titan. That's going to call for some action from somebody on the Wargs. Otherwise, they're going to lose yet another Phoenix. Could lose 2 Phoenixes on this push because of it.
The Wargs have spotted it out. That's what those pings are, but they realize if anybody rotates over, they lose this bird, and there's no way they can fight back in. Next wave might just get there as soon as the left side Phoenix respawns. Someone's got to defend it soon.
Scary D picked up, but not displaced back under the tower. Minion wave actually makes it right past the Phoenix. Only a single minion got in there.
Fortunate.
But there's still one more on the way. One final fire wave. It feels like that's what the Gladiators are waiting for on this push.
But there's only 1 minute left on the Fire Giant power play. How long can the Gladiators spend their time just waiting here, biding for an opportunity? Side wave comes in. Scary D, though, he's in first.
Starts the fight, and the landfall pulls 2. Bobby
There
has
it is.
started off this fight with Scary D, but a big stun and return
Watch
damage
Sam.
from Sam. He goes to the back line, but he's got an Aegis immediately, and as soon as that wears off, it is curtain calls for the Tsukiyomi, but Crimson able to find a secondary pick on the fight. Scary D down, and just barely the Phoenix falls down to a single remaining fire minion. The Gilded Gladiators lose a couple, but they at least retaliate with an extra bird.
I think had Scary just waited a moment longer, things could have looked a bit better there, but the clock on the Fire Giant that was pressuring me pressures him as well and forces his hand, goes into the back line. The ultimate's clean, but is forced to disengage, was taking too much damage from Stewart. Stops the Pillars of Agony, leaps out, takes the stun from Crimson, and too much damage to follow it up. That's the weakness of this Hades build. Incredibly tanky for a very brief amount of time. So long as Pillars of Agony is active, Scary D is a tank. If it is not, he's one of the squishiest guys on the map. And the Niflheim Wargs exploit that fact. Sam for Soccer as well. The Piercing Moonlight, a death sentence for himself. Lose out on both relics, tries to get greedy. I think once you're in that position, you just got to let yourself fall down. But creates so much space for his team, deals the damage that he needs. But now on Fire Giant defense, with no beads, no Aegis, on both your mid and your jungler, the Niflheim Wargs have to play very cautious with their positioning. The Gilded Gladiators have the advantage of actually controlling the Fire Giant pit, especially considering they are in a similar relic boat as their enemies. That is going to be an invaluable asset to them. If Gamma can step forward, maybe strip away some of these wards, would be helpful, but look at the pockets of the Niflheim Wargs. No sentries to play with, just the one for Sam for Soccer. Vision already to the Gladiators, and they've got more wards to play with as well in pocket.
And still a bracer, a couple of blinks up for the Gladiators. Gonna be about 40-50 seconds before the important relics come up for the carries, the beads, the Aegises. Really across the board. That one skirmish on the Phoenix really did do a number on the relics everywhere around. Kirmi What are you doing so far forward? Just picked up by Gamma, and it's that simple for the Wargs.
Maybe at least one has to back to defend the Titan. It's Sanford Soccer. So junglers effectively both off the map here. So long as the Gilded Gladiators can make something happen soon. But you're right. That was an incredibly suspect play from Kirmi. Patience has to be on your mind in situations like this. The Gilded Gladiators have done so much already. And already nursing the 10,000 lead. Losing your jungler like that could lose you all the momentum. And now it's the Niflheim Wargs. Pull the Fire Giant. Don't fall for it. It's just a bait. Sanford Soccer isn't here, and the DPS isn't there either. The Gilded Gladiators, the rest of the team, the 4-man core that's still alive, showing the patience that Kirmi lacked.
The two mid laners trying to scrap with each other on the side of the fight. They have separated themselves from everything else going on. Prim and Snoopy trading blows, getting a couple of tablet stacks between each other. But back to the Fire Giant. Full 5 of the Niflheim Wargs. Fire Giant's not going down as quickly as you would think. Maybe it is still just a remaining bait, but Kirmi is back alive, can rejoin the fight, and that seems to be now the call for the disengage on the Wargs. So they can't go too far. You can't just give up the Fire Giant if you're the Wargs.
Now it's the Gilded Gladiators who have eliminated the Sentry from the Wargs in the Fire Giant pit. That entire time the Wargs were trying to bait in the Gladiators, they had that normal ward just opposite the Sentry. So now playing with perfect information are the Gilded Gladiators. Kirmi has rejoined his team. The Relics are coming back up as well. Can you zone and simultaneously burn the objective? Can't be easy. Snoopy's taking a lot of damage. So is Gamma.
What? Stu to the sky, but he's got a quarter HP. Typhoon will kill him on landing.
There's
Aegis
Aegis.
just in time, and the zoning from Gamma is enough. Ultimate goes through. Piercing Moonlight should take out Scary, and maybe a little bit of damage into the back line. The Gladiators get fire, but the Gladiators have lost one. Inbound lands into danger. Stu picks up the kill, but it's a quick back for the Wargs. They've got to defend their Phoenix that's about to go down.
Someone will get there in time. Plenty of time. Left side Bird regenerated and healing now for the Niflheim Wargs. But the Gilded Gladiators keep Fire Giant on 3. And the backbone of your team on Siege is almost always the Hunter. That's where the damage is going to come from on structure. Well, nowadays it almost feels like the Runic Bomb has taken away that job, but with no Runic Bombs in pocket, you'll have to rely on DMB. No Aegis on him for the next 2 minutes, and waiting 30 seconds just to bounce for both Inbound and Scary D. Oh, man, this is such thin margins. Are the Gilded Gladiators confident enough to keep up their siege with only the 3 Fire Giants? I think you have to be, but with Inbound and Scary D, the front lines lacking Fire Giant, the ability to actually tank the objectives goes down a bit. That HP 5 on your support, so important in situations like this. Scary D at least benefiting from healing in kit as well as from build, but having gone a non-standard build, he won't be able to tank up the objectives for too long. Maybe the Niflheim Wargs and just killing those 2 members have done enough. Left side Phoenix weak, so you can at least attempt on it. But base defense for the Wargs strong, and the majority of relics going unused from the Wargs means you're feeling really confident in your ability to defend here. The only one who is under any real risk, Stewart. 1 minute, beads and Aegis gone. The Gilded Gladiators absolutely know it.
Gladiators as 5. Push up the left. But an ambush by the Wargs.
So dangerous.
If they can find a pick,
There's
Aqua
the
walks
stun.
up.
He's
finds
dead.
Scary D, and he's gone while he's in the air from everything else. A fast pick for the Wargs will send the Gladiators packing immediately.
That's it.
As soon as Scary D was gone, the rest of the team backs out.
That's the weakness of this pick, man. You're not a tank unless you're ulting. Can't ult while you're stunned. Can't ult while you're in the air, and wasn't given the time to ult once he landed. Scary D just not allowed to play in that small interaction. So dangerous. I mean, you'd done so much work to grab the Fire Giant. You'd played with your lead so well, barring the pick on Kirmi. And now the Gilded Gladiators, the core 3 that have fire, won't get to use it. Not a single time. Pyromancer maybe the only prize they get, haven't taken down the fire.
Pyro swiftly to the Glads. They'll go ahead and give that one back over to Kirmi. A few Phoenixes that can be used on if they get an opportunity to use it as a sieging tool. Niflheim Wargs were starting to fall behind earlier on, still sitting about 8,000 gold down, but that 8,000 starting to feel a little irrelevant 35 minutes in, Miff. I mean, you're looking at Aquarius, who's a half an item away from being stacked up to his full build. All three of the carries have theirs. Gamma's only about one full item behind, if even that, compared to Inbound at this point. Feels like all that lead and all that momentum the Gladiators built up has been stagnated just by that couple of picks that the Wargs had made moments ago.
Yeah, I think the best the Gladiators can do now is get out of base as quickly as possible, drop their wards, get back to base as quickly as possible, and put more in their pocket. Won't seem to have that opportunity, though, with the Niflheim Wargs grouping up just the same. Plenty of wards on map, plenty of wards in pocket for both teams. We'll have to see how this shakes out. As of now, vision advantage over to the Gladiators. And the Wargs have to fight their way forward through all this information.
Gladiators trying to flank from the side.
Can't do that.
But Inbound's ultimate won't grab Gamma. That knock-up immunity on the dash is more than enough. Plus the Magi is still available to him as well. So Gamma will be safe for this next fight. And a massive team fight ultimate down for the Gilded Gladiators with fire back up, enhanced fire giant at that. One wrong team fight could just end the game. There's still 3 towers on the side of the Gladiators, some hope, actually 4. I barely even noticed that the tier 1 on left was hanging on only by a thread, so still a fairly tanky Titan. But we're at the stage of the game where the carries can just melt through these structures, really take down these Titans quickly as well.
They could. Not the quickest melt, though, for the Wargs. Freya struggles in situations like that. No Polynomicons. Means that the majority of the damage is going to come from either Sam or Crimson on the actual towers and Phoenixes. So if the Gilded Gladiators maybe lose this fight but maintain 2 or 3 members, I still like their odds on a defense, at least on the initial, considering how many towers are still standing. But the Wargs aren't afforded that same luxury. If too many of them fall down, the Gilded Gladiators can absolutely start to run away with it. Fire Giant, though, all important now. 37 minutes in. Whoever grabs this one, primed and ready to end the game. I'm keeping my eyes on the Wargs. It feels like the pulls on both teams could just really be the separators. Inbound finding a landfall, that changes the game. And the Gilded Gladiators feel good as they move into Game 5. Is it going to be Aquarius that does the same? And it's the Niflheim Wargs celebrating a promotion to the SPL. But now, neither team has the opportunity. No jovial nature here, no smiles. It's all focus as they start the dance of the Fire Giant, something we've come accustomed to over the last decade of Smite. But the nuances still on display. Neither team willing to take the proactive element. Neither team stepping forward here. Sanford Soccer back to base. If he shows himself on those left side waves, massive opportunity to the Gladiators, who've stepped up regardless.
Looks like he's back for a Sentry. Still a couple of bubbles on the supports as well. Those Magi's cloaks standing true for both Gamma and Inbound. Scary D and Aqua haven't gotten their chance to go back and finish their last items. This could be it here. Bubble gone from Inbound. Snoopy gets the benefit of at least the passive from that Magi's, but now without the Magi on Inbound, he is susceptible to a pull from Aquarius, but Aqua's also susceptible to the damage from Snoopy.
He is. Aqua holding up the front line for now. A pull on a Scary D is a kill on a Scary D. Keep your eyes on Kirmi. It's where they had lost the fight previously. Walks in. Scary D pulled forward. The wall clips him, keeps him just alive. And Stewart forced to use the Valkyrie's discretion early in this fight. Massive safety loss. Relics down now. No beads on Aqua. Beads and Aegis, though, maintained for Stu. Gilded Gladiators, they've got everything but Bracer. They've got some time to play with.
30 seconds until Magi's is back for Inbound. Scary D's going to try and start
Another
this fight. Quick beats from Crimson, and a landfall missed from Inbound. Gamma pops the frenzy for his team, but Aqua is on the run out. Gamma at a quarter HP. Bomb doesn't hit anybody. The boulder bounces through, and it does some decent damage, but they've lost the front line of the Wargs. And the Fire Giant now started up for the Gladiators if they decide to go for it, but it seems that their eyes are set elsewhere.
Gladiators want to resustain.
Wow.
Hades will do that for you.
Yeesh.
It's a lot of HP back for the boys. A lot of time to play with, too. 50 seconds left on Aqua's respawn, but he's got teleport. Sam for Soccer shows himself in mid, so the Gladiators have to play wary of a gank. Scary D will act as a wall there, prevent the flank here.
Well,
Lock
Fire's
size from
gone.
Sam for Soccer. Fire Giant off the map. Gilded Gladiators once more put it on all 5. Enhanced Fire Giant means there's no backdoor protections. This is surprising, though. I really thought there's going to be an immediate group up on the Pyro, considering how quickly they had taken it last time. Instead, they want to play while Aqua is dead. 15 seconds might just be enough.
Don't want to try and mess with the Hercules, who has made multiple game-breaking plays for his team. Aqua down for 8. The Gladiators walk right in. Two-man bro.
Good
gone.
Lord.
The damage off just a single pull from Gamma. The piercing moonlight to the back, Scary D low, but not the main target of this one.
That ult's
Stewart
huge.
tries to get something going through. Kirimi
He got him.
trades his life out with Sam, but
Watch
Gamma and
Aqua.
Stewart are doing so much damage. Stewart has the Aegis gone down, and Aquarius now wrapping around the backside of the fight. Scary D shoved into the wall. Crimson still alive. Pull from Gamma to set it up.
jumped it.
Scary D goes in, but he can't get the damage off Aqua. And Gamma teaming up to set up for the rest of the damage dealers.
Kirmi puts on his cape, turns around the fight ever so slightly. But it's Scary D who does the most. The Gilded Gladiators, though, cannot be happy with how that one pans out. Inbound, the only one now with Enhanced Fire Giant for himself. 3 members standing for the Niflheim Wargs. They can't do anything either. The Wargs have effectively extended the game, J-Mac. We got another Fire Giant dance, and we're a ways off from it. That Fire Giant power play was crushed
2.5 minutes.
quickly. I mean, Pyromancer, we might fight over that. Oni Fury, I don't think anybody cares, really. For now, it's just spinning your wheels. It's waiting. DMB, I got to call you out, bud. It's been an issue this entire event for the Gilded Gladiators on Siege. The confident ADC, the rookie who's trying to step up to the SPL, has been overconfident in his positioning. This CERN cannot be frontlining in these fights, cannot be getting clipped by Gamma's pull on Astrolabe. Really cost him greatly there. All you got to do is live. You had so much time to play with, but too happy, too trigger happy to get in while Aqua was still dead.
Well, Pyromancer. Second one now for a Runic Bomb for the Gladiators. 2 minutes, and even less than that, closer to a minute and a half now for Fire Giant. Here we go to a near total reset. Now this time, nearly full build for everybody. We get the Magi's for Aquarius, the Pythax piece for Scary D in this fight, and a Divine Ruin to round out the build for Gamma. Everybody is 6 slotted. Relics are all nearly fully upgraded. It's just power potions and elixirs from this point on would be the only difference for power spikes for these players. And 1 minute left till Fire's back up.
Correct me if I'm wrong here, J-Mac. Snoopy's relics aren't upgraded just yet.
Not quite.
We're 43 minutes into this game, man. Temporal beads are real good. 3 seconds off your cooldowns,
He's gotta have elixir if that's the case. If he doesn't have elixir and a potion of power and he has that, okay,
he's got elixir.
So that's 3K of his gold. Maybe understandable, but still, temporal beads for cooldown reset, even, you know, not using it for resets, but
could be.
Lower cooldown. Aegis just so good too.
Return some damage, get faster.
Maybe go faster. Aquarius has walked up real far, but he's got the ult from Scary and the ult from Inbound off of that. That is 2 ultimates and a stance change removed from Snoopy, all for Aqua, who lost his beads and lost his Magi's for it.
And his teleport as well. Has to get back into this fight quickly. Good Gladiators. Still hold on to a couple of their massive team fight tools. DMB with the Wild Hunt and Kirmi with the Typhoon can completely change the face of these fights, but really it's that landfall that makes me concerned.
Scary. Has the beads just in time, so he doesn't get pulled too far by Gamma. But the return damage onto Gamma, you're really starting to see what Snoopy can do once he's full build, has this elixir. So much damage coming from this Merlin, coming from DMB.
Wow,
Even with all the prots through. Still not enough for Gamma, and Sam, who doesn't have any prots to his name, he takes 1 ability and sees just how hard they hit.
Yes, drop down to 50%. How much sustain does he have in build? Bloodforge and Jotun's not enough to get him healthy here. 1 more stray ability and he might just die. Sam for Soccer now has to play very concerned going forward. Snoopy throws out a bit more poke, connects with Aqua, and we find out that he's not exactly as tanky as we had once thought either. But the Fire Giant is not under threat just yet. The Niflheim Wargs positioning very slowly and standing on their own sentry, knowing that the Gilded Gladiators don't have information. This small avenue, the path that Aqua has just created, has allowed them to step forward.
Scary goes in. Gamma's the only one caught. Aqua finds the flip of the back line.
back.
Landfall pulls back Gamma. Another pull on him. He and Aqua are removed from the fight.
Watch
but
Sam.
Sam doesn't get the last shot that he needs on Kirmi. Sam goes in, but he goes down after Kirmi. Finds the double kill. It is 3 off the map for the Wargs. And Niflheim, this may just be the end. But the health bars of both Kirmi and Dude Man Pro, they're down low.
you forgotten?
One stray ability
Look
from
at the
Grim
heal.
or Stu can do so. But the healing from Scary D will get them at least back up a little bit.
Crimson has to take the fight here. How many bombs has he got? All 3 available. Everything up. Aegis up as well. All he has to do is kill 1, maybe 2. Could be massive. Fumes to proc. Not enough. He's shown himself now.
He's got
Behind enemy lines.
He's got to walk through this all. The blink goes through. Kirmi finds a pull on a Stu, but Stu
Aegis.
Aegis back to the fountain. That's 1 down, but there are 3 slamming at the Titan. Crimson's got a lot of damage.
Just
but
a little
does he
more.
have enough? No, the Pillar of Agony is pulled away from it. Stu goes down.
Okay.
Crimson can't stop. And Niflheim, we go to game number 5.
What an insane back and forth set. Have any of these games been less than 40 minutes? I couldn't say. They have gone the full distance here. But I think Scary D, who has had a phenomenal weekend, once more does it for his team. This Hades play, I don't think he's getting it again. Put it on the list
He
with
shouldn't.
Gamma's Maui. You got to get him off this pick.
I think just Maui in general.
Maui's got to go.
Maui's gotta
That's
go.
step 1.
Hades can't come back.
Hades can't come back.
And from there, I think
I'm
we've
at a
solved
loss.
we've solved the 2 biggest problems. Is a Scary D carry god, so no Kama, no Hades, no
Yep.
Maui. I think that might have to be the answer between these 2 teams. My God, the what was it, like a 7-minute dance around Fire Giant at one point, gets stopped in its tracks off a 3-man wipe after that. Then we get to another Fire Giant dance where the fire doesn't even matter beyond that point. Crazy. Game number 4 that we just went through, Miff.
It is, and it's individual plays that shake things up. I thought maybe that pick on a Kirmi would have completely blown the game open, but they were able to withstand all that aggression. Both of these teams obviously fighting for so much here, and they're playing some of their best Smite.
The best of 5 to qualify into the Smite Pro League. What better way to have it for these 2 teams than to go the full distance, to go to game number 5 to see which will be the 8th and final team to make it to the Smite Pro League. Players from some of the lower seeded teams of last year. You think towards the Scarabs, the Valks, a lot of returning players want another shot with a new team in the Pro League. But only one of them is going to make it through. Do we see the reverse sweep come through
That's my bit.
for the Gilded Gladiators, or
Not even the
the
right
Niflheim Wargs stop it here? We'll have to find out in game number 5 right after this break.
That's my bit.
He took it, man.
Welcome into Hot Takes with Dave, where Dave takes a hot shot and drops a hot take. Hot take number 1. Not all family recipes are good recipes. Some recipes are probably terrible, and your entire family was too nervous to tell grandma that her casserole sucked. That's hot take number 1.
That hits.
Is it spicy?
It hits.
All right, good. Blame Jordan. Jordan's the one who told me to drench your chip in.
Dude, why is it so much? You've done me.
Jordan did me, and then I did you. We're all just doing each way.
My hot take, adapting is a fraud, and I made him. I made this adapting. He came back.
You made this adapt?
I made him. He be nothing about me now.
So we're ignoring
Yeah.
two-time world winner.
When he came back, everything that happens now is because of me.
So you're the true king.
Yeah, I own him.
You brought him to Worlds. He didn't bring you to
Yeah, I
Worlds.
brought him. I saved him.
That is hot. I handled this really well, by the way. Oh, God.
I think you should be banned if you lock in Charybdis.
Really? Why is that?
Worst god in the game.
Is it annoying or is it bad?
Terrible. If you lock it in, it's gonna lose.
You heard it here first. If you lock in Charybdis, you should get banned. That's hot. Hot take number 2. Provided it's within their means, children should cost more to travel with. They might take up a quarter of the space, but they take up 300% of my mental. Upcharge out the ass, depending on age. Reverse aging order for cost. Oh, God. How good are you with spice?
Middling.
I don't know what. Yeah,
That's let me spread it through the little canyon a little bit.
It'll spread, all right.
Yeah.
In your mouth.
If you're gonna cheat,
Oh.
you better at least win. And if you're not gonna win, at least cover your tracks.
Empty your recycle bins. That is hot. Welcome back to Spicy Hot Sauce Takes. That's the official name of the show. You feel it?
A little bit.
So what a lot of us have reported is that it's like gone jaws, back, ears eventually. I started crying it out of my eyes for a second.
It's hitting back of the throat now. Yep.
Here we go. Yes.
Oh,
Love Bulldog.
Oh yeah.
Do you have a hot take for us now that the sauce is spread?
I do. And there are a lot of casual players out there that aren't going to want to hear it, but Nox isn't that annoying of a god to play against.
Oh God, I constantly talk about how annoying Nox is.
Not
Oh,
that
I'm
bad.
No?
One-dimensional. You
Yeah.
got a root. Root's missed. Nothing.
So as long as you dodge the root.
Absolutely. Morgan Le Fay, infinitely more annoying.
So if you're annoyed with Nox, are you just bad?
You could say that.
You
Maybe
could
that's
say
why
that.
I'm not playing at this event.
Fair enough. That is a hot take. Oh God. Oh, it's hitting me now. The first one's hitting me. The second one's gonna hit me in 5 minutes. How do you guys do? My tongue's numb. Oh, there's too much on this chip.
Cerninos is better early in general.
What? wait.
Cerninos does everything Erling does,
Oh, Erlang shouldn't.
but better in general.
So you think CERN is the next? Well, maybe how
It's just
how
better
bad is
Erlang.
Erlang? Well, what tier is Erlang?
He's bad, but
What tier's?
CERN's OP. So I mean,
So is CERN like an A tier jungler?
yeah, I'd say so.
Oh my God, that is hot. Hot take number 3. Final hot take. Complaining about what roles are good and bad at the moment in Smite doesn't matter for 75% of the player base. If you're in silver and you're telling me Hunter sucks and that's why you're bad, it's not true. You're just bad at Smite. This was, what do we call this? Hot takes with Dave. I can't do this anymore. I can't do this anymore. The only thing stronger than the Gilded Gladiators mental is it's constitution, like when you can eat really.
Your tolerance of heat, you're saying it's not as strong, or it is as strong?
My tolerance of heat is as strong as the Gladiators mental. Do you see how well I handled those chips?
You were crying.
I crushed it. Yeah, I don't think they edited my eyes at all at the end. I was legitimately starting to cry during the third chip there. Trelly, Game 5 between the Wargs and the Gilded Gladiators. We had 10 teams at the beginning of this week. Now we're down to 2 with 1 spot in the SPL remaining and a Game 5. One game decides which of these 2 teams is going to the Smite Pro League all year here in Season 10. And the other team is going home. The weight of one individual game, ridiculous. Smite World Championships gets up there. For these players, life-changing. Game number 5 between the Wargs and the Gladiators. Let's talk about Game 4, though. How'd we get here? Because watching replays from 13 minutes, this is how this game started. We wouldn't end for another almost 40 minutes after some of these replays are rolling.
Yeah, I mean, if you're new here and you didn't watch the previous games of this set, they are very important. So let me clue you in.
Yeah.
Sanford Soccer hits a massive Thor play. He's no longer allowed to play Thor. Scary D hard carries his team with Camazotz. He's no longer allowed to play Camazotz. He also had good performance on Hades, but that gets let through this game. Gamma pops off and frags with his team on the Maui. The Maui is no longer allowed in Gamma's hands. Sanford Soccer also has great Humbats play. That is now the ban that is not allowed to get through to Sam as well. So far, it has been what can we let through to get one of those other picks for ourselves. It's been back and forth. This time, it was Stewart on the Freya to give the Gilded Gladiators Maui and Hades. While there was a lot of back and forth and there was a lot of fighting, I don't think that trade was worthwhile. Stewart was great. He did plenty of damage. He played very safe, but it was not enough. So what is going to be the big change that makes this Game 5 the craziest one yet?
It gets crazier? That's a hot take.
It has
you just
to.
eat some hot sauce?
No, I didn't.
That's somehow going to get crazier than that Game 4? Look, Stu goes 6-2-6. Yes. 15,000 damage, comparable to Dude Man Bro, just a bit higher. So, we're hanging in there on the Freya pick. But at the end of the game, specifically that game end moment, Hades looks amazing for Scary D. We theorized a bit. The hope was that the Hades was just going to get deleted later on in the game. We're hoping, or not we, the Wargs were hoping that the Freya and the rest of the squad could just one-tap the Hades and it wouldn't really matter.
Yep.
And at times that did happen. Mm-hmm. But in the pivotal moments in the team fights, that did not happen.
Yeah.
I think if you're relying on a perfect bit of positioning and a perfect bit of team fighting to kill off a Hades, and the alternative outcome is that it wrecks a team fight, it's a big roll of the dice. One more time. Let's do it for this week.
I'm in.
The Smite Pro League promotional tournament. Game number 5, picks and bans. Let's see what those adjustments are, because we've got to make some. And now we've talked about the mental battle all throughout this set. Gladiators 2-0 early this morning.
Yep.
Go down 2-0 to start this set. I'm thinking, all right, mentals are out of it. They might win Game 4, but this is a tough hill to climb. However, you and I both alluded going into Game 4 just now, if the Gladiators win that, the mental battle shifts in favor of the Gladiators. Now the Wargs overthinking everything. If you're in there, you're thinking we were up 2-0. Now we've lost 2 straight. The Gladiators have the momentum. Walking out of that player booth just now, Snoopy yelling about a Game 5, Kiermy yelling about a Game 5. Wargs need to take a deep breath, realize what they're capable of.
What?
See if you can slow down the Gladiators. Hades banned out by the Wargs this time, but a Merlin ban from the Gladiators right at the end leaves open the Freya. So it's not going to be Hades Maui traded over, but it, in all likelihood, could still be the Maui for the Gladiators.
I mean, you're giving the Wargs Freya Hunbats, though.
Unless you want it for yourself.
Yeah, unless you're grabbing Hunbats here, which has to be the call. Yeah, it looks like it's being hovered here. That's curious to me. I don't think. I guess they're just tired of the Merlin damage, you know? At this point, they're like, we have to walk through the jungle, fearing every corner we walk around late game because we get hit by a Divine Ruin, Tablet, Soul Reaver, Soul Gem, proc, Merlin ability. Half our health's gone and we have to reset. So they are going to give that Freya away once again. And they're going to grab the Maui and the Hunbats. I love the Maui pick. I think the casters hyped it for good reason. It has been absolutely popping off. They lose that safety pick that Scary D had in the Hades. I guess not safety. It was more big damage and control. So I am curious what he goes to. But lots of CC already. Lots of beads burn from the Hunbats and the Maui. Strong start from the Gladiators.
Do you think Neoma is itching to get back in the player seat? I mean, Gamma, there's literally nothing to do with Gamma. I just mean from a mental perspective. You know, you retire, and now you're coaching a team that's in this situation in a Game 5 must-win. I wonder if the competitive mindset rearing up a bit for Neoma. Best he can do now, guide his team through picks and bans. Give them suggestions and advice on keeping a cool mental. Sam was right there alongside Neil for some of their really intense World Championship moments just a few years ago. So Neil knows that when he leaves that player booth,
wow,
the rest of the squad is in good hands. Hercules, back to Aquarius, who's not slowed down on the Hercules, consistently making big plays. But a Hebo from the Wargs. With all that's available, Charlie, I mean, you're overlooking Mercury, Susano, any of the other more carry-style junglers, if this ends up going into the jungle and not to Crim, but it has been going to Crim.
This is...
the Wargs prioritizing bursty magical damage in their first 3.
Yeah, I mean, this comp that the Glads was the start to the, I guess, the reverse sweep beginning. You know, it was into Hebo. They said, hey, we got Odin. We're going to be able to trap you in the cage. It was coupled with a Hell. There was, you know, lots of value from that Odin pick. In this case, I think Freya fits that bill as well. You know, you still do have to fear that cage. Sure, you can break out of it, but getting trapped in the cage with a fear no evil on top of you does sound very difficult to deal with. In this case, though, I'm curious if Sam decides to take the Hebo. I'm leaning towards it, if I'm honest, because I don't think the Tsukuyomi was really filling that role that Sam wants. I think he wants to control the game, and Hebo can do that.
Yep.
Put Crimson on something that can get out of the Odin cage could be the call. And then let Sam take that Hebo. It is a lot of magic damage, of course, but Aqua's been on point with the Hercules. I can't stress that enough. He has been able to find pulls. He'll be just fine being one of the main initiators.
Mid lane bans for the Niflheim Wargs. Gladiators still needing an AD carry and a mid laner. Save their carries for the end. Whereas the Wargs have potentially gotten both of their carries in the first 3. What's next will become clear to us here in just a moment. It's a tense Game 5 here.
Oh, it is.
Even I'm feeling a bit tense.
Wow.
Huang. 4 games played over the course of the weekend, and almost, I'm trying to think the last time we saw one. I was going to say all 4 of them were in the first half of the weekend. It feels like we've seen a bit over the last couple of days.
We've seen 3 losses and 1 win based on those stats.
Yep.
And I've seen it do some big damage. I've seen it miss ults completely. Yu Huang is one of those characters that you got to land Dueling Dragons. If you're betting your SPL, you're betting the next year of your life on Yu Huang, then Snoopy, I'm thinking he feels confident on it.
There's not many things in life that I would bet the next year of my life on, but if Snoopy's in that player booth right now telling me I'm getting it done, you might just have to believe him. What could be an emotional turnaround for the ages. Imagine a side-by-side. Should the Gladiators win this Game 5? A side-by-side of Snoopy alone in the player booth after Game 1 to this team standing together, realizing they've just made it back to the SPL after a Game 5 reverse sweep. Honestly, it could be one of the crazier images in Smite history. 100% win rate on the CERN. It'll either drop to 80% or remain at 100%. I don't think I did that math correctly, but I'm going to stick with it.
It's just intense, you know. This is everything.
Susano for Sanford Soccer alongside the Bacchus. So it is a mid lane Hebo, Susano, Bacchus. Final 3 picks for the Wargs. Does that composition scream Game 5 winning style of comp to you? Does it yell it? Does it whisper it?
It says it. I think in order to scream it, there would have had to been some more player god combos that have clearly been taken away in this set. I think a lot of them have been. Again, the only one that's really blaring at me is the fact that Inbound got Maui again and Stewart got Freya. The others are just, you know, you get what you get in this situation in a Game 5 where you have to ban away so much. Sam is definitely happy with the Susano. Krim is definitely happy with the Hebo. And I think Bacchus, Hercules frontline, it's very speedy. Can both use Breathlight to regrowth and set up a lot of things for the team. But the Gladiators are all smiles. They seem extremely confident. They have a ton of CC. It's a very easy to execute comp. You're blinking in, you're caging, you're dropping your circles on the cage, you hope they die. That's kind of the idea.
Yep.
And I see some immobile characters that can really get eaten alive by that composition.
Snoopy pounding his fist, letting his team know, here's what we need to do.
Was he doing one of these? I didn't get to see.
It was on the desk.
Oh, okay.
On the desk.
Gotcha.
Kiermi was head back, eyes closed. Saw Neil, last words to his team prior to walking out of the player booth right there. A lot of circle talk, I have to imagine.
Said, watch out for these.
Yeah, these are scary.
These are scary. Stay away from these.
It's the opposite of the SpongeBob circle,
Yeah.
right?
You don't.
They're the sea bears.
Right.
And the Gladiators are the ones drawing the anti-Warg circles on the ground. Niflheim, of all people, telling us to be professional here, Trelly. That's rich to me. About to go into a Game 5 here. SPL lives on the line for the Wargs and the Gilded Gladiators. The intensity is just dialed up over the course of the weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Gladiators expected to be in the Final Four, but the Wargs expected by just about everyone to qualify. I haven't asked you for a prediction. You think the Glads have enough momentum here to take it over the finish line?
I mean, looking at their faces, the Gladiators are definitely playing with that confidence. The Wargs still were heavily predicted to be the #1 seed in this tournament. I think talent alone should be able to, bring them back mental-wise, but
Yep.
I do think the Gladiators got a very strong composition for what they're trying to do, and the Wargs have really not shown me too much of that punch back. They'll get some nice plays, but right now, momentum definitely on the side of the Glads.
One more game. You're going into Game 5. The Gladiators win it. They're going to the SPL for Season 10. Wargs win it. They're going into the SPL for Season 10. There's no more room for error for these teams. You've had winners brackets. You've had losers brackets. You'd have runs, wins or losses all week long. But here it is. And the way that your life changes depending on this Game 5 cannot be understated. Game 5, Wargs, Gladiators. Why not? Let's kick it off right now. It's J-Mac and Mifflin on the mic.
And this is it. We're no longer in a best of 5 any longer, Mifflin. We're in a single game left for this match. Winner of this match goes to the SPL. The loser, well, maybe we'll see in the SCC a little bit later on in the year. Who is going to come out on top? The caster favorites of the Niflheim Wargs just months back? Or will it be the singular caster favorite of the Gilded Gladiators? A prediction for you. You actually predicted both of these teams to make it in Mifflin, but now in the situation we've been left with, only one of those two can make it through to stand alongside the Eldritch Hounds in the remainder of the Smite Pro League for Season 10. And it all comes down to this final game.
And there's so much to break down, but I'll ask you a question first, J-Mac.
What you got?
What's Maui's win rate in this set?
100%.
All right. Okay.
That's oh, man.
Yeah. That's a pretty crazy stat line, I think.
It really got put into perspective for me there for a moment.
Cannot believe Maui makes his way through another ban phase, and cannot believe he's going to be allowed to do things like this for another presumed 40 to 50 minutes, right? I mean, absolutely wild. I think a lot of this game rides on Crimson. The Hebo, last time we had seen it out of mid, really struggled throughout the early game. I believe it was 0-4 to start off the match. Sanford Soccer on a playmaker out of Susano. Takes one from Kiermi's book, and I think very capable of playing it at the same, if not greater level. Kirmi, though, does the same to Sam for Soccer. Takes away his Hun bots. In a game that has been dictated by massive, game-changing, circular displacement ultimates, be it Pillars of Agony, Landfall, Fear No Evils, things along those lines. I just really do like this Gilded Gladiators draft. They've got great interactions with individual members of the Niflheim Wargs.
Whoa.
I might not have had the opportunity to see some of those interactions if things had started just as quickly as the Wargs would have liked there. An early game that I think maybe weighs more heavily on the Gilded Gladiators. That's so standard for them. Their win condition resides, or has resided within the first 15 minutes of the game. Throughout the entirety of this tournament, have now shown that they are capable of playing in the late as well, but would certainly love to get active here.
Gamma stun, Kirmi in. The root and cripple is good. Another double whoop by Stu to try and bail out Gamma, but it's a jump for a jump. Is there enough damage from Kirmi? No, there is not. Too tanky on this Bacchus is Gamma in the early game, and it may only be because it's a Bacchus that Gamma gets to walk out of this fight.
Cost him his shell, though, so a bit lost there, as well as his shard. So Gamma missing out on a lot of resources, and potentially Stewart missing out on a lot of farm here. If he gets zoned out, Crimson loses the beads early. Snoopy playing with the confidence that the desk had called for on this Yuhuang. And doesn't it just feel like any of these small interactions, if they go even a little further one way, could completely change the game?
And what is going on across this map? It is so aggressive between both of these teams. Aquarius goes up with Sam. Sam able to steal away the blue buff. Kirmi being zoned out. Aqua will pick up the buff. Scary D still keeping a slight chase back towards lane, but look where Sam is going, recognizing that Kirmi isn't going to be able to stay in this fight. He has gone over. Backside of the red buff could find a pick on Snoopy. If Snoopy's not paying attention, the jump is there, but the dot is on top. Snoopy crashes back in to try and trade blows, but it is Sam for Soccer. First blood for the Niflheim Wargs.
And the perfect pathing immediately afterward. Through the towers, the only way out. Has to take that damage to avoid the stun from Scary D and the counter rotation from Kirmi. Snoopy, a team player. He said, Stanford Soccer's going for your speed, Kirmi. I'm going to defend it. Loses his own life in trade. Unfortunate tumble for the Yu Huang player out of mid, but Gilded Gladiators, no stranger to this. Have not had to win out on every single early game, and still in an all-right position considering how much work Snoopy had done earlier. Actually poked out or up Crimson, I believe, once or twice already. So shouldn't be too far behind in farm. Actually, a bit of parity there, splitting the speed buff. Has got him over to level 5, the exact same time as Crimson. I don't think that's enough of a lead just yet. Really, it's just Sam for Soccer benefiting for now.
Just that 500 gold lead or so that you get from that first blood bounty up for the Niflheim Wargs to start this out. I got to put some attention maybe towards this duo lane for Stewart in particular. This Freya, first picked in game number 4, gave up Hades and Maui for the selection. Did not see a whole lot from Stewart throughout the majority of that game. Even towards the late game, wasn't really seeing the damage output. Coming to game number 5, Myth, once again, Freya the first pick, and they gave that one up for a Maui and a Hunbat. I feel like the Wargs are going to put this much emphasis on a pick for Stewart, given this powerful of a mage ADC. Got to see something more from him in game 5.
I agree completely. It was an early first blood for Stu into a triple whoop. Awesome. What happened after that? I didn't see anything.
Aqua, lose that on the ultimate. Still alive inside the cage for only a moment. Got the heal through. How much will he regenerate? Not much. Juking out the damage from Kirmi. He'll driving strike away. The jump is in. The slow is there. The stun guarantees the kill. And it's Inbound, who gets the credit for at least the final hit of it, but all set up by the remainder of the squad. Even Crimson trying to get aggressive against Snoopy to scare him away from the camps for Sam.
Not ideal kill placement, but a kill nonetheless for the Gilded Gladiators to find parity across the top. Cuts that lead ever so slightly. Inbound's got to do a lot with it. It's not a prophetic cloak start for Inbound either. So surprised to see him make that kind of rotation so early in the game, rather. Stack up that Gauntlet of Thieves. Dueling Dragons forces out the ultimate, or up Crimson. Forced to play defensively there. If he's pulled back, that's his life, or at least his beads, so well played. Defensive. Doesn't want to have the same type of play, the same trajectory of play that we'd seen from the Hebo previously. Instead, keeps it safe here. Everything on the line in a best-of-1 now between these two teams. In the past, and in games as high stakes as these, we've seen them go incredibly long. I'm genuinely surprised that we've already had kills. Generally, it's a very safe style of play. But instead, both teams putting their best foot forward, trying to get active.
Gamma on a new look in this tournament. Have not seen the Bacchus from him, I believe, the entire tournament so far. Not a stranger of a pick to him, something that we saw at the very beginning of Season 9, the last time that Gamma had to make a qualifier route into the Smite Pro League. You get a few of the players on this field have been in this position before. Gamma and Kiermi, once allies, once both qualifying for the same team. Now only one of them gets to make it in. Same position with Aquarius, who is on that same roster with Kiermi and Gamma. And now seeing a few members, a few former allies of the Solar Scarabs also. Only a couple of them going to be making it back into the Smite Pro League this time around. A lot at stake for every one of the players on this field.
Kiermi over the wall. He avoided the ward. Stu doesn't know he's here, but he doesn't know about Sam either.
The pull is good. Fear no evil. Stu will beads right through it. And Kiermi has made a grave mistake of stepping up to Stu with an item in hand and Sam right behind. The Niflheim Wargs up 2-1. Inbound will land down on top of Gamma, but Gamma will back away for the time being, just keeping inbound away from the duo lane.
I love the idea there from Kiermi. Jump over the wall, avoid that ward, just on top of that clear camp. If Sanford Soccer isn't also there attempting a very similar gank, things could have looked a bit different. Doesn't come up empty-handed though. Kiermi may have fallen, but he at least gets that beads off Freya. When Fear No Evil's back up, could try and make that exact same play.
Oh, Scary D. Once that shield fades away, does Aqua have the push? He does, but he pushes it into the shield. So that may just be one of the reasons Scary D lives during that small skirmish. But now Stu has a lead, and this is what I was expecting him to do all of last game, was Doom Bro steps up, you just start boxing up against him. Half HP on the Cern with 3 autos. But Stu has ran out of range and will now have to go back to the minion wave instead.
And DMB keeps himself healthy, but for how long? With this many members that have wargs on the left-hand side, Sanford Soccer.
Bead's gone from DMB. Typhoon lands. And that's another kill. Number 2 for the jungler. Number 3 for the Wargs. And this is what we were expecting out of Sam last game. The game before was to put some pressure over on this dual lane side of the map. Took a little while for Sam to wake up towards it, but now starting to make his impact known.
He's decided to play through the Freya, and the Susano looking much better for it. Already 100% kill participation, 66% of them in his own pocket, and a lead over Kiermi on the other side. The Hun bots, much more suited for the team fight. Susano, very strong at this portion of the game, has not gone for the standard hi-rez that we've seen from Susano all week. Instead, down the pen tree once more. Kiermi going to keep with the hi-rez on the other side. Massive power spike for him once he's allowed to pick it up. That CR, just getting that Fear No Evil available as often as possible, going to be so important as a win condition for the Gilded Gladiators. And keeping levels on par, I think, similarly very important. Largest deficit maybe on the map right now, about a half level for Sanford Soccer, about a half level for Stewart as well. 1 kill. If Kierman can get involved over towards the duo like Sam has, could get us right back to even.
We've been seeing a lot out of this right here from Gamma. Walk up, you got Prophetic, no harm, no foul, throwing an ability out and get some of those early stacks online. Start stacking up towards that fully evolved form. A lot of protections, a lot of mitigations coming from that item. Stewart steps up. DMB realized that Gamma's nearby, but being so close to the tier 1 tower means Gamma and Stu probably can't do much else besides just get a little bit of clear on these minions, get some damage to the Bastion. For I think maybe even the first time this entire set, Myth, it's DMB who's being shoved under tower.
Yeah, stuck here. Hasn't had too many rotations from inbound recently, and with Gamma hovering nearby, can no longer freeze the wave. I think that's why Gamma makes the rotation. Allows Stewart the opportunity to actually step up to that tower and make sure it doesn't freeze for too long. That said, though, Stu's falling low on mana. That's why Gamma's forced to stick around. With inbound nearby, and Kiermi right behind him. Neutral farm available. Could see a skirmish here.
Sam, level 11. Kirby only level 10 right now. Shield buff. The eye of interest for both of these squads. Kirby will walk up, but with Stu going back to base and a ward spotting it out. Wait. Was that a single tick of the jet stream that just stole the buff away?
Sometimes fate smiles on you, J-Mac, and right now, Sanford Soccer, he's got a bit of luck on his side. Able to steal that one away. A major win. I mean, that's a Hail Mary, all right? Might as well throw out the slipstream. Who cares? If I get it, feels good. And that's exactly what happens.
Is he even leveled? Is he even putting points into that ability right now?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, it does have 3. So definitely got a little bit of extra damage, but still wild that he was able to steal that one under 3 different players, out-secured them there. Not that it means an insane amount. It's one single buff camp that goes the enemy way, but it's always the mental damage that's done. When you have a buff, you got so many people there, it just gets taken from under you. Gamma on this Bacchus. Wonder what he's going to do compared to the last couple of games. Had some great pulls on the Atlas to bring a couple of people out of position, really set up for the team. Doesn't have that same luxury on the Bacchus, but quite a bit of damage in CC afforded to him.
Yeah, he's allowed to survive for a long time in the team fight. Flop, obviously, a game-changing play, but as far as, like, massive impact abilities, Landfall can single-handedly win you a team fight. It is rare that Belly Flop's going to do that, right? He's really about playing with the allies, playing forward, and I think maybe just goes to the Bacchus for the knock-up immunity in the Belch, worried about some of those landfalls from inbound a bit later on. As far as just power and tier lists, right, Maui's so much higher than Bacchus, so Gamma gonna have to do a lot of the heavy lifting himself rather than the character doing it for him. Has some decent targets, though. Is very good at sticking to Yu Huang. That Celestial Flight, so often we'll see Yu Huangs dedicate their time to actually knocking up whoever's under them or trying to knock them away before they continue their disengage. Pre-channel the burp. There's not much you can do about it. Snoopy's going to land into a stun every single time. Could be an interaction we have to keep our eyes on. Otherwise, I think Scary D's so important to the Gilded Gladiators. If he's locking down both mages on the Niflheim Wargs, you're at least getting a Valkyrie's Discretion, maybe a Phantom Shell, if Gamma's got it upgraded in time.
Got immunity by Kirmi. Keeps him from the belly flop knock-up itself. But now Aquarius has showed up, finds a push against Kirmi, and with Aquarius on the left side of the map and Scary D rotating over, that means it's time for a Fury.
I'm nervous.
Crimson goes in, gets a good knock-up. Aquarius misses his, and the hook from inbound off the mark as well. But both teams starting to posture up towards the Gold Fury. With everybody on this side of the map, you'd imagine that that's what the immediate fight is over. But for now, it seems to be some neutral farm for both squads, especially if Aqua's not able to get these pulls.
Yeah, at least you get oracles for the wargs, so vision on the pit, but everywhere around the pit seems to be controlled by the Gilded Gladiators. I'm keeping my eyes on the Soul Laners. Scary D channels his back, doesn't have teleport available, so he'll just be walking himself back to lane. Aqua has already fully upgraded his own teleport, heroic teleport for him, so he can jump onto those wards at a moment's notice. As the game fizzles now, the Gold Free left alone. I wonder which one of these Soul Laners will show presence in the solo lane first. With both of them getting there around the same time, I think that does spell the end of that Gold Fury dance, but so high stakes, so nervous anytime these two teams group up. The lead's not massive just yet, but it is starting to stack for the Wargs. Had they been able to find even one of the pools from Aqua, maybe you're talking about a Gold Fury, then all of a sudden it's siege time or grouping up around the Pyromancer. But neither team willing to fully commit just yet.
Aquarius on the Hercules. Is this all 5 games now?
I think
that
so.
He has played this god.
Maybe game 1 was something different, but that was a lifetime ago, so
Man, that was,
we'll have to ask the desk.
That was hours ago at this point that he had played that Herc. I do believe it is game 5 for Aquarius on this pick. Had plenty of time to warm up on it. We'll have to see what he's revving up with as we start moving towards the team fights. We know what he is definitely capable of on this pick. We've seen him multiple times finding 1, 2, even at one point 3-man pulls, 3-man boulder, and then pushes right after. But so far it's been quiet from both the solo laners. One rotation over to the gold and fizzled out almost instantly. So now where's the attention set? Seems for the Wargs, Pyromancer on the mine. The Gladiators are grouped up around the Gold Fury, though. Would take some time to rotate over if you're the Wargs. The Gladiators have pulled the Fury right away. But, never mind. They grabbed towards it, and then they stopped in their tracks right away.
Yeah, if you don't have it pulled by the time Pyromancer falls, you won't be able to pull it quick enough there either. The rotation, sure, a bit longer in Season 10, but still not long enough. Pull off the mark once more, and the fight fizzles once more. The Gilded Gladiators don't want to take the engagement, not in the face of the Niflheim Wargs, not with the Runic Bomb in Sanford Soccer's pocket, with every relic still available and every ultimate up in the game. This is the pace that I'd expected to see. It was maybe deceptive for the first 5 or 6 minutes, the amount of action. Since then, slowed down, calmed down a bit. Neither team's spending a whole lot of time farming, though. Both teams want to be ready for that all-important fight that completely sets the pace for this game. But in being so ready for it, really have slowed down both sides' farm.
Gamma probably aiming to try and hit that level 12 mark as fast as he can to access that second relic. His Stone of Binding once more for Gamma and also for Crimson on the Habwa. So it seems that that's become at least a core second item for these Habwa players, getting that extra pen. Once you get those, either that knock up or drop that carpet down on top of your opponent. The Soul Gem immediately afterwards, so starting to get some of the remainder of his burst damage out there. Gamma just now taking to 11 means it'll be a little bit before he hits 12 to pick up that all-important second relic.
Both Gamma and Inbound waiting on that one. I believe Inbound, though, still benefiting from a slight experience lead. Difference in build, though, between Gamma and Inbound. Stone of Binding for the Bacchus. Every single one of his abilities just about procs that passive, so additional damage there. Inbound, eyes on defense, Heart Ward. Very early in the build. I thought maybe we'd see a second item Prophetic, but I guess with the low action we've had over the last 10 minutes, concerned with his ability to actually stack it up. Man, it really is just nerve-wracking. Watching every one of these small interactions where a fight could just erupt at a moment's notice. Neither team wants to pull that trigger first. Kirmi could go in at any point, try and burn beads with his ultimate. Maybe have Scary D rotate through, force out the Phantom Shell. Same for Sanford Soccer or Aqua, those pulls. Very good at forcing out those relics, but I think first fight we see might just be full resources for both sides.
Gold Fury hinted at by the Gladiators, but with Dude Man Bro and Stu both in the left lane, unlikely for it to start. Stu walks over a ward on his rotation and try and cut off DMV's path. So DMV will be able to walk away, no problem there. And another reset for both of these squads. Man, both of them. Aquarius really wants to get this one started. Found Snoopy in the back line, waiting for the landing of the flight. The knockup not there. And now Scary D goes to the back line, finds the cage onto only Aqua, who gets it broken open immediately by his team. Landfall,
that's
just off the mark by Inbound. Splits the uprights on 4 different players. And now the Gold Fury started by the Gladiators. Kirmi is the only one in range, but there's no shot he's going to jump into all 4 of them. Instead, over towards the Pyro that's still on respawn for the Gladiators. It'll be a Fury for the Wards, and now a 4,000 gold lead.
An overreaction from the Gilded Gladiators off that small initiation from Aqua. Aqua dropping Snoopy down to about 70% I thought might have been enough on its own. That the Wargs would be willing to step up to the Gold Fury. Instead, he got a whole lot of value. Landfall, Wild Hunt, even the Ring of Spears from Scary D, all expended. And without all of those resources, there's no way the Gilded Gladiators take that fight, even with Kirmi holding onto his ultimate. So it's another small win for the Wargs, which is really starting to build up quickly. Macro's been going their way, neutral objectives as well. Pyromancer, this is big for the Gilded Gladiators if they can grab it. Crimson hasn't gone back to base just yet. He's not playing with a whole lot of mana. He's now path over towards left. But it's this cautious play once more. No Pyromancer pool, not just yet.
Maybe especially the fact that Sam was still hanging around the left side, maybe trying to find a pick on Dudeman Bro, who was not leaving that tier 1 tower line, recognizing how aggressive Stewart's been playing just in this game alone compared to the remainder of the set. It has been a much more in-your-face style of play from Stu here in game number 5 of the set, where it almost feels like the roles have been reversed. Dude, man, bro, normally the one sitting on a tower line. Gamma and Crimson will dive up towards 4. Knock up off the mark from Aquarius. Instead, he gets rooted in place, and the Wargs can grab the Pyromancer, but Scary D has found the cage on 2. Fear No Evil drops on top as well. Stewart in the sky in a big boulder, plus a crushing wave, but Doomman immunes most of the damage through. And instead, it's Gamma almost down.
Scary's in the back.
The shell is alive to keep them up. Scary D jumps away from the knockup, but Sam pulls to it, but oh, he pulls him to his own death.
Kirmi.
It's Kirmi who turns this one around, takes out Sam, and nearly another one with him.
Man, Scary D says, I am sick of waiting. I'm sick of staring at the Wargs. We need to do something. Goes in and makes it happen himself. Nearly turned around. But a great play from Kirmi. Shuts down Sam for Soccer, who was lined up and primed to kill at least 2 on his own. A massive play from the jungler of the Gilded Gladiators, all facilitated by the initiation of Scary D. And look at the relics on both sides. It is a graveyard. No beats for any of the bottom 4 members of the Wargs. It's just Aqua who holds on to his. Stewart keeps the Aegis, though, so at least has that to keep him alive. And Valkyrie's Discretion not too far behind it. The Gilded Gladiators, what do you do now off of this small win? What can you do now? I think that's it. I think you just wait now.
Seems that we'll be waiting at least about another minute and a half until this Gold Fury comes back up. Maybe even less than that at this point through. Before we maybe see our next group up and our next fight. 5 kills total now in the 23 minutes of play, and 3 of those came in the first 6 minutes or so of play. So it's definitely slowed down to, as mentioned, expectation for a Game 5 as tense as this one. Remember, the gravity of the situation for both of these squads. Winning team, they make it to the Smite Pro League. They move out to Georgia. They've got a career. They get to play in the Pro League for the next year. The losing team, the best they can do for a while is play through the SCC. Maybe come up to a LAN event or 2. Try and play up against some of the Pro Leagues through that way, but it's only 1 spot left for the pros. It's got to either be the Wargs or the Gladiators. Both teams filled with talent from even just this previous season of play on both ends. Aqua and Gamma from that roster of the Valkyrie. Same with Kirmi on the opposite end. A few Scarabs members scattered across the way. And even one not really talked about as much, Crimson and Dude Man Bro, former allies of the former Eldritch Hounds. Now duking it out. And Oni Fury to maybe start things back up. Inbound has stolen one of these before with a landfall. Fear No Evil. But the Wargs secure that one out with the help of Sam for Soccer. Throws that Typhoon out and was able to secure the Fury. And now puts the momentum back for the Wargs, but still about another minute till Pyro's back up.
Cautious play once more from Kirmi. Had he blinked in first, that Fear No Evil finds so much more value and maybe even attempted it. Easy to have that misclick in a tense situation like this, but throws it out, finds very little value. Bobby, inbound, holds on to his own ultimate. Landfall, unused. Not going to leave it up to Risk. Need it for the team fight. A team fight that could come shortly if the Wargs have their way. Grouped up around the fire, creating threat.
Aqua doesn't find inbound. Stewart doesn't either. With their CCs, Scaredy has found only 1 inside the cage, and it's just Gamma. Scaredy jumps out. It's a disengage now for the Gladiators, but that's a big ultimate now on cooldown. And the Phantom Shell is up for the next time it comes around. Fire Giant started by the Wargs. They're not letting Stewart focus the damage here. May just be a bait forwards. Aquarius finds Scary D inbound, hit by the knockup from Crimson, found by Aquarius and pushed against the wall. But it's Aquarius now in danger as he has 4 people. Now make that 5, dogpiling on top of him. Pulled back by the landfall of No Evil. Gamma goes in as well. Aquarius has bought so much time. But what will the rest of the team do? Dude Man Bro takes out 1, but Stewart running to the back line. He is the front line for this squad. It is a double for Stu, a double whoop immediately after, and Crimson collapses on top of Snoopy. Crimson nearly takes it down, but Stewart has found the triple. Stewart is still batting away, but stunned out by Scary D. A couple more autos, a jump is there, and it's a shutdown for the Gladiators.
Hero play from Snoop and Stewart, but at the end of the day, it's the Gilded Gladiators who have got the numbers advantage. Gamma over the wall. We'll keep him alive this time around. How are the respawn timers looking? 40 seconds left on Crim, 40 on Stu, 20 on the nearest from the Gilded Gladiators. I mean, I'm no mathematician. They might have the time, the Gladiators that is, especially if they stop Gamma's back, to potentially push even further ahead. Could move in towards the Fire Giant or potentially take a tier 1 tower here. What an absolutely wild turn of events. So many Aegises used at the exact same time, so much damage immunity channeled, so much avoided. But at the end of the day, it is the Gladiators to find a small win here. All 5 stacked once more. Scary D finally makes his way back to base, but don't be confused, has teleport. Can get back there quickly. Is it a Fire Giant pull immediately?
Gladiators started up. It's only Aquarius and Sam in the area for now. Cage is down to lock Aquarius in place, but a lot of ults used. Dueling Dragons as well. Aqua still alive again through it all, and Sam has found a pick on his own. Kirmi removed from the map. Gamma still at half HP himself, and Aquarius has the teleport to come right back to this fight.
Fear No Evil puts Aqua in a pretty ideal position, pushes them behind the wall. DMB has to reposition to apply the auto attacks. Too little, too late, not enough damage. Aqua survives, TP's back in, as if nothing had happened. And now it's the Wargs who have got all the advantage moving forward. Fire Giant pulled once more.
Fire started up.
50%.
Half HP now. Sam has rejoined the fight. Snoopy taking some poke in the back line. Sam goes in. It's all 5 inside the pit. Landfall pulls Crimson out of position. And the Wargs will get the Fire Giant. Do they continue to fight after? It seems so. Gamma used the ultimate, but
DMB.
Sam is down. DMB boxing back in, sustaining through the damage. But Stu once more has found another pick. And it might just be 2. A chase now on to inbound. Slowed by the carpet of Crimson. Knocked up by Gamma. On landing, the Whoop is not going to find the home. But the Niflheim Wargs, they have fire on 4.
The Gilded Gladiators left it all on the line there. Step up into the Fire Giant pit, but could not quite close gap. But we're so close that the Niflheim Wargs, even after taking the objective, had enough left in the tank to chase out, take the fight immediately afterwards. Snoopy did not have access to the ultimate until he was already in the grayscale. Dude Man Bro puts up a ton of damage into Sam for Soccer, prevents the dash with the cripple from Bramble Blast and the auto attacks and dash immediately afterward. Enough to secure his kill, but not without cost. Both mid and ADC gone for the Gilded Gladiators, but they've taken Fire Giant off of 1. Sam for Soccer, who has been the backbone of his team throughout this entire event, now has to play without the buff that the rest of his allies have. But I think this time it's up to Stu, who's had a phenomenal Game 5. 5 kills affected, all in his pocket, and with Fire Giant and a true 6-slotted Freya, the damage output from Stu going to be just ridiculous. The Gilded Gladiators have used a lot of their resources in the last couple of fights, just trying to shut down Aqua because he's the guy who's been standing in front of him. You can no longer go for the easy targets. You got to go for the right targets. And if Stu keeps playing as he has been, I'm not sure he's going to give you too many opportunities.
5-1 on the Freya for Stewart this time around. This is the performance we were expecting from the Freya in game number 4 when he got that first blood on wave number 2. And now we're starting to see it come to fruition. 4 of the Wargs on the left side, tier 2 tower. Minions on the way, and will fall down. Aquarius rotating over, but there's a mid-tier 2 that all of the Wargs are rotating towards. Gotta imagine that this Fire Giant is just gonna be used to strip away some towers and see if maybe they can find a single pick.
1 pick leads to a Phoenix Siege leads to potentially more. The Niflheim Wargs could find a lot here, and they've got the time to play with. Siege not exactly the strongest, though. It's one of the weaknesses of Freya. Amazing in the fight, a bit weaker here. That's the trade-off, which means the Wargs have to take it a bit more slow. The Gilded Gladiators, a soft defense. You can tell, positioned towards the back of their own tower. Won't lose out on too much. Scary D avoids the pull back. Massive. Would have been really disruptive there for him to get pulled and poked. Instead, slows down again. But there goes the Runic Bomb.
Aquarius found Scary D for a moment, but too much shielding, too much return fire. Dueling Dragons expended by Snoopy to try and bail out for a solo laner and try and keep himself alive. Another minion wave now on the way for the Niflheim Wargs. Look how far to the side Crimson is at this point. Sticking around the jungle. Scary goes in.
Good one.
2 in the cage. 1 already out, and Gamma leaps away as well. Aquarius stuck on the wrong side of the cage, though. Landfall only finds Gamma this time around, who's already popped the shell. The boulder runs through, but doesn't find the damage they were hoping for, and Crimson gets caught out in the jungles. Got to use the beads to get away from the spear.
So beads lost on Crim, and beads off of Stu as well. Means that Fear No Evil, the next couple of fights over the next couple of minutes, has a bit better time finding its way home. Kirmi does not get involved in the last engagement. Instead, hovers on the left side jungle. Didn't see an opportunity to blink that he liked, so holds on to everything he's got there. Damage output from the Gilded Gladiators seems to be pretty decent now. Have threat for the front and back line, despite, or rather in spite of, a 10,000 gold deficit favoring the Wargs. Vision on map also belongs to Wargs. Fire Giant defensive positioning, Wargs as well. But the Gilded Gladiators, they like their fight in the neutral territory. Stepping up.
Kirmi and Snoopy. Bolts are back. The opposite end. Crimson, Sam, Aqua, Stu. Nearly Gamma, so almost all 5 now for the Niflheim Wargs. The big one still on cooldown for the Gladiators is that ultimate from inbound. No CDR means over 100 seconds he has to wait until that landfall is back and available. The Gladiators are buying just that for now. Time for inbound, time for the team to group back up and get repositioned for the Fire Giant. It's the only ultimate still on cooldown across the map of 10, but no pull towards the fire just yet. The Wargs instead will start up the Pyro, or only for a moment to see what they could bait forward. The Gilded Gladiators, and inbound, not able to find the connection onto Aqua.
No, Aqua is so fast and Driving Strike used to avoid it. Just checking on the Fire Giant pit. And that's just what one misstep does, right? Step up to the Pyro, lose your ward on the Fire Giant. Now it's the Gilded Gladiators with control of both, as far as vision is concerned. Pyro going quickly, but not exactly willing to use too much to confirm it, you'd think. The Runic Bomb, very valuable, though. You don't give it up for free.
Aqua not able to find the pickup onto Scary D. Good use of the immunity to be pulled back through. And so now it is the Gladiators who do have the Runic Bomb. That is on Kirmi's waist this time around. Inbound walks up just to eat a knockup from Erupt Crimson. And now it's the Gladiators with the offensive position in the pit. Even a bracer from inbound dropped down right by the heels of the Fire Giant. And the Gladiators are the ones who are getting started out. Keep your eyes on Kirmi on this Hun Bats. All he needs is one good blink, one good Fear No Evil to start this fight up.
10 seconds left on the beads from Crimson. I think that's the primary reason the Wargs have really slowed their pace here. I was wondering what had changed. Why is it the Gilded Gladiators that are getting the proactive element in all these fights? Keep your eyes on Sam for Soccer as well. He's got no way to flank, not with all those wards from the Gilded Gladiators. But he can pressure the tower. And he's shown himself now. The Gilded Gladiators know exactly where he is. Have looked towards the Fire Giant. It's pulled, but it's not going fast.
3 in the pit, 2 snaking around it. Scaredy and Kirmi not inside yet.
It's a good pull.
Gamma grabbed by the hook.
No poke.
The fire just off the mark, though, by Snoopy, and a swing out of the pit. Fire Giant leashed at half HP. But look at Crimson's mana pool, sitting down just under half at this point, and Kirmi's health bar. What did Kirmi get smacked by? That put him at 40% health.
Gotta be Water Spout. Or one auto attack from Stu. One of the two is what connects with Kirmi and sends him back to base, but backs up all the way to his side of the map where he knows he's got perfect vision. And the Niflheim Wargs won't know about the back. Heads back entirely. Steps out, picks up speed, goes back again. Kirmi losing a lot of time here, but has at least finished up that Erendite. A massive power spike, some more CDR, huge infusion of power, and some chase down potential after the ultimate, the additional movement speed from the passive. Very valuable. But it is seldom that Hunbots in a game this tense, a game this close, and with this much damage on the board, gets to survive after the Fear No Evil. Keep my eyes on Kirmi. He's a massive part of the fight. Every relic available. Only Bracer down for inbound. And neither team willing to pull the trigger. I mean, it is tense. You can feel it. Both teams playing very cautious, very worried. Don't want to be the one that missteps, but someone's got to get it started. And Aqua's leading the charge.
Aqua and Gamma both walking so far forward. Kirmi going back to base, but doesn't seem that the Wargs are aware of that. Inbound even going back, maybe. It seems that he's just going to go ahead and cancel his back multiple times just to see if he does get the opportunity to go back. Now it's Scary D there. That gives Inbound a moment to recuperate on his wards and pick up a sovereignty moving to this fight. Playing heavy into the auras, seeing the Compassion, now having Thebes, Heartward, and Sav. Lots of AoE prots for his team.
Lots of AoE damage on the Wargs as well. I mean, if Crimson gets into the back line and he's got Blink, that's the style of play this Hebo's going for. Blink crushing wave, a Typhoon. So long as Inbound is near his allies, those find just a little bit less value. It's the Gilded Gladiators once more, grouped up as 5. Re-establishing vision control on the pit. 2 Sentry Wards in each team's pockets to play with. Just check on things. Gladiators, complete control of the Fire Giant vision. Spot out the wards as Aqua steps forward. Scary D's been starting off the majority of these fights. Can he do it again?
Dueling Dragons, used on Aqua. Scary D jumps out and Gamma to the back line. But Scary D's not taking a lot of damage, and neither is Gamma. Knock up off the mark again by Aquarius, but Bubble popped this time around. Or I should say that was the secondary Magi's that came through from Gamma to help him out. Fire Giant control in the pit to the Gladiators after the HP bars of the frontliners. Gonna have to send Gamma back to regen.
Scary D just got some real valuable information, and he is nearly unkillable right now, as another Runic Bomb does find its way to the Gilded Gladiators. Every single one of those makes it easier to do the Fire Giant or potentially something after the fight. Fire Giant pulled here. Aqua spots it.
Walks up, finds Dude Man Bro, gets the beads away, and Fear No Evil misses Crimson. Cage goes through as well as a boulder from Aqua.
Gotta run.
And into the back line goes Sam. Nearly takes out Inbound. Typhoon hits 3. And then into the
Sam's
sky
crazy.
is Stewart. But the A just keeps them alive. Stu gets some peel from Scary D away. And now so many health bars low. Scary D in the middle of 5. There's not a chance in hell that Scary D should be getting out of this one. But Curious found Stewart. That's a big play. Scary D is walking
Still
out
alive.
of this one. Pulled back by Sam. Stunned by Gamma. But this Odin has bought so much time. So much space for his squad. And Crimson not able to find the knockup. Doesn't have the ult. Needs a little bit more
Should have it
to take him out. But so much time spent on Scary D.
I didn't even get to see where Stu was, where he falls down. Kiermi shuts him down. And that's the Warg's ability to do the Fire Giant lost in one pick. A 2-for-1 trade results in nothing. Reset it back to neutral. Both ADCs respawning over the next 30 seconds. Maybe you could grab an Oni Fury, split the map ever so slightly. Exposed birds in mid and left means those waves will have to be dealt with. It's the old Leviathan's trick. Once the map is split, then you can look towards the fire. I'm not so certain the Gilded Gladiators are concerned about it. Instead, on respawn, regroup, could move over to the Giant once more. 25 seconds on Scary D. That's the largest impact timer. Buys so much time while everybody else is dead. Actually leaves him in a position where he's dead the longest. Regardless with teleport, should get there. Yeah, okay, I'm seeing it. Yeah, he hasn't upgraded his item.
Yeah.
He just doesn't have the gold. He just doesn't have the gold.
He just upgraded his relics.
Yeah, but, you know, wants damage from Scorching Blink, maybe?
You know.
Needs the teleport.
You know what? The fact he's this unkillable with an unfinished item.
Oh, and he got a power pot, too.
Okay, so that's 1,000 gold he just spent to not upgrade the breastplate.
Who needs it? Scary D probably needs it. You're right.
I don't know, man. He just bought like 30 seconds from Dude Man Bro's death towards his own. So much so it gave opportunity for Stewart to go down. The Wargs are back on fire. Aqua trying to zone, but he can't do it alone. The Fire Giant cannot be done by the Niflheim Wargs. Gladiators have reset, forced a reset, I should say, against the Wargs. A little bit of vision in the pit, but that's removed now by Stewart. He's able to get those range shots in. Sam playing far out to the right of this team fight, and the Wargs on the fire once more.
Kiermi and DMB show themselves on the map. Have to deal with these enhanced waves. Enhanced wave on left goes unchecked. The Gilded Gladiators keep vision on the pit. Gamma forward. He's taking a lot of damage.
Lost his bubble. Snoopy's already used the ultimate. Gamma tries to go in. Fear No Evil will lock him in place, but Sam is trying to find him. Sam will take down Snoopy. The ultimate from Inbound is gone. Stewart's still alive for one more moment. Does take another before he goes out, but that's a double kill now for Stewart and one for Crimson. Gamma has lived for way too long in this fight, but look at the health bars of the tanks of the Gladiators. They are unmoved in this fight. Crimson misses the ult. It's Gamma, the frontliner, low on his own regard. And Scary and Inbound can keep this fight up going.
Scary takes no damage. He'll stay here as long as he's allowed to. And once more, it's another fight around the Fire Giant. It results in at least 5 deaths and nothing to come of it. The Niflheim Wargs and the Gilded Gladiators find themselves in a stalemate for what goes to the 42-minute mark now. I couldn't tell you what needs to change, J-Mac. These fights are so tense. Kirimi's ultimate, clean. The flank from Sam for Soccer, perfect. Catches off the exact target that he needs. Snoopy on landing from Celestial Flight was not allowed to play anymore, but had already done so much damage to Gamma that it slows down the dive of the Niflheim Wargs. Stewart ults aggressively off rip, almost as if he was a ROM player, trying to force out a backliner just to catch Snoopy. That Freya play, very aggressive, costs him a lot.
This is...
Fire Giant's pulled. I mean, you can't do it. You just can't do it without Stu.
I mean, Crimson's got damage, yes, but he doesn't have the same damage, the same maybe sustained damage that Stewart does on the Freya. So instead, it'll be settling at least for the younger brother of the Fire Giant. Pyromancer taken away. Runic Bomb in pocket for 1, 2 for the Gilded Gladiators as well.
Scary sold the breastplate, J-Mac.
Oh, he's going for damage now.
It's a mace now. It's not even a finished mace, but it is a mace. Brawler's
there it
beat
is.
stick. Finished up. Scary said, look, I was tanky with just the silver breastplate. I don't necessarily need any more defense. Instead,
prots look like
a little bit more power, I think, on his mind. Some anti-heal as well. Has a decent matchup
He doesn't need
into
it.
Stu. Yeah, no, he's doing just fine. I like this call from Scary D. He's the only one that survived just about every single fight now. Could maybe be a threat on his own.
I mean, maxed out magic prots, and when you think about it, who were the only ones even hitting him during that fight? Gamma,
There's
Crimson,
some tanks maybe.
Stewart.
Yep.
All magical based. Getting a little bit of extra power in his build. And apply that anti-heal on his own. He's saying, Kirimi, you're doing a lot, but let me give you a hand here. Some of the anti-heal. It's necessary. Because you take the healing away from a Freya, she's just damaged. It's still a lot of damage, but she's not going to be able to sustain through some of these fights. Another reset to the Fire Giant. We are nearing 45 minutes of play and one of the longest Fire Giant dances we have seen this event so far.
Deja Vu, 40-minute threshold hit. Snoopy, still no upgraded relics there. Same with DMB on the other side. Instead, build potions, all the works, just not the relics. That's not where they're spending their gold. The Niflheim Wargs, this time, have got control of the Fire Giant pit and will force the Gilded Gladiators forward. Stu, he's doing a good deal of damage. Shows the DPS. Is this a commit?
Fire, lost a third.
It can't be.
Down to half. Gamma pulled forward. Third of his HP taken away right away as well. And Aquarius now running from 4. The Gladiators, Kirimi was not in position, at least not at the moment, if a fight did break out. Yet see, Stewart will have to regen on one of the camps. Gamma again has to go back to base to reset himself. We return to a state of neutrality once more around the fire.
Every single relic available. Just Bracer for an inbound. Ultimates, all 10 still available. Wars in pocket, 2 sentries for the Gilded, 1 for the Wargs. And 2 bombs in pocket, 3 total, 2 on the side of the Gilded Gladiators. That's 2,000 damage on objective, about 2,200 after mitigations. So if it comes down to a confirmation coin toss battle, maybe you do favor the Gilded Gladiators. But I don't think it's going to come down to that. Neither of these teams are going to coin toss their entire next year on one digital neutral objective, some 1s and 0s in the Fire Giant pit instead. They'd much rather play the human element, go for the picks first. Fire Giant has been pulled. The Gilded Gladiators now generating some threat. Catch Aqua on the rotation in. Good poke. But it's going to be a reset soon. They're going to take damage from the Fire Giant.
Fire down to 40. Kirimi whiffs the Fear No Evil. And Sam will be just fine. The cage even used already by Scary D. That's 3 ultimates down from the Gladiators. Scary D is dying now to everybody else. Landfall might not be the best option because you're just pulling the damage closer. Scary D whooped by Stewart. But all 5 of the Gladiators able to sneak themselves out. A chaotic battle around the Pyromancer pit. but nobody goes out dying this time.
Look at the relics, though. Gilded Gladiators, they've taken a bit more here. It's now the Niflheim Wargs with all the advantage. Fire Giant pulled. I think this one might be real.
This one's melting. Stewart's there for damage. Scary D
Scary's
tries to
in.
go with the Scorching Blade. The Wargs get the Fire Giant. But what about the fight after? What will happen to everybody across the map as this fire has gone
Good
down?
whoop.
Whoop finds Scary D. Aqua finds a knock-up only onto Dude Man Pro. And the Niflheim Wargs will take their prize and make a hasty escape back to base.
A long dance. Finally, the Enhanced Fire Giant finds its home with the Niflheim Wargs. All 5 members survive. Erupt Crimson, the getaway driver with the Atlas of the Yellow River, make sure all of his teammates make it out. Stewart with the whoop as well. And Cage just not up in time from Scary D to lock down Aqua. So now it's time to talk about Siege. I thought we'd have an opportunity sooner.
Like 20 minutes ago, maybe, but
Maybe,
no.
but now we get to. And Siege is not great.
Oh, no.
It's not great for the Wargs,
I
Stu.
don't say it like that.
Doesn't have Poly. It's going to be slow at dealing with these structures. And there's no runic bombs in pocket either, which means it does have to come from gods. That's where all the damage has to be for the Niflheim Wargs. The Gilded Gladiators have pretty strong base defense. Fear No Evil has been struggling to find targets in the last couple of fights. Can't struggle here. Not when the game is funneled into one enclosed space. Sanford Soccer and Crimson can do a lot of poke from range. Typhoon, great in situations like this. Aqua, if you can catch someone on initiation, just pull them out. We've seen now that even Scary D, very susceptible to the damage of Stu. It's going to come down to execution on field. We thought they were nervous playing around the Fire Giant. Now, ball's in the Wargs' court. How do they play it?
Split up between the 2 different lanes. Power of Potion for Gamma, Elixir for Stu. A 5-minute countdown on that 3K gold expense for the carry of the Niflheim Wargs. Such a tense grouping. Still 1 tower, by the way, standing on the right side.
You sure?
Sam will take that one out. No backdoor protections means a swift knockout for the jungler, but he's shown himself so far away from the team. And it's the dual lane of the Wargs, who have been left by themselves on the left side of the map. Crimson bouncing back and forth between the 2 birds. And see what Stu's not able to get through.
Close!
Dueling Dragons by Snoopy just doesn't connect there, just off the side. And it'll be now a reset for the Wargs and quite a cooldown before Snoopy's got that ult back up.
Massive bit of damage lost in the team fight. Now the Wargs can play with even more confidence on the left-hand side. Snoopy, though, still has good poke. Phoenix Fire, still good in situations like this. But look at how they're playing around Atlas the Yellow River. I mean, it's just weave in, weave out.
Gamma does take the bubble away from inbound. It's going to be 60 seconds before that Magi's comes back up for inbound. 60 seconds before he regains that free CC immunity. The atmosphere is tense for both of these teams. The Wargs are 1 good push away, 1 good fight from the SPL. The Gladiators the same. 1 strong defense, 1 good miss by inbound, though, will not be great.
They can't
Gamma
get in.
locked out from the cage. The shell popped through, but the Phoenix is taking
Kirmi!
no damage. The Fear No Evil
It's massive!
by Kirmi is good. And Scary D starts it off. Aqua finds 3 with the
Look at
boulder,
Sam.
but Aqua is low. The Dueling Dragons misses. Only 1 down, and it's 70 seconds for Gamma. A reset by the Wargs, but advantage for the Gladiators. Their Phoenix holds true.
I've never seen a better Fear No Evil get so little. It was perfect. The full duration of the fear on 2 key targets. Only Gamma falls down. But it's the Gilded Gladiators who keep their base alive. The Niflheim Wargs, they wanted to initiate. It's so telegraphed. The second that frenzy is popped, Gamma gets involved. And what happens? Scary D separates the entire fight with Ring of Spears. It's landfall that prevents Erupt Crimson from stepping forward. Stewart, caught between a rock and a fear, can't do anything. And for 30 seconds, the Bacchus is off the map. Fire Giant, though, has already respawned, and it's the Gilded Gladiators there first.
The Wargs have to give it up. They can't even step forward with still 20 seconds until Gamma has respawned. And this game that was balancing on a knife's edge for what felt like 15 minutes, Mifflin, around that Fire Giant, has tipped back over to the Gilded Gladiators now. As all 5 have the enhanced Fire Giant, 50 minutes in the game, Scary D, I got to sing double praises for that cage. Wasn't necessary to keep one in, but that's 5 pips of health per side you have to hit, and he placed it right in front of
J-Mac,
Stu and
eyes
the
up.
Phoenix.
This could be crazy.
But what can be done now? Is this the Hail Mary play that the Niflheim Wargs need?
They can't let the Gladiators get to the Phoenix, right? That's why they think they need to group up here. It's 4 runic bombs in pocket with EFG on 5, right? If you get to the Phoenixes, you could split the push so easily. And each individual member, barring Scary D, is a threat to Phoenix on their own. So I like the idea from the Wargs. But it's slow play from the Gladiators. Once more, cautiously, as they start to work their way down left. And the Wargs don't like their odds in a true 5-on-5, not in neutral territory. Not against the EFG on everybody. Not with the relics as they stand, too. The Gilded Gladiators getting all those back very shortly. Goldtree falls down. Once more, Oni Fury as well, so split up the map even more with these enhanced waves. The Gilded Gladiators, are they considering a back here? They haven't got the most time to play with, and with all these towers still standing, need to work through them quickly. But these runic bombs should so simplify the siege. The Wargs, now more than ever, it's about the offense. You can't let the Gladiators in.
Scary D is the only one without a runic bomb in pocket. Meanwhile, 4 spread amongst the rest of the squad. Aquarius has been such a pivotal player for this team. Gamma as well. The front line of the Niflheim Wargs have set up for so much. And it might come down to one final siege. 2 minutes left on the Fire Giant power play for the Gladiators.
Scary.
Blink in by Scary D. Jump in by Gamma to the
keeping
back.
Stu out.
Snoopy is forced out of the fight. Stewart is locked in the cage with Scary D, but up in the sky, a Fear No Evil goes massive. Snoopy
got him.
is down. Stewart is
Sam,
for the first kill.
he's out.
Crimson turns and Stu is down. Gamma almost out of there as well. And it's just the front lines and Sam left. But now
Aqua's
it's only
low.
Aqua and Sam. Aqua heals. The Phoenix low. Still 3 bombs in pocket. Sam is alive. No Typhoon, no Boulder. The Gladiators waiting for their minion wave.
Fire Giant still has a lot of time to play with. These are healthy Gladiators here, and all those bombs, all Scary D has to do is get in there, tank it up for his team. Kirimi, how close are you on the ultimate? He's not close at all.
They're not even doing anything. The Titan is just
50%.
dying. The Titan is just dying.
They're the bombs.
The Gilded Gladiators have reverse swept the Niflheim Wargs. And it's the Gilded Gladiators who will be your 8th and final team in the Smite Pro League. And what an insane upset. Down 2-0 in this set. 3 straight takes it home for the Gladiators.
What a wild end. Wow. How do you not get emotional after a set like that? These guys, it is mental fortitude. It is the ability to drag this game out. It is patience and trust in their allies that wins the day. Absolutely ridiculous. Enjoy your year in the SPL, boys. You earned it.
After a set like that, it's hard to argue who deserves a spot in the Smite Pro League.
Why is my adrenaline up? Why am I freaking out?
My heart has been going insane for the last 25 minutes of play. Ever since that Fire Giant dance started, Miff, my heart has been pounding at every single one of these team fights. The Gilded Gladiators, who had a struggle on the upper bracket. They get knocked down. They have a decisive win up against the Aru Scorpions. And it looks so dicey for them in this set, down 2-0 to start this out. But able to pull it through. 3 straight, a reverse sweep for the Gilded Gladiators, and your 8th and final team to the Smite Pro League. That's it from If and I on the Cats. We'll throw it over to the desk to break it down.
Yeah, take a break there, fellas. That is a long set you just went through. 5 games,